Chapter 3779. By this point, the astonished spectators had a different evaluation of Golden Cicada, assuming that he was far stronger than Hu Ben. Boom! The scion got out of the pit again and floated in the air. The ultimate move didn't actually injure him. However, there were cracks on the draconic guard. His robe and hair were slightly messy as well, no longer looking cool like before. The crowd took a deep breath after seeing this. An ancestor said, "And here I thought he would be wounded by the Grand Palm. He keeps on beating expectations. This is messed up." Another big shot shuddered. Grand Palm was a famous killing move, usually a sure kill. Though the strike didn't directly hit his chest, the damage should have been grievous. Alas, this wasn't the case at all. "I have heard of Grand Palm long ago, it lives up to its fame," the scion praised. "Seems like I have learned nothing and can't even wound you." The monk expected this result. "If your cultivation were the same as mine, then my rib cage would have shattered. Ever since I finished my Tao, you're the first among the young generation to do this to my draconic guard," the scion said. This haughty comment served as the highest praise for the monk. The cultivators from the holy ground exchanged glances, suddenly becoming excited. This draconic guard is a top technique from Heaven Devourer Tao Lord. Few in this world can break it. Golden Cicada's Grand Palm did an amazing job. One expert nodded approvingly. Both techniques were considered to be on the same level. That's why Golden Cicada instilled confidence in the crowd. Even the older experts and ancestors present didn't think that they could break the draconic guard with one move. "He can uphold the temple's prestige with this fight," one genius added. They thought that even in the case of his defeat, he had done enough to show the power of his sect. The problem lay in the scion being too strong. "Okay, warm-up is over, let me see your true ability." The scion heartily laughed. That was only a warm-up? Most found this surprising because the two have resorted to top techniques already. They're using Tao Lord merit laws to warm up. Looks like we're not even qualified to perform a warm-up then. One proud genius smiled wryly. The young ones took pride in their top techniques. Alas, these techniques couldn't compare to the Tao Lord level ones. Thus, the scion's comment was hurtful, albeit truthful. "Ba, I've heard of your peerless prowess long ago and can't wait to see what you can do, scion." Golden Cicada had a solemn expression that didn't match his youthful face. Buzz. His kasaya lit up again and released Buddhist hymns and chants. The temple's inside heavenly dragon resonated and sent out Tao characters flying towards him. He looked like an ocean capable of taking in everything. "What merit law is this?" someone whispered. "He's borrowing the power of Heavenly Dragon Temple," a big shot quietly answered. The characters eventually turned into an external golden kasaya. One could hear countless chants empowering the regalia. Several images of various Buddhas appeared on the surface, seemingly wanting to protect Golden Cicada. Lankavatara Ward, a great scripture left behind by an enlightened monk. Other monks have chanted for it for generations now, empowering it. An ancestor elaborated. The spectators didn't need to know this scripture to be aware of its power. Golden Cicada's defense looked unbreakable as he resembled a golden statue. Incredible Buddhist affinity. The scion laughed, blessed by countless monks. "Penetrating this won't be easy. You're being humble, scion. My attainment is limited, so I can't borrow all the blessings of the great monks. As for you, you have finished your grand Tao and don't need to borrow external forces," Golden Cicada said. The big shots exchanged glances after hearing this. "Righteous Scion's Tao is finished," one of them said. "This is expected, he's an heir now and should have his own grand Tao," another replied. In order to become a Tao Lord, one needed to create their own grand Tao. Otherwise, using someone else's merit laws, regardless of how powerful, would still render the practitioner inferior to those in the past. "If I didn't have my own power today, I wouldn't be able to break this," the scion confidently said. Boom! He channeled his power and Tao laws descended like waterfalls. Chaos energy ravaged and tore the sky vault apart. Primordial power also manifested. All three affinities gathered around him. The crowd became startled since they felt their own Tao laws being affected by his eruption. They immediately became suppressed as if he was holding them by the throat. This is his grand Tao. A big shot gasped. He has yet to use it, just the activation alone suppressed virtually everyone in the audience. Amitba. Golden Cicada placed his palms together, then unleashed a dual palm strike. Boom! With this attack, 6 paths became one and the yin and yang joined forces, creating a cycle of death and rebirth. Space and time were refined as a result. Fleeing to another dimension or spacetime was futile. Reincarnation seal. A different ancestor bellowed after seeing this. Chapter 3780, Boom. The seal suppression rendered escape an impossibility. The crowd felt their power being sapped away along with their soul into that endless cycle. Once sucked inside, the soul would be broken down to nothingness. Their traces in this world would forever be erased. This made them scream in horror. Treasures and merit laws still couldn't escape the cycle of life and death. The most powerful cultivators would become helpless. They finally got a taste of a mighty and dreadful Buddhist art. However, the scion remained undeterred. He chuckled and raised both hands, pulling the power of the celestials' myriad laws. Boom! The waterfall-like Grand Tao was pulled before him in order to receive the incoming seal. The scion looked determined to take this move directly instead of dodging. Surprisingly enough, there were no deafening explosions, only faint booms. The sweeping Tao waterfall slowly engulfed the seal, akin to a snake eating its prey. Boom! Finally, the entire seal disappeared after losing the contest. What the hell? Someone bellowed. The ultimate seal was actually devoured? Force Devourer. One ancestor knew its origin. That's Force Devourer? Others exchanged glances. In fact, some audience members have seen this move before since Lu Huaisher used it against Qi Xiaoye back on Minor Sacred Mountain. The powerful Xiaoye couldn't do a thing despite her praiseworthy power. Now, Force Devourer looked purer and more effective. It didn't only stop the enemy but devoured their attack as well. Boom! The scion continued controlling the flow of the Tao and pushed it upward. Force Devourer then roared like a gigantic dragon showing off its claws. Boom! It then soared towards Golden Cicada, but it wasn't alone. Reincarnation Seal was with it as well, being used against its master. As this combination traveled closer to the monk, it also absorbed everything along the way, the myriad laws, time and space, and other affinities. Thus, it built up more and more power, causing the world to turn dark and the spectators to turn pale. Even the ancestors were horrified by the increasing force. Merciful Buddha! Golden Cicada chanted instead of running away. His golden light became dazzling and soared to the 9 firmaments. A golden avatar took over, spanning for thousands and thousands of meters. Clouds only reached its waist. Lankavatara Ward has been activated to its limit as the various Buddhas protected him like an insurmountable wall. Unfortunately, this wasn't enough. The Great Wall crumbled, unable to stop Force Devourer for a second. Boom! Golden Cicada and the gigantic avatar were blown flying. He broke through several peaks along the way. The cultivators from the holy ground screamed in horror, shocked by the sudden reversal. Though the monk won the first 2 exchanges, he lost this one far worse. Buddhist child. A few worried about his survival since he represented the glory of the holy ground. They didn't want to see him killed by the scion. Whoosh! Golden Cicada finally leaped out of the rubble. He looked far more sorry compared to the scion earlier with bloody wounds all around. Even his kasaya was stained red. The Lankavatara guard has been penetrated. Blood dripped down his lips. These injuries were quite serious, just not fatal. Just give up now. One expert said quietly. Someone as young as him shouldn't shoulder this heavy burden. Despite all of his achievements, he was only 15 or so. Few in the entire holy ground dared to rise up to this occasion. The weight of the burden could break this youth's spine. Buddhist child, you have defended the holy ground's reputation well enough. We take pride in you, it's fine to rest now. Another expert said. Most pitied him and didn't want to watch any longer. Amitabha. Golden Cicada slowly floated up and still channeled his power again. The dirt and blood didn't affect his holy aura and his image as a great monk deserving of respect. This genius didn't want to broadcast his heroism to anyone, only silently meeting the scion along the way. He also showed zero fear during the fight, going all out from the start. Such determination and spirit were quite rare. His peers paled in comparison. Your Force Devourer is at a masterful level, I am in awe. He said. Still lacking time and experience. The scion disagreed and said, you're a whole realm beneath me yet still withstood an attack empowered by my Grand Tao. You're definitely among the top 3 of this generation. Others agreed with this high assessment, thinking that the monk deserved it. How embarrassing, I still have a long way to go. The monk shook his head. It's fine to concede now. The scion posed with both hands behind his back, clearly confident in his victory. All eyes were on the monk now, thinking that he had done his job and earned honor despite losing. Chapter 3781, Golden Cicada's expression remained neutral. He closed his eyes with an image of a Buddha still heaving above him. His temperament was a stark contrast to his age. He seemed rather enlightened compared to many peers. I still have one more move that I wish to use against you. Let's try again if you don't mind. He placed his palms together. The crowd didn't expect him to make this request. Another move? The scion's eyes flashed brightly, instantly realizing something. Stars seemed to be floating deep within. Very well, I have been a fan of World Crossing for a long time. It is an honor to see it today. He laughed and said. World Crossing? The crowd clamored. We'll really get to see World Crossing? An expert asked. I think so. An older cultivator said, Golden Cicada has cultivated it before, this move has to be it. Right, there's nothing else stronger than World Crossing. Others speculated. One big shot became excited and added, this is a must-watch battle, Evil Devourer 7 chapters versus World Crossing. Just a moment ago, people were okay with the monk conceding. Now, they wanted to see his World Crossing. World Crossing and Buddha's 6 paths were both top techniques. The former was created by Dhyana Tao Lord while the other Buddha Tao Lord. The main difference was that World Crossing was derived from the Buddhamization chapter of the Four Truths, a supreme heavenly scripture. Thus, in history, the majority believed that World Crossing was superior to Buddha's 6 paths. After all, it came from one of the 9 scriptures and should be immensely profound. Some had the opposite opinion. Because Buddha Tao Lord was the founder of the holy ground, they thought that albeit brilliant, Dhyana Tao Lord's cultivation should still be weaker. Nonetheless, it was widely accepted that his Buddhist attainment surpassed his predecessor. Therefore, some thought that the 6 paths focused on attacking while World Crossing focused on Buddhism. Later on, another school of thought believed that it was silly to determine the stronger one between the two. A merit law's effectiveness relied on the user. A mighty master could make any merit law look good. Thus, the crowd wasn't excited because they thought that World Crossing was superior to Buddha's 6 paths. More importantly, this land belonged to Heavenly Dragon Temple. No other place in the world was more fitting to use a Buddhist art such as World Crossing. We'll see the competition again in this generation. One ancestor became impatient. Both of the opposing merit laws were derivatives of a heavenly scripture. In a sense, this was akin to a competition between the 2 chapters. Righteous sect and Buddha holy ground always had conflicts in history. Alas, it was rare to see these 2 merit laws in battle due to the difficulty in learning them. Those from Righteous thought that the 7 chapters were superior. Those from the Holy Ground naturally cheered for world crossing. Today was another great opportunity to test the 2 merit laws. Not to mention those from the Holy Ground, disciples from Righteous or other sects became excited as well. World crossing will win, it's absolutely stronger. One member of the Holy Ground said. No, our 7 chapters are definitely stronger. Golden Cicada Buddhist Child has the home court advantage right now, world crossing can be used to its limit. Someone from Righteous was unhappy. Are you forgetting that the Scion's cultivation is higher than Golden Cicada Buddhist Child's? That's why even if the Scion wins, it doesn't mean that the 7 chapters are stronger. Another from the Holy Ground chimed in. In just a short time, verbal battles with saliva flying everywhere started while the 2 actual combatants had yet to begin. They weren't affected by the conversations while standing face to face in the air. Due to my shallow cultivation, I can't even exert 10% of world crossing. Please don't laugh. Golden Cicada solemnly said. I haven't finished training the 7 chapters either, I'm sure I'm not any better than you so I won't be laughing. The Scion responded. The crowd thought that these 2 were lucky to fight each other in battle. Finding the right opponent could be difficult at times. Let's begin. Golden Cicada placed his palms together, looking like a wise monk. Buzz. His Buddhist radiance intensified once more, but this time, it was different from the previous. The light seemed rather gentle with flickering flames. They were as pleasant as a gentle spring breeze. Clank. 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 Buddhist bells suddenly sounded, sounding ancient yet natural. They came from the various temples in the region and had a soothing element. The spectators stared at the temples near the border. There were millions of them, yet they all emitted the bells in unison. The sounds harmonized into strong currents, eventually culminating in an ocean of bells engulfing the entire holy ground. The listener's mental state found an unprecedented peace. The bells were ringing on their own accord without needing monks to strike them. In this split second, Golden Cicada has used world crossing. The bells seemed to be sentient and answered his call. All existences stopped to listen to the peaceful bells. In fact, those in battle suddenly sheathed their swords. Their bloodthirst subsided, replaced by tranquility. They thought that there was no reason to fight. Some wanted to go back home, others wanted to join Buddhism. The powerful ancestors became shaken and reacted. They knew that world crossing was starting to convert them. They hurriedly protected their mind in order to not be affected by the bells. The Scion narrowed his eyes, then nodded approvingly. He then focused on stopping the bells from attacking his mind. The top experts knew that world crossing was formless. The monk didn't need to directly attack with techniques to defeat his foes. The weaker-minded enemies would actually surrender. Winning without fighting, this was the best strategy. World crossing meant wanting to convert all living beings. Chapter 3782, The Ancient and Peaceful Bell Tolls Turned the World into a Paradise. Alas, the more capable cultivators were scared out of their mind, not wanting to drown in this peace. This was the power of conversion. For the experts here, they would be without physical injuries even during a forceful conversion. Alas, it would have negative effects on their mind, going as far as weakening their Tao heart in the future. The bell tolls were only the beginning. As they permeated the land, Buddhist light spanned for 10 million miles. Various rays floated in the air like threads and bathed everyone with motherly warmth. This feeling was nothing short of pure happiness and true satisfaction. They slowly closed their eyes to enjoy this unprecedented moment. Numerous cultivators became immersed in the light, losing awareness of their current situation. As for the powerful ancestors and high elders, they maintained their wits but were still shaken. Time to leave. Many fled to a safe distance while taking their juniors with them. After leaving the radius of the light, they finally relaxed to watch the fight. That was close. One ancestor had cold sweat all over. Powerful beings like them had a hard time dealing with this affinity. Most importantly, world crossing hasn't fully activated yet. What's going on? The juniors taken away were confused by the change of scenery and looked around. World crossing is truly powerful. No wonder why Diana Dao Lord never needed to fight in the legends. All of his foes submitted wherever he went. An ancestor said. A junior like Golden Cicada using world crossing was so effective already. What about the Dao Lord himself? The legends might be true. With the influx of the light and bell tolls, diagrams appeared above the temples in the region. Heavenly Dragon Temple wasn't a single architecture, just another name for Heavenly Dragon Division. It consisted of around 88,000 temples or so, and all of them were activated with diagrams and runic characters. This was truly a magnificent and shocking spectacle. These images and characters turned the area into a Buddhist kingdom, no longer recognizable compared to before. The majestic Buddhist affinity could be felt in this great kingdom. The conversion force grew stronger. The weaker cultivators within the radius started prostrating in the direction of Golden Cicada. Amitabha. An image of a supreme Buddha appeared in the kingdom along with a chant. The stars seemed to be rotating around this being. The vast cosmos flowed next to him. He exceeded everything in size, capable of grasping the world in his palm. The chant released a higher concentration of light. Many cultivators were immediately turned into pious followers by this great Buddhist Lord. Merciful Buddha. They prostrated on the ground with tears streaming down their cheeks. The conversion affinity was solely focused on righteous Scion. Nonetheless, the remnant waves still affected those nearby. These waves had limited power, but they were still caught and converted. Those who managed to get away stared at the prostrating mass in astonishment. Golden Cicada could have converted all of them without any difficulty. So strong, a young cultivator turned pale. World crossing is from a heavenly scripture, its power far exceeds a regular Dao Lord merit law. One ancestor solemnly said, moreover, Golden Cicada Buddhist child is using it while in Heavenly Dragon Temple, the best possible location for it. This merit law had no offensive technique or movement. In fact, the foes would feel happiness and joy, a type of killing without spilling blood. Buzz. Buddhist light appeared around the Scion after the emergence of the Holy Kingdom. In any other situation, this could be construed as a positive experience, that the Scion was learning a top Buddhist art. This wasn't the case right now. It meant that the conversion was occurring within him. If he couldn't handle this force, he would lose and become the Buddhist child's loyal follower. Activate. He roared and channeled his grand Tao again. Tao laws started flowing along with endless chaos true energy inside his body in an attempt to crush the spreading Buddhist light. Pop. 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 His grand Tao power seemed to be pushing the light back. Alas, each time he destroyed it, the light would appear again with greater intensity and brightness. It became obvious that his grand Tao was of no use. Damn, even the mighty Scion can't stop world crossing. A big shot from the last generation took a deep breath. Break. The Scion roared and his Tao foundation lit up before releasing a black maelstrom. Zzz, buzzes could be heard wherever it went as it absorbed the Buddhist light like a whale. Both the light and the conversion affinity eventually disappeared from sight. Intent Devourer of the 7 chapters. A spectator shouted after seeing this. Chapter 3783, Intent Devourer was a magical merit law. At the highest level, it was believed to be able to devour intents. For example, battle intent, sword intent, murderous intent. The conversion power seen here from the Buddhist light could be considered a type of intent instead of an attack. Thus, the Scion chose Intent Devourer to deal with it instead of Force Devourer. The black maelstrom grew in size as it repeatedly absorbed the inextinguishable light. The latter kept on reappearing and surged towards the black maelstrom like a flood. Nonetheless, the light of the Buddhist kingdom gradually dimmed down. Nonetheless, it possessed plenty of Buddhist affinities. Though the maelstrom was incredible, it would still need more time to fully devour the Buddhist light. In this second, the Scion's Grand Tao released deafening blasts as he took it to the next level. He wanted to use Intent Devourer to its limit. Activate. His Grand Tao laws were derived to the highest profundity. All of its mysteries fully manifested. Boom. The black maelstrom assumed its largest form, as big as the sun itself. The spectators saw it crazily devouring the Buddhist affinity. Its true target was the kingdom. The image of the Buddhist Lord started flickering and became more ethereal than before, on the verge of collapsing. Wow, the spectators gasped at this sight. If this image were to be suppressed, it meant a defeat for world crossing to the 7 chapters. Our world crossing can't beat righteous sex evil devourer. Some members became worried. This would be a great blow to their sect. Not yet, just wait. One ancestor patiently watched. Nonetheless, if this absorbing process continued, World Crossing's defeat was inevitable. Convert. Golden Cicada Buddhist child didn't stand idly by and began forming mudra and chanting. The image of the Buddhist Lord also performed the same mudra. Its palms became blinding as if a new world was being created in there, a world protected by Buddhas. It was filled with Buddhist affinity and faith. The light then spread to the actual world. Buzz. Something unbelievable happened next. The black maelstrom suddenly became bright. This maelstrom resembled a black hole capable of devouring all lights. But now, bright rays were coming out, a sign of conversion. A moment later, the black maelstrom became a shimmering Buddhist maelstrom. Suppress. The Scion roared. More chaos, true energy and Tao hymns materialized with great destruction. Alas, this Tao power couldn't revert the conversion because the maelstrom had taken in considerable Buddhist affinity prior. This overabundance worked against his grand Tao and cultivation power now. Zzz, his body started being invaded by the light once more. It seemed to be turning him into an avatar of Buddhism. His robe became golden, akin to a bronze statue. I can't believe it. The crowd was shocked to see this reversal. They all thought that Golden Cicada was on the verge of losing. But now, it seemed that the Scion would have a hard time stopping the conversion. Righteous Scion was too careless earlier with the absorption. That's actually helping him now. The absorbed affinity is converting him from within. One ancestor explained. This gave the Holy Grounds members hope, so they cheered loudly. World Crossing still had a chance of victory. As the light around the Scion intensified, his body seemed to be turning into a statue. The conversion looked to be inevitable at this point. Tao decapitation. In this crucial moment, the Scion shouted and released his 12 palaces and true fate. A supreme grand Tao floated around his true fate and released primordial energy. The true fate then burst with a force capable of creating an entirely new universe. After his shout, the supreme grand Tao left his true fate and crossed through space, instantly appearing before the image of the Buddhist Lord. This was a slash consisting of using the true fate as a sword, capable of severing the 9 firmaments, ending the reincarnation cycle, and forever changing history. Seal. Golden Cicada's expression soured as he retaliated with another mudra. The image duplicated his action and created a seal capable of separating heaven and earth in order to stop the slash. Alas, this was proven to be futile. Whoosh. The true fate slash started from the head and moved to the bottom, separating the image into 2 halves. In this split second, people felt that Golden Cicada's connection to the land was severed, akin to a sky-blotting tree losing all of its roots. He immediately lost the empowerment of the temples. Pop. The Buddhist image disintegrated and the particles scattered with the wind. With that, the Buddhist light and affinity receded like the tides. The conversion process on the Scion also disappeared from sight. Ugh, Golden Cicada Buddhist child staggered backward, leaving deep footprints on the ground. He couldn't handle the chaotic flow of his vitality and energy, so he spat out a mouthful of blood. Nonetheless, he remained standing. I have lost. He sighed and placed his palms together. A hush fell over the crowd due to his surrender. Golden Cicada Buddhist Child and World Crossing have lost. This blow was too much for the Holy Grounds members. They felt suffocated as a result. Chapter 3784. Various emotions filled the heart of the Holy Grounds members. Golden Cicada Buddhist Child thoroughly showed his worth and abilities. Though he lost, he gained honor in the process instead of criticism. His power was as clear as day. Not to mention the young generation, even some powerful ancestors felt inferior. Alas, he still lost in the end because the scion was insanely strong. I enjoyed the battle. World Crossing is unique indeed, truly worthy of admiration. The scion happily smiled in great spirits. This compliment showed ample respect to both Golden Cicada and World Crossing. He mentioned nothing about the 7 chapters being stronger. You're unbeatable, I merely took advantage of the land. Golden Cicada reflected. Don't be humble now, World Crossing is peerless. The problem is your cultivation. If we were in the same realm, I wouldn't have fared so well even if you didn't have the empowerment of the land. His frankness earned him some respect as well, even from those who didn't like him. He was both capable and straightforward. His attitude during the challenge to the holy ground was overbearing, but all in all, it matched his power. Amitba, I'll be leaving now. Golden Cicada chanted before smiling, gonna go home and make some beef stew. He salivated just thinking about the dish and had to wipe it off his mouth. He waved his sleeve and left coolly. The audience exchanged glances after seeing his departure. Earlier, he became a star due to his holiness despite his age, looking just like an enlightened monk. Now, he returned to his original form, a happy-go-lucky monk with a love for food, not caring about worldly conventions. This was akin to a divine emperor falling off his throne, becoming a beggar later on. The stark contrast caught the crowd off guard again. Some realized that the monk has always been the same. He didn't change in the slightest, only their perception of him had. The untethered freedom. One ancestor commented, that's the favorite disciple of the monk of wisdom, the successor of Heavenly Dragon Temple. His future will be glorious. The scion didn't linger around after the departure of his foe. He stared towards the direction of Minor Sacred Mountain and laughed. What an interesting trip so far. I hope the battle with Fairy Dugu will be just as outstanding. With that, he got back on his chariot and continued on his trip. He's going towards Minor Sacred Mountain now. Everyone knew his goal, the destination where Dugulan was waiting. This will be the final battle, no one else can stop him. One expert said. The group started thinking and sure enough, they couldn't come up with another cultivator capable of stopping the scion. Hu Ben and Golden Cicada have lost. The latter was rather impressive but still came up short. There was no other genius in the holy ground outside of Dugulan. What about Phantom Sacred Child? Someone thought about the pride of the Divine Ghost Division. Phantom is strong, but I don't think he's above Golden Cicada Buddhist Child in his empowered state. That's not enough to stop Righteous Scion. An expert mused. I heard he tried to borrow an invincible weapon, I wonder if he got it or not. One youth wondered. He did, but it isn't enough. He should team up with Fairy Dugu instead. That's the only way to have any hope. Someone knowledgeable from the previous generation nodded. Will Fairy Dugu keep up with the scion? Another question to which no one had a response. Of course, they hoped that she would win or at least tie. However, judging by the circumstances, Righteous Scion was absolutely untouchable among the young generation. Dugulan was no exception. This was a particularly cruel truth for the young members of the Holy Ground. Their land had waves of talents and hidden experts. Unfortunately, none could stand up to the scion, something quite unbearable and embarrassing. I think Fairy Dugu can do it. A teacher told me that she has managed to learn a supreme sword Dao by herself. An alumnus from Duality revealed, it's an ancient sword Dao rumored to be connected to a peerless existence in history. A peerless existence? One cultivator remained skeptical. No matter how peerless this existence is, the merit laws and sword Tao stemming from this person can't compare to a heavenly scripture? Hard to say. Remember, the 7 chapters are only a derivation, not actual techniques from the scripture. The alumnus said, moreover, this peerless existence has no equal. The supreme sword Tao left behind might actually be able to suppress a heavenly scripture. Are you being serious right now? A cultivator nearby said, such a being would overshadow all Tao lords. How come I haven't heard of someone like this? The alumnus' mouth opened, wanting to speak. However, his expression suddenly changed after thinking about something and refrained. Regardless, this battle is inevitable. I just hope that Fairy Dugu can guard Miner's sacred mountain. A genius concluded. I just hope it won't be an ugly defeat. Another youth murmured, if Fairy Dugu can last long enough, it won't be as bad. These comments were terrible for morale. Alas, they had to face reality. The Scion has repeatedly proved his might. The proud geniuses of the holy ground lost their arrogance and could only swallow their indignation. There was no chance of defeating the Scion. A good loss would be an honor, a true display of skill. This was their expectation and hope for Fairy Dugu, that her battle would be more brilliant than golden cicadas. They didn't have that much hope in her being able to defend Miner's sacred mountain. By this point, it became abundantly clear that she was the last stand. Thus, no one stopped the Scion as he entered Metropolis Division. Chapter 3785, Righteous Scion's trip across Metropolis was rather peaceful. Both the young and old didn't say a word. No one dared to challenge him. The fight with Golden Cicada Buddhist child solidified his unbeatable status. Challenging him now required immense courage and power. Metropolis was extremely close to the capital and Miner's sacred mountain. However, he wasn't in a rush to see Dugu Lan that early. He took his time and leisurely visited the famous sceneries again. It didn't look like he was in enemy territory at all. Though he was constantly under watch, this didn't deter his saunter in the slightest. The spectators were annoyed once more, but once again, they had to endure this displeasure. They hoped for this challenge to end already so that he would leave. Otherwise, his presence at the holy ground would continue to torment them. Today, something changed, starting with a deafening boom. The entire holy ground suddenly quaked. What was that? Numerous experts became frightened. The quaking didn't last long but still made everyone nervous due to the current sensitive circumstances. They immediately thought about the Scion, thinking that he was sabotaging something. However, those closest stared at him and he certainly didn't do anything. He himself was surprised during the quakes. Buzz. During their astonishment, Buddhist rays all over the holy ground shot to the sky. However, they suddenly fell back down a while later. Everyone felt that the power of the holy ground was shrinking. Their own power was leaving too, along with the land's power. This sensation scared the hell out of cultivators. As members of the holy ground, their merit laws and Tao foundation were built upon the land. Thus, if the land's foundation suddenly collapsed, their cultivation would suffer immense setbacks. The worst-case scenario would be dropping in realms. What? Is the Tao source weakening? Even the slumbering top masters woke up in horror. If the holy ground's Tao source was indeed deteriorating, it would affect numerous kingdoms and cultivators. Even the mortals would have a tough time. The frightened cultivators felt as if they had been disconnected from the holy ground. Of course, they weren't mighty enough to control the power of the land, but since they were born here, they could feel the grand Tao power in the soil. This power stemmed from the source of the holy ground. Alas, this aura and presence were no longer felt. The connection has been severed. Impossible. A top master who had just woken up from his slumber became startled. Buddha holy ground has been prosperous all this time. The foundation is still strong. What is going on? The present days couldn't compare to the golden age, but after millions and millions of years of accumulation, the holy ground still had plenty of resources. There was no sign of decline, hence everyone's astonishment and fear. Boom! Another loud bang suddenly detonated and Buddhist rays soared to the sky once more in an endless manner. People immediately felt the Tao power of the land again stemming from underground. The Buddhist affinity is back. Cultivators became joyous right away. The fear earlier was just too much. How fortunate. Even the awakened big shots heaved a sigh of relief. They have experienced plenty of things and traveled across 8 desolaces. Nonetheless, the disappearance of the holy ground's Tao power still frightened them. Normally, a phenomenon like this would only occur during the destruction of the source and foundation. In this case, there were no external enemies invading, hence the confusion. Nonetheless, it was finally over. Did something happen to Sacred Mountain? This became the next question. Sacred Mountain served as the core of the holy ground. Thus, in order to destroy the holy ground, one must take down Sacred Mountain first. That's why everyone thought about Sacred Mountain right away. Maybe something big happened there. Alas, most had no idea where it was. Only a chosen few could climb up the mountain to verify. The former had no choice but to wait for an official announcement. In spite of the confusion, at least everything was fine now, or so they thought. Another loud boom occurred. This time, on top of Minor Sacred Mountain. This caught everyone off guard. When they looked up the peak, they saw one of the statues protecting the holy palace suddenly collapsed. What the hell? Those at the capital city who could witness it in person were bewildered. That's Diana Tao Lord statue, why did it fall down? The big shots in Vajra were stricken with fear. These 4 statues had a special significance in the holy ground, representing authority. Now, one had fallen without warning. Most who heard this information couldn't believe it. No way, the 4 statues have been around for so long, it can't just fall down for no reason. Denial was the main theme even for those who saw it. Nonetheless, this was reality. The news of this event spread across the holy ground and caused a furor. We need to take a look now. Cultivators ran from Minor Sacred Mountains, even the big shots. Minor Sacred Mountain has always been protected by the power of the Tao Lords. The pinnacle was extremely difficult to reach, so no one could have taken down the statue. Once they made it to the base, they saw something unbelievable. Chapter 3786. Numerous experts gathered beneath Minor Sacred Mountain, their jaw nearly dropped to the ground. They saw something massive being carried down the steps. What else could it be but the statue of Diana Tao Lord? The 2 culprits? Li Chia and Su Tsuime. The statue still emitted the aura of a Tao Lord, but this didn't stop the 2 from carrying it down. It represented the highest authority and prestige in the holy ground, hence everyone's astonishment and indignation. After a while, the crowd regained their wits. One person asked, how did they get up there? The difficulty in reaching the pinnacle was common knowledge. Numerous top masters have tried and couldn't break through the pressure instilled by the Tao Lord auras. On the other hand, Li Chia and Su Tsuime did even more than that. This simply didn't make sense. It might be earlier when our holy ground lost its power. The force protecting Minor Sacred Mountain probably disappeared as well, so they took advantage of it. A big shot pondered for a bit before answering. That sounds about right. Others agreed with this explanation. A while ago, everyone paid attention to the scion only instead of Li Chia. Thus, they thought that the duo took advantage of the blackout to climb up the peak. Why are they moving Diana Tao Lord statue? What's their goal? A youth took a deep breath. This statue was an object of worship. To be disrespectful was sacrilegious and becoming public enemy number 1. This was a crime worthy of full clan extermination. Moreover, Li Chia served as the current saber messenger of Vajra. This added betrayal to his list of offenses. Worst of all, he was working with a disciple from righteous sect, Su Tsuime. What else could this be but colluding with the enemy? This is too much, traitorous and blasphemous. There's no excuse for this. One youth shouted. Right, a crime worthy of clan extermination. Another chimed in. The youths of the Holy Ground have been vexed because of the Scion's pressure. Now, they had a target to vent, Wuxia. They couldn't do a damn thing to the Scion, but Wuxia was a different story. Furthermore, they were fully justified in doing so to rid the Holy Ground of a traitor. He deserves death, we can't let this go. Another youth bellowed. As for the big shots from the previous generation, they remained cautious. After all, Wuxia was still the saber messenger. They weren't the ones in charge, not qualified to brand him as a traitor or to punish him for his action. This was Vajra dynasty's responsibility. To make a mistake here could lead to serious consequences. Wuxia had immense status in Vajra. The only one among the crowd who had a different opinion was Wei Qianqing. She was astonished just like the rest, albeit for a different reason since she witnessed the entire thing. She knew that these two didn't utilize the downtime of the Holy Ground at all. In fact, they had already made it up before the sudden disappearance of the Buddhist affinity. They started carrying the statue down Minor Sacred Mountain before others got here. She was the only one privy to this detail, hence her bewilderment and speechlessness. Fewer than few could successfully make this arduous journey, yet Wuxia brought someone else with him. He pushed down the statue without any resistance as well. The duo brought the statue down to the base. Wuxia put it down and patted his palms. The spectators finally noticed how large the statue was. Everyone had to raise their head to get a good look. Li, what are you doing? How dare you take the statue away and disrespect the ancestors? One bold youth shouted at Wuxia. This is more than that, he's colluding with the enemy to steal the ancestral statue, a crime worthy of death. An expert who hated Wuxia added. Death? He needs to be flayed for days and have his clan exterminated. Others started chiming in. The crowd nearby furiously criticized him, but he didn't give a damn. He stretched lazily and glanced at them before smiling. So many here to play. If you want to kill me, come then, show me what you can do. He exerted his dominance and showed his disdain towards them without trying to defend himself. Wei Qianqing smiled wryly after hearing this, not knowing what to say. She initially wanted to speak on his behalf, but he had just offended everyone. Given this situation, even if she were to say anything, their saliva would drown her out anyway. His response silenced the crowd for a bit. He was being too direct, so it caught them off guard. They expected him to at least have an excuse. We're all busy people. Wuxia continued amidst the silence. I don't have time, so just attack me. Your intent doesn't matter, just come so we can end this fast. The crowd exchanged glances. Everyone knew that he was weak, only an enlightened being or so. Anyone here could actually defeat him. Nonetheless, his previous battle exploits still deterred them, so no one wanted to take the risk. Rumble. A cavalry arrived in a boisterous manner and interrupted their rumination. Chapter 3787. The cavalry instantly surrounded the area and created an impregnable iron wall. Their formation was impeccable, their movement immaculate. The training necessary to have such great teamwork impressed the crowd. However, a murderous atmosphere took over. The soldiers' spears gleamed brightly in a chill-inducing fashion. The tips clearly have tasted blood numerous times in battles. This cavalry looked like the bringer of death. War camp. Everyone understood that this group was part of war camp. Just these elites could absolutely take down another army. The third prince. Someone else murmured after seeing the commander. The third prince rode in front and had full armor on, looking gallant and heroic just like an experienced general. Both his appearance and aura were impressive, always garnering a good first impression from others. On the other hand, the crown prince seemed lacking in comparison. This was the reason why he had numerous supporters in Vajra. They thought that a talent like him would have a bright future, able to lead Vajra to greatness. Wuxia, do you know what you have done? The group surrounded Wuxia and the prince shouted. The crowd thought that Vajra dynasty was finally taking action. Was the prince representing Vajra? You wish to play? Li Qie chuckled. Taking the ancestral statue and colluding with the enemy, one crime after another, all are unforgivable. Your clan shall be exterminated. The prince coldly uttered. Some found this surprising. One of them murmured, the third prince is in charge of Vajra now. Do the ancestors support him? In terms of status, Li Qie was above the third prince. The latter should never do something like this without the support from ancestral temple. Do you think you are qualified to carry out the punishment? Li Qie smiled. The prince turned red. A royal member like him has always been held in high regard. Moreover, his prestige was considerable since he had the court's support. Nonetheless, Li Qie was indeed above him right now. This was truly frustrating. He still doesn't have dominion yet. The spectating experts understood right away. It seemed that Li Qie was indeed a traitor. However, the prince lacked the authority to question and accuse Li Qie. Since you're Vadra's saber messenger, the dynasty needs to maintain order by punishing you. I shall take up this responsibility. The prince roared, wanting to find a perfect reason to eliminate Li Qie for the sake of his future. Li Qie had done something unforgivable and unsalvageable. Those who back him up would be dragged down too. Thus, the prince didn't want to miss this godsend opportunity. Okay, you alone or the entire cavalry? Li Qie tapped the saber hanging by his waist, looking very amused. The soldier's expression froze after seeing this. The third prince ordered them to come, but ultimately, they still needed to obey Vajra before any single person. Without ancestral temple's permission, they couldn't do anything to Li Qie regardless of his heinous conduct. This was the privilege of being the saber messenger. The third prince looked embarrassed. He alone had no confidence in capturing Li Qie and knew that the cavalry might not listen to his order. Li, how do you still have the audacity to keep that saber? You have betrayed us all, the reputation of Vajra is tainted because of you. The prince bellowed, if you have any hint of dignity and self-respect left, relinquish your status as the saber messenger and take us on. His only option was to taunt Li Qie so that the guy would actively remove his status. That's the only thing holding him back. You make it sound as if I care about this position. Very well, no more. Li Qie smirked and casually tossed the saber onto the ground. His choice astounded the spectators. Being the saber messenger in Vajra was a big deal. Even the king needed to treat him with respect. Anyone would cherish this status, yet Li Qie gave it up without a second thought. They exchanged glances, thinking that the whole thing was confusing. This Li Qie was amazing, to be able to treat authority like trash. The prince himself became frozen since he had zero confidence in his psychological taunt earlier. Nonetheless, he still needed to try. It was obvious that only a fool would fall for his trick. Alas, Li Qie actually jumped right into the pit. He had no idea that it would be so easy. After a while, he regained his wits and became ecstatic. It would be too easy to deal with Li Qie now. Li, you have thrown away the saber and are no longer the saber messin, the prince shouted. Just a crappy blade to chop wood, not worth a single coin. Li Qie interrupted, causing the crowd to have a wry smile on their face. No, absolutely not. A newcomer suddenly arrived and hurriedly stopped their conversation. Young master, you are the embodiment of nobility and prestige. The person picked up the saber and hung it back on Li Qie's waist. Please don't be angry over this trivial matter. You'll always be the saber messenger of Vajra no matter what. National teacher? The crowd became startled again. The newcomer was none other than Yimingshi serving as the imperial teacher. Just his appearance alone was surprising since he rarely showed himself without official business. National teacher. The prince didn't appreciate his nearly fulfilled plan being ruined. Nonetheless, he didn't dare to become angry. He chose to abandon this status on his own accord. Moreover, a disrespectful traitor like him doesn't deserve to be the messenger. Third prince. Heed the decree of the king. Yimingshi spoke loudly with a serious expression. Chapter 3788. Yi Mingshi had an imperial decree in his hand. It pulsed in a dazzling manner with the totems of Vajra dynasty. A regal aura manifested and suppressed the area. Everyone understood that this decree was real. This regal aura required the seal of the dynasty. Many got on their knees. Even the top experts and ancestors slightly bowed to show their respect. The majority of the kneelers came from Metropolis. After all, this division had the highest number of nobles and officials. Their clans might not have any current members in the court, but the dynasty still greatly affected them. The members of the other divisions didn't need to work for Vajra. Nonetheless, Vajra was still the current ruler of the Holy Ground with the permission of Sacred Mountain. Thus, some ancestors didn't need to give Vajra any face, but they chose to be respectful to Sacred Mountain. As for the cavalry, they immediately prostrated and started shouting, "Long live the king! Third Prince of Vajra, you have mobilized the army without permission. Withdraw right now. Your punishment will be house arrest for 3 years." Yi Mingshi loudly read the content. What? The decree shocked both the prince and the listeners. No one expected archaic Sun King to write this decree. This is insanity. The third prince is only trying to protect Vajra's reputation. One youth quietly whispered, vexed. The young ones didn't dare to voice their disagreement, but they felt that this decree was incorrect. Archaic Sun King must be senile. An older expert said quietly, Li Chia deserves death for his crimes so far while the prince is trying to restore order to Vajra. Why would he protect Li Chia and remove the prince? As the saber messenger, what Li Chia had done thus far could negatively impact Vajra's authority or even cause a serious disaster. Numerous other powers coveted Vajra's position. This would be their chance to make a move. Any king would know the right path to take, punishing Li Chia to protect Vajra's sovereignty. In this case, archaic Sun King did the exact opposite. This didn't win him any love from the crowd, especially the young members of the noble clans. How idiotic, who would want to work for such an incapable ruler? A big shot from the last generation criticized the king. Many felt the same way, that the king couldn't tell right from wrong. This would ruin Vajra's long-running foundation. His incompetence isn't a recent thing. One ancestor said, it's actually a miracle that Vajra hasn't declined or fallen under his leadership. The experts nearby agreed with this assessment. Ever since his coronation, most thought that he was incapable and only cared about everlasting life, neglecting his official duties. The critics had no idea how someone like him managed to become the king when Vajra had numerous talents. Strangely enough, the dynasty showed no sign of decline while being under this foolish king's rule. This could be considered a miracle. The third prince's expression became as ugly as can be after hearing the decree. Being under house arrest for 3 years meant the end of his future. 3 years weren't long for cultivators, but for his situation? Anything could happen in 3 years. For example, the death of archaic Sun King and the crown prince would take over. National teacher, there must be a mistake. The prince became agitated. Your Highness, an imperial edict is never mistaken. Yi Mingshi flatly responded. Though Yi Mingshi wasn't from Vajra, he still had immense influence in the court. This was due to his own power and the trust of the king. The prince had to resist. National teacher, Li Chia is a lawless villain and an obvious traitor. He failed to carry out the duty of a saber messenger and ruined the dynasty's reputation in the process. What I'm trying to do is to rid Vajra of this stain. From all angles, the one who should be punished is Li Chia, not me. I have nothing but loyalty for Vajra and have shown it on the battlefield, risking my life to contribute. He was quite heated towards the end because this could be the end of his imperial ambition. He had to do everything possible to prevent this. That's right. Other youths from noble clans chimed in to show their support. They have always wanted him to be the next king for Vajra's sake. His Highness has nothing but meritorious contributions on the battlefield, he shouldn't be treated this way. Treacherous conspirators must have whispered poison into His Majesty's ears. People like this deserve death. Another young expert shouted. Exactly, get rid of the sycophants. The crowd got riled up again, kill them and prove the prince's innocence. By this point, even the members from the other divisions spoke up for the third prince. He always had a good relationship with other influential cultivators. Thus, their support came due to personal benefits on top of an amicable relationship with the prince. The prince has the people's heart. An older expert nodded approvingly. In recent years, everyone was aware of the prince attempting to build a powerful faction. This was a successful endeavor and absolutely crucial if he wanted to defeat the crown prince. Overcoming the traditional successive rule was far from easy. In fact, the crown prince was also watching from far away with a frown. Your Highness, it looks like the third prince is out of favor. His Majesty has confined him for 3 years, clearly forbidding him from competing with you. The throne is definitely yours now. An old follower behind him said. As the crown prince's servant, he naturally became excited since his status would rise as well. That's not the case. The crown prince shook his head. This is younger brother being favored. How can that be? The servant didn't understand. After 3 years, you might be sitting on the throne already, Your Highness. Mind your words. His Majesty is a true dragon and will be able to live for thousands of years more without a problem. The crown prince responded, when a storm is present, it's best if one can stay outside, that's the best situation. His frown grew more intense after saying this. The servant vaguely got the point. The crown prince was worried because he thought that a period of 3 years was both short and long, depending on the circumstances. This house arrest might actually be a good thing. If the king was thinking for the third prince's sake with this choice, it meant that he wasn't as valued and that his position was awfully precarious. Alas, he didn't have many cards up his sleeve in the court. Li Qia was his only ace. The problem was, Li Qia was too unfathomable. He couldn't control this card. Once played, he had no idea what would happen. Thus, he had a different opinion compared to his little brother. The latter thought that his future would be ruined, so the guy was doing everything possible to prevent this. Meanwhile, the third prince found more confidence after seeing the support of the young cultivators present. Chapter 3789. The third prince stepped forward, still looking imposing. This was the temperament of someone who had experienced numerous battlefields. National teacher, if eliminating villains and traitors is a crime, then I am guilty. Someone like him deserves to be persecuted by all members of the holy ground. To have this shameless vermin in our dynasty is disgraceful, let alone leaving him to be our saber messenger. The prince said with righteousness and powerful rhetoric, I am a member of the royal clan, so I have the responsibility to protect justice and order for the dynasty. I don't care if I have to sacrifice my life in exchange for the lights to return to Vidra. The speech meant to arouse the crowd. Each word was spoken with conviction and oomph, as if he was the guardian of Vidra, ready to sacrifice his life to maintain order and justice. The youths heard his devotion to righteousness and became emotional, having nothing but admiration for him. The third prince is an essential pillar of the dynasty. One youth said loudly, the dynasty is lucky to have someone like him. But a holy ground requires this type of wise ruler. We must protect him and prosecute the actual criminal, Li Qia. Another young expert shouted. Protect the prince for the sake of justice, kill Li Qia to eliminate evil. Protect the prince for the sake of justice, kill Li Qia to eliminate evil. A furor erupted in no time at all. This was indicative of the prince's popularity in the holy ground. Many sects and powers have chosen to support him. Ultimately, he wasn't the rightful heir to the throne in terms of seniority. Thus, if they could actually get him there, they would be remembered for their contribution. They would then become notable clans like the Li and Zhang. Moreover, he was a capable talent as well and should be able to lead Vidra towards prosperity. The third prince maintained a nonchalant expression but was actually celebrating inside. Your Highness, conduct yourself with dignity. It is not too late to follow me back to the palace for your detention. Yi Mingshi was unmoved. Alas, the prince saw the passionate crowd and thought that this was his only chance. National teacher, I will follow you back but not now. Wait until I kill Li Chia. I will bear all the responsibilities alone if father wants an answer. We cannot allow someone like him to exist in Vidra. The prince powerfully asserted. The prince is innocent. Li Chia deserves death. His supporters cried out again. Fine, you will bear the consequences of your action. Yi Mingshi glanced at him and said. He took several steps backward and commanded, War camp, withdraw. The prince wanted to go all the way against Li Chia, but this wasn't the case for the cavalry. This legion had absolute loyalty towards Vajia and the king. Some generals and even commanders in the legion supported the third prince along with the soldiers. However, above all else, they would still obey the king. War camp was a cornerstone of the dynasty while Archaic Sun was the current king. If they didn't follow the king's order, it would be quite detrimental to Vidra's authority. Therefore, the group that had fully surrounded Li Chia quietly retreated to the side. They wanted to support the third prince, but this would be going against the king, a crime worthy of clan extermination. Only the third prince was left, standing face to face against Li Chia. Death cannot deter me from fighting for Vidra. The prince proclaimed in a heroic manner. He looked as if he was facing a great army all alone, truly a romantic picture. A hero of Vidra. Many youths gave him a thumbs up after seeing this. Idiot, you don't even realize that your old geezer tried to save you. I'll lend you a hand since you want to die. Li Chia chuckled after seeing this. How dare you disrespect father? I will cut you to pieces. The prince shouted. The crowd exchanged glances and smiled wryly. Though Li Chia was the saber messenger of Vidra, calling the Archaic Sun King old geezer was too disrespectful to both the king and the dynasty. Seems like you don't realize that it'll take zero effort for me to kill you. Li Chia said. The spectators watched in silence, already smelling a stench of blood in the air after the nonchalant comment. They disliked Li Chia for his arrogance but still admitted that he was capable. After all, he had killed Zhang Yunji and Li Shangxuan before. The prince was versed in military strategy and his cultivation was decent as well. However, it wasn't easy to gauge him against the 5 heroes of duality. Those who were close to him thought that he was on the same level or even stronger than the 5. However, the majority thought the opposite. After all, he spent his time worrying about politics and war, not cultivation. That's why they didn't have high hopes for him in this one-on-one fight and thought that it would be a heroic sacrifice. The third prince turned red after being shown such disdain by Li Chia. He bellowed, Li, I will take you down for Vidra's sake even if it's the last thing I do. 1 or 2 moves, that's all it'll take. Li Chia smiled. The prince's complexion turned redder since he was humiliated by Li Chia's contempt. No one else refuted Li Chia because he had always kept his words. And if I join? A cold voice sounded, strong and penetrating. Everyone looked back and saw an armored youth strutting confidently closer. Hu Ben of Vidra. Others were surprised to see him. Yes, Vidra needs him right now to uphold justice. One young expert raised his voice, clearly trying to mock the national teacher. Under these circumstances, the teacher rather sided with a traitor rather than the third prince. This was akin to aiding evil instead of justice. Now, Hu Ben came and finally did the right thing. Yi Mingshi ignored this comment and seemed to be deep in thought. Hu Ben is another pillar of Vidra. Discussions sprung up among the spectators. Right, he was the first one to fight righteous Sion to protect the holy ground's prestige. He's not afraid of authority today either and is willing to take the risk, how rare. One youth said with admiration. Li Chia is just a shameless scum in comparison, humph. Another snorted, when the holy ground requires help, he doesn't stand up against the Sion. In fact, he's colluding with them to steal our resources. Chapter 3790, Hu Ben's support for the third prince earned him adulation and respect. They thought that he was a crucial pillar of the holy ground. This was understandable due to his fight against the Scion. He led the vanguard and took charge when no one else did. Though he lost, it was an honorable defeat and actually heightened his status. Today, his choice might offend archaic Sun King, something potentially detrimental to his own well-being. Nonetheless, he did so without any hesitation while thinking of the bigger picture. Conversely, Li Qie didn't do anything to oppose the Scion nor lend an inch of his strength for the holy ground. Worst of all, he conspired with Su Tsueme, a disciple from Righteous, to steal Diana Dao Lord's statue. The experts here reviled him for his conduct and didn't hide their distaste. Of course, Li Qie ignored their comments and showed zero emotion on his face. He glanced at Hu Ben and smiled, "Come together. 2 or 3 moves if I'm feeling nice, just 1 if otherwise." "What, 1 move?" The crowd clamored in response. "Li, you're too arrogant. Who do you think you are? The ultimate cultivator in history?" Another couldn't help but shout. "Too much bravado," someone else said. Everyone knew that Li Qie's methods were out of this world, but needing just 1 move to defeat his 2 foes was still hard to believe. Just the 3rd prince alone, sure, definitely possible. On the other hand, to do so against Hu Ben seemed rather implausible because they had seen Hu Ben in action back at Smokefire Fortress. Does he think he is Righteous Scion? This is way over the top. One youth snorted. Even the Scion might not be able to beat Hu Ben with just 1 move. Everyone saw that previous battle, right? Another chimed in. Meanwhile, Hu Ben had an ugly expression, a usual occurrence for those tasting Li Qie's contempt. "I see." He laughed from being too angry and said, "Everyone says our holy ground is full of hidden masters. Well, I can't wait to see the true dragons and white tigers today. Which will be able to defeat me so fast?" He had fought against the top dog of the young generation and gained insight into his own abilities. Thus, not to mention 1 move, Li Qie wouldn't be able to defeat him within 3. "Hu Ben, teach this arrogant fool a lesson, don't let a wretch like him live in the holy ground." A fan shouted. "That's right, this scum deserves 1,000 deaths. Kill him and maintain order." Others started joining in. Some of these youths were furious and wanted to chop Li Qie into mincemeat. On the other hand, Su Tsueme stood aside with a calm expression. She shook her head, thinking that these speakers were idiots. Wei Qianqing felt worried for Li Qie. This happened because of her and now he was against the entire dynasty. She thought that this might end with Li Qie's death, and it would be a gruesome one. "Looks like quite a few of you want me to die." Li Qie smiled amusingly and beckoned the aggressive crowd. "Come now, show me your determination and ability." He had no issue with challenging the entire holy ground in a haughty and carefree manner. The crowd exchanged glances. No one really wanted to step up to face Li Qie. Of course, they had no problem running their mouth enthusiastically, but to actually step on the stage? Li Qie had insane schemes and methods. Moreover, the holy ground had other talents such as Hu Ben. It wasn't their turn to worry anyway. Pa. It is disgraceful for Vajra to have a degenerate like him as part of the court. One of them said with disdain. These cultivators knew perfectly what to say to match the situation. But to tell them to fight to the death over justice? That's impossible since their personal benefits haven't been negatively impacted. This was Vajra's personal issue. They didn't need to risk their lives. So this is what people mean when they say the holy ground is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. They forgot to add one last part, turtles hiding in their shell. Li Qie laughed and said, "No wonder why Righteous Scion looks down on you bunch, capable tongues yet shaky hands." The crowd glared angrily at Li Qie with fire in their eyes, wanting to incinerate him into ashes. Of course, the glares were fully ineffective. "If you wish to challenge all the heroes in the holy ground, I will work together with Brother Hu Ben to see your wondrous techniques, yes?" A cold voice uttered. This newcomer came with auspicious energy and a flashing figure. He looked to be an ethereal spirit without physical form. Phantom's sacred child. Everyone recognized this youth. Now, the other side looked quite impressive with the third prince, Hu Ben, and Phantom. Even Phantom's sacred child has lost his patience because of this Li's arrogance. He needs to be taught a lesson. One member of Divine Ghost Division scowled. Phantom's sacred child is known for his friendly temperament and patience. He's only doing this because Li Qie is unbearable. A young genius remarked. Some experts started wondering. Phantom was nowhere to be found against the Scion, yet he showed up to fight Li Qie? Nonetheless, the older ones expected this. Li Qie's arrogance was one thing, but Phantom always had a good relationship with the third prince. The latter seemed to be the main reason for his appearance. So Divine Ghost Division has chosen third brother. The Crown Prince sighed while watching from a distance. He tried to befriend Phantom several times in order to build a relationship with Divine Ghost Division. However, Phantom remained cordial but unmoved. There have been rumors of them supporting the third prince, but they have never expressed their stance. In the key moment today where the third prince was branded as an offender, Phantom still came to support him. This made everything apparent. The three of us against you, how about it? Hu Ben spoke. Till death. The third prince added, not wanting Li Qie to leave this place alive. Chapter 3791. The addition of Phantom's sacred child emboldened the third prince. His confidence virtually doubled. Putting Phantom aside, this meant that Divine Ghost Division also had his back. They would be one of the main forces for his royal competition later on. 2 geniuses out of the 4 were on his side now. He was confident that his group would be able to take down Li Qie. The guy is done for this time. A youth on the prince's side laughed boisterously. He can't escape death even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Others shouted with palpable excitement. Right, he can't act arrogant for long, the trio will definitely be able to kill him. More joined in. It's too early to draw a conclusion, Li Qie's methods are unfathomable, always exceeding expectations. A big shot pondered while looking at Li Qie's calm expression. This wasn't going to be so simple. So what? He can't be as strong as Righteous Scion. Another old expert argued, otherwise, other methods are just useless and can't match absolute force. Just wait, the show is about to begin. A more neutral member said. The young ones, especially the fans of the trio, started shouting, Sacred Child, show this Brett the immensity of heaven and earth, rid our holy ground of a vermin. Scums like him deserve to be eliminated. One more bellowed. Others showed no hesitation in expressing their disdain. They had animosity towards Li Qie not because of any existing feud. It's just that his prior comment insulted their dignity and pride, hence their hatred. Because of this, how could they not be excited to see the trio going up against Li Qie? Rumble. Suddenly, loud explosions came from the horizon and silenced the crowd, causing them to shudder. Everyone turned back and became startled. Righteous Scion. Righteous Scion is here. The young ones became overwhelmed with shock after seeing the chariot. Yes, another cultivator has arrived, Righteous Scion. The wheels of his chariot issued loud grinds and Tao explosions, seemingly crushing the myriad worlds and the heart of the listeners. His reputation preceded him. Even those who haven't seen him before turned pale. He stood on his chariot, still as dominating and impressive as ever. His domineering aura suffocated those nearby. The ones who witnessed the previous 2 battles were even more afraid. So soon. One old expert took a deep breath. Everyone knew that he had entered Metropolis. However, they didn't expect him to arrive at Minor Sacred Mountain so early, thinking that he would spend more time sightseeing at the capital. The 2 top geniuses, Hu Ben and Phantom's sacred child, had a stoic expression. They knew just how strong he was. In just a short time, people down by the base receded like the tides to make room for him. The shouters earlier kept their mouths shut, not daring to utter a single word. Righteous Scion perused the area before stopping at Li Chia. He smiled and bowed. Young master, your fame resounds like thunder piercing the ear. It is an honor to see you today. Among the crowd were members of the previous generation such as ancestors, Hu Bens, and Phantom. However, he ignored all of them and respectfully greeted Li Chia instead. This was rather unexpected, so some speculated that these two knew each other beforehand. Li Chia glanced at him and commented, actually not bad. Righteous does have plenty of talents. You're too kind, young master. All the talents in the world can't compare to you alone. The Scion laughed. I am indeed fond of flattery. Li Chia chuckled. Righteous Scion then stared at the trio and declared, those three? No need for you to waste your time, young master. Just give the command and I'll crush them for you. The trio and the rest of the crowd's expression immediately changed. The Scion's power was one thing, but these two seemed to have a special relationship. First, he should have no problem defeating the three. The problem was, Li Chia was the saber messenger of Vajra while the Scion was the successor of Righteous. The two seemed to be aiming at the holy ground right now. Clearly colluding with the enemy. One youth quietly said, traitors should be executed. This sentiment permeated the spectators. It looked like Li Chia had sold the holy ground to Righteous, hence the youth's indignation and resentment. However, most remained quiet due to the Scion's presence. Hu Ben's group was alarmed. They had no confidence in stopping the Scion. Right now, they needed De Galan to shoulder the burden. Find a nice and cool place with shade and wait. Li Chia waved dismissively at the Scion, a little exercise is good. This attitude towards the Scion was unheard of. Not to mention the young generation, not even older experts would dare to talk to the Scion in this manner. Li Chia waved his hand as if he was swatting a fly. I don't dare to disobey, young master. The Scion cupped his fist and smiled, then retreated to the sideline. This naturally shocked the crowd further. Li Chia's arrogance was one thing since he has always been like this. It wasn't particularly strange for him to act this way towards Righteous Scion too. However, the Scion didn't become angry at all. The right word to describe his attitude would be subservient. Was this due to him being awfully magnanimous and not minding the trivial detail? This became the key question in everyone's mind. Both Hu Ben and Phantom's sacred child stared at each other, feeling as confused as the rest while trying to guess the relationship between Li Chia and Righteous Scion. Chapter 3792. After the Scion backed off, Li Chia stretched and lazily told the trio, okay, all together or one at a time? All eyes were on the trio. Everyone thought that the three would naturally work together. In a one-on-one scenario, the first to lose would be the third prince. This was rather unanimous among the crowd. The three thought about it for a bit. The third prince naturally wanted to fight together with Hu Ben and Phantom. That would give them the highest probability of winning. Going alone against Li Chia was akin to asking for defeat. Since you're asking, you must be afraid of us teaming up. The third prince initiated a psychological taunt. He was worried that Phantom and Hu Ben would care too much about face and agree to a one-on-one battle. That's something he absolutely didn't want to see. Obviously. Li Chia lazily responded, as if the three of you together are a threat. Phantom and Hu Ben initially wanted to say some polite and humble lines first to make everyone look good. Alas, Li Chia's comment infuriated them. Such contempt was truly insulting for famous geniuses like them. We'll obey if that is your wish. Phantom coldly uttered. Hu Ben scowled and said, your mysterious means are known by all, so let's see them today. We'll see if you're as magical as the rumors. That's no problem. Li Chia nonchalantly said, I'm sure it hasn't been easy for you all to get this far, so I will allow a little bit of actual struggling. Otherwise, you'll die without being able to close your eyes and will become resentful ghosts. The trio turned red and breathed heavily with rage. They could no longer maintain their elegant appearance, only wanting to use violence against Li Qie and stomp his face into a pulp. So arrogant. The crowd clamored again, whether it be the young or old. Both thought that Li Qie was being outrageous. Of course, a few experts didn't find this surprising. They shook their head and murmured, "That's Li Qie, if he wasn't like this, he wouldn't be Li Qie." The majority thought that Li Qie would be able to kill the trio with just one move. That's impossible. The third prince took it better than the other two because of his internal lack of confidence. But Phantom and Hu Ben had a twisted expression due to the humiliation entailed. "I see, I can't wait to see how amazing you are then," Hu Ben shouted sarcastically. Phantom had purple lightning in his eyes as he said menacingly, "Don't blame us for being merciless since you're courting death. Today will be your last. That's right, this will be a battle till death. Don't think about leaving this place alive." The third prince took this opportunity to assert this again, fully pulling his allies into the fray. "Bold words, but I'm afraid they'll be your last," Li Qie nonchalantly said. Phantom and Hu Ben scowled thunderously and displayed their power to the horror of the crowd. The trio no longer wasted time and began to position themselves around Li Qie. As they gradually moved forward, the crowd watched with bated breath. Meanwhile, the Scion watched with great interest. He had heard plenty of things about Li Qie and didn't dare to underestimate him. The problem was the cultivation gap. What shocking method would Li Qie use to take down these foes? The Scion then came up with thousands and thousands of ways in his head in a matter of seconds. He put himself in Li Qie's shoes and knew that he wouldn't be able to win regardless of his wondrous techniques and invincible treasures. Even in the virtually impossible outcome of victory, it would be an arduous one with heavy prices. That's why he was very curious about Li Qie's claim. On the other hand, Su Tsueme had a natural expression and wasn't that invested in the battle as if the outcome was obvious. The trio formed a horn formation, ready to support each other while surrounding the enemy. Though they haven't fought together previously, they were still top geniuses who could act with excellent teamwork. Li Qie still had a relaxed expression, unlike the trio's solemn appearance. He smiled and said, "Okay, time to use your best treasures and techniques. It'll be your last chance." Eyes widened after listening to him. Rumor has it that Phantom's sacred child has managed to invite an invincible weapon from Myriad Blood's sect. The crowd certainly wanted to take a look. Good. The third prince was the first to react. He was the weakest, so there was no way he would hold back from the start. Otherwise, he could be slowing down his allies. Boom! His vitality erupted and soared to the sky like the celestials, extending for a long distance. Myriad forms sanctity, just barely though. One step in. One big shot commented. The others nodded. The prince wasn't the best among the young generation, but he still stood out. Chapter 3793. The third prince truly didn't hold back since his life was on the line today. If he were to lose and somehow survive, he would have no place in Vajra anyway after disobeying an imperial decree. Thus, victory was the only option. His other cards could come into play afterward. Clank. 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 Pieces of green jade began to come together to form a whip. Once it fully assembled, it looked like a green snake with its head raised and an oscillating tongue flick. The individual scale-like sections were sharp. It didn't need a direct hit, just a slight brush would result in serious damage. However, the most terrifying thing about this weapon was neither its cold glow nor its sharpness. A murderous energy was present, resembling a suffocating draconic aura. It seemed rather evil and potent. Any contact would result in a withering effect. As the third prince wielded it, the spectators felt as if a green-scaled poisonous dragon had possessed him. Jade Scale Poison Whip. An expert became startled after seeing the weapon. Others didn't know about this whip but agreed with the naming choice, at least from its appearance. This is the legendary heirloom of the Zhou, right? One expert found this astonishing. Why does the third prince have it? Another blurted out. The Zhou was an influential clan in Vajra and had generations of officials. Of course, their status was far inferior compared to the Li or Zhang. This whip was their heirloom, the strongest weapon left behind by an ancestor. It has been worshipped by the descendants and only used when absolutely necessary. That's why people were surprised to see the third prince with it. Nonetheless, the older experts with knowledge of the court reacted quickly and came up with a reason right away. The Zhou certainly had a special relationship with the third prince, clearly wanting to support him in his effort for the throne. In the case of success, they might become the next Li or Zhang. A prince needing to use someone else's heirloom, a youth murmured. He's not the crown prince and there are plenty of princes. An older expert responded. The young ones understood after hearing this. Though the third prince had plenty of notable contributions, he was still only a prince, not the successor. He naturally didn't have access to the strongest weapons or heirlooms of Vajra. If the royal clan were to give him these weapons, it would be improper due to the existence of the crown prince. They would be admitting wanting to replace him. That's where the Zhou came in, giving him exactly what he needed. Boom! Hu Ben also released a torrent of vitality that virtually flipped the sky over. It contained plenty of grand Dao power, piercing through the world. Halos manifested and filled the area. Grand Dao's sacred physique. His cultivation realm became apparent to the crowd. The young will surpass us in no time. An older big shot became sentimental. Hu Ben was so young yet he was already at the sacred level. Though he might not become a Dao Lord in the future, he would still be a mighty heavenly sovereign. Buzz. His vitality and halos suddenly became infected by a golden shade. His body was engulfed in a golden layer with a hint of blue and bronze. His battle intent surged, causing him to resemble a war god. His eyes flashed brightly, seemingly able to open a new world. Archaic Sun Battle Art. A supreme technique from the founder of Vajra, even before Vajra Dao Lord. One ancestor became startled. The founding king of Vajra was an incredible heavenly sovereign who left behind this famous art. For a long period of time, it served as the strongest merit law of Vajra and the ultimate treasure of martial hall. Later on, Vajra managed to build a relationship with Vajra Dao Lord through ample efforts. The Dao Lord then bestowed them various merit laws. From then on, archaic Sun battle art was no longer their best merit law. Nonetheless, this didn't mean that it was weak. Numerous disciples and royal members wished they could learn it. For example, the third prince didn't have access to it while Hu Ben did. This was quite surprising. No wonder why people say that Hu Ben might become the next guardian of Vajra. An important character said softly, or that he's the current guardian's disciple. There is no smoke without fire. So Hu Ben was holding back. Others exchanged glances. Everyone assumed that Hu Ben had gone all out against the scion. This didn't seem to be the case. He clearly had thoughts about escaping then. In that case, how would he answer to the soldiers from Vigorous Tiger Legion who died in battle? Was the fight just for show? Thus, the crowd didn't wish to dwell on this topic due to how sensitive it was. Buzz. Phantom's eruption of power wasn't as flashy as the previous two. It consisted of a strand of blood shooting upward. However, it disappeared right away, replaced by a violet aura. This aura permeated the air and Phantom disappeared. Where is he? A youth wondered. Over there. A keen-eyed spectator noticed a faint shadow, but it disappeared once more. No, there. Another one shouted. The shadow continuously appeared and disappeared within the aura. Two scenarios seemed plausible here, either that he was moving continuously or that he was omnipresent without changing position. Phantom Sky Shift. Someone recognized this technique. Chapter 3794, Phantom Sky Shift was another famed technique, originating from Myriad Blood Sect. For millions of years, some claim that this technique was second to none, including Dao Lord and Imperial merit laws. Phantom's sacred child had his title because he trained in this school and achieved near perfection. Though he wasn't the strongest genius, he was definitely the most elusive due to this technique. It made him impossible to spot, a perfect characteristic for assassination. If he wished to pursue this wish, he would definitely be among the best ones. However, due to his noble upbringing, he looked down on this type of conduct. Despite being able to go into stealth and kill his foe, he always fought in a direct manner, never ambushing anyone without warning. This choice actually earned him some admiration from others. As the three surrounded their opponent, Phantom pulsed in and out of existence, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Hu Ben looked possessed by a war god with his archaic sun battle art. Just one move seemed enough to pulverize Li Chia. As for the third prince, the jade scale whip coiled around him like a venomous serpent, inching its head outward to scout. Its target was Li Chia's throat. They made ample preparation and would go all out at the start of the fight. The crowd held their breath, some even had both hands on their head from being too nervous. Everyone knew that once started, it would be a ferocious fight. Who would survive the first move? Fellow Daoist Li, we are ready. You can summon your weapon now. Phantom spoke while still pulsing chaotically. His speed seemed to be too fast for people's eyes to keep up as he kept on switching locations. Take out your weapon. We will not fight an unarmed man. Hu Ben shouted. The third prince only scowled and didn't say anything. He naturally would prefer to fight a weaponless Li Chia. Alas, this obviously couldn't be said out loud. All eyes were on Li Chia, curious about his choice of weapon. Previously, he wore the armor from Wish Ward and made history by destroying 2 factions. This armor has been returned to the ward, but everyone knew that he had earned the Hug Mouse's grace. He certainly had other treasures in his possession. Of course, some focused on the ancestral saber as well, since he had used it to kill Li Xianquan and Zhang Yunji. A weapon. Li Chia smiled and reached into his pocket to dig around. Let me see, is there any suitable one? This searching process kept both the crowd and his opponents on edge. The latter worried that he might take out a world-renowned weapon or treasure. That would be a terrible development. However, he took a while and couldn't find anything, shaking his head and giving up next. He begrudgingly said, "Sigh, nothing suitable. It's tough being poor, can't even come up with anything good." Since he took so long, everyone assumed that he would take out something incredible. Their expectation was betrayed. You want to fight us without a weapon? Hu Ben scowled. This would be extremely advantageous for them, but from another perspective, extremely humiliating as well, something unacceptable for someone as prideful as Hu Ben. Only the third prince desired this condition. Of course not. Li Chia smiled. That would make it seem as if I'm looking down on you three, so I still need to find a weapon. What should I use? He started looking around. The crowd became confused because he had a perfect weapon already, the saber hanging by his waist. What was he trying to do? This isn't bad. He walked up next to a tree and broke a branch off. He brushed the leaves off and returned to say, "Good, this will do." The trio's expression soured while the crowd was astonished. He really wanted to use a branch against them? This was more insulting than if he were to use his bare hands. Is this a joke? He must be trying to insult them. Someone said. It's too disrespectful towards the opponents. One youth who was a fan of Phantom became indignant. As for the big shots, they had no idea what Li Chia wanted to do. He had no reason to insult the trio any further. This seemed like a waste of time and effort. You really wish to fight us to the death using that branch? Phantom coldly asked. Why not? Li Chia smiled. The third prince felt that he was purposely aggravating and insulting them. But nonetheless, this wasn't an actual big deal at all and he preferred it this way. So be it, we'll accept. The prince immediately said to prevent Li Chia from changing his mind. Li Chia ignored the guy's plan. He scratched his head, seemingly pondering. After a while, he said, as I was carrying the statue earlier, I saw some runes and found them quite interesting. I guess this is the perfect time to test their power. Having said that, he glanced briefly at Wei Qianqing. Since she knew his goal in taking away the statue, she understood the implication right away. Albeit shaken, she focused up and came closer to the statue, wanting to focus all of her thoughts on listening. Runes on top of the mountain? Maybe they're left behind by a Tao Lord? Someone from the previous generation was moved to hear this. After all, few managed to reach the pinnacle. The runes up there must be left behind by one of the 4 Tao Lords. During the crowd's contemplation, Li Qia pinned the branch onto the soil. It looked like a young plant afterward. Yen Ba Mi. He started chanting Buddhist scripture next while forming a mudra with both hands, looking as if he was holding a bottle. As the chant went on, liquid-like holy light manifested from thin air in the area between his palms where the bottle was supposed to be. This little holy light wasn't much in the holy ground. After all, every inch of the land contained this affinity and majestic power. Even new cultivators could start summoning this light. However, once the holy light touched the branch pinned to the ground, leaves immediately grew from the initially stripped branch. They weren't ordinary leaves since they had a Buddhist glow, looking like the leaves of a Bodhi tree. The branch itself also grew at a rapid speed, eventually becoming a tree taller than a man. The crowd watched with astonishment, not aware of Li Qia's intent. Changing a branch to a tree wasn't that special. Powerful cultivators could absolutely do so. Chapter 3795. The gentle Buddhist light allowed the tree to grow fast, from a branch to a regular tree with incredible leaves. They looked like Bodhi leaves, but this wasn't a Bodhi tree. The leaves emitted the same Buddhist affinity downward and bathed the roots. In just a short time, it seems that millions of years have passed for the roots and the main branch, becoming an integral part of the world. The tiny tree continued to grow in front of the awed spectators. Each leaf and branch pulsed brightly. With an increase in light, Tao runes also emerged. The tree seemed to be hiding an ancient Buddhist scripture containing peerless profundities. It lacked oppressive pressure and chance. Nonetheless, once the tree was formed, many became shaken with an urge to kneel. They eventually regained their wits and looked around, not aware of the tree's purpose. Flowers blossomed within the light and around the trees in a magnificent manner, looking like fireworks deep in space. The light flowers illuminated the area and mesmerized the spectators. Each flower was one world, this was everyone's thought. Sure enough, this was indeed the case. New words were being created with numerous living beings inside. As their faith grew, Buddhas were being born as well. It was astonishing to see this unforgettable process happening on Miner's sacred mountain. Numerous spectators from a distance got on their knees, thinking that they were seeing the mythical paradise while being enlightened by a Buddhist lord. Is this an illusion? One ancestor became startled. They had no idea if the tree was actually blossoming or just an illusion created by Li Qia. Though these ancestors were extremely powerful, they still couldn't see through the phenomenon. If this wasn't an illusion, then it would be even more shocking. Many have tried for a lifetime and never had the privilege to see the blossoming of a Buddhist tree. They didn't have time to think before the start of the next stage. The flowers disappeared, replaced by fruits on the branches. The fruits varied in form. One looked like a holy Buddha, another looked like a child. One had the form of a pagoda. The holy light emanating from them contained some sort of truths. The spectators became bewildered, wanting to take a bite or just swallow them whole. What is this? The experts were certainly amazed by this spectacle. However, this didn't seem to have anything to do with the fight. Why did Li Qia create this tree? It must have some special effects. Incredible. Even righteous Sion stroked his chin and mused, is this world crossing? Not quite. Those nearby felt their heart beating faster and stared at the Sion. He didn't look very certain. It shouldn't have anything to do with world crossing. One youth said, not daring to go against the Sion who was famous for both power and knowledge. None among the young generation was qualified to talk with him about the Tao. An ancestor ruminated, agreeing that this wasn't Diana Tao Lord's world crossing. It's not the same, but there are similarities regarding the mysteries of Buddhism. A high elder from a powerful clan responded. Many have seen world crossing during the battle between righteous Scion and golden cicada Buddhist child. Everyone vividly remembered the visual phenomena seen during golden cicada's performance. Now, Li Chie's technique looked completely different. The Buddhamization chapter. Su Tsueme standing in the corner sighed and murmured. Unfortunately, no one heard her. Of course, no one would think of Buddhamization. First, few left alive in the entire world had the privilege of seeing the actual scripture in action. World crossing derived by Diana Tao Lord from the Supreme Four Truths was far more popular. In reality, world crossing was a derivation or interpretation of Buddhamization. Many have learned world crossing in history. But as for Buddhamization? Who knows who actually got to see it besides Diana Tao Lord? These masters weren't known to the world. Thus, the fact that Su Tsueme could recognize the source of Li Chie's technique was indicative of her abilities. At the very least, it showed that she had made contact with a heavenly scripture. The question was, how? Her sect had access to the Evil Devourer chapter of the Four Truths, not Buddhamization. Okay, this is good enough. Li Chie clapped and relaxed his hands, no longer making them a draw. This is your weapon? Phantom's eyes narrowed while looking at the Buddhist tree. At the start, they thought that Li Chie would use the branch as a sword. They didn't expect him to grow a tree with it. That's one way to put it. As one wishes. Li Chie smiled. Others paid no mind to his comment with the exception of Wei Qianqing. She was close to the statue of Diana Tao Lord and closed her eyes, entering a state of meditation. As one wishes. Keep on acting mysterious all you want. The third prince said, fellow brothers, let's capture him now, he's trying to buy time. Hu Ben and Phantom exchanged glances before nodding. They didn't quite agree with the prince, but it certainly looked like Li Chie was buying time. No rush, no rush. I said that I would give you three a chance. What opponent do you want? Li Chie smirked. He then gently knocked on a fruit and said, this person, Diana Tao Lord, or Buddha Tao Lord, or Evil Seal Pagoda. The spectators followed Li Chie's lead through all the fruits and found that they looked very familiar. Because the holy ground worshipped these sages, they had portraits of the Tao Lords. For example, Diana Tao Lord. That fruit that Li Chie touched first truly looked like him. Diana Tao Lord, Buddha Tao Lord, even the ancestors took a deep breath. Li Chie's casual tap on the fruit was nothing short of a hammer striking his opponent's mind. These Tao Lords were the ultimate existences in the heart of the Holy Ground's members. If one day, they would suddenly need to face these Tao Lords. None dared to imagine this scenario. Chapter 3796. The trio staggered backward after hearing this. Fighting against the Tao Lords would result in unbearable pressure. In fact, other cultivators saw the shape of the fruits and became fearful as well. No cultivators would ever want to fight beings they deem as gods. What the hell are those fruits? One expert took a deep breath. Just an imitation, they can't have the same abilities as the great Tao Lords. I'm sure this is just an illusion. Another calmed down and said. As for the ancestors, they still had a hard time fathoming the fruits. They exchanged glances and didn't believe that the fruits had the power of the Tao Lords either. Humph, your trickery can't frighten us. Hu Ben roared. Let's go, this illusion definitely can't be that powerful. The third prince shouted and took the initiative. The longer this dragged on, the worse it would be for him. Thus, he wanted to end this as soon as possible. Clank. His jade scale whip immediately coiled upward and turned into a poisonous dragon. The green dragon had one scale on top of its head, exuding a terrible murderous intent. The crowd shuddered after seeing how potentially deadly it was. Anything touched by the murderous intent immediately withered. Be careful now. The startled spectators hurriedly retreated in order to avoid a needless death. Die. The third prince furiously roared and raised his hand, commanding the dragon to attack. It opened its mouth and shot out a beam of murderous intent, piercing through space itself. A withering force spread along the path, going as far as corroding the spatial fabrics to the horror of the crowd. It instantly appeared right before Li Qi's chest. Its speed and power were incredible. Once struck, Li Qie would die instantly without a chance to resist. Go. In this split second, Li Qie picked one fruit off the tree and casually tossed it forward. Boom! The fruit actually managed to stop the murderous beam from hitting his chest. This was the fruit in the form of a golden pagoda. It immediately became larger, its Buddhist light halted the murderous beam. What? The spectators couldn't believe it. Don't celebrate just yet. Hu Ben was the next to seize the momentum and leaped upward. The archaic sun battle art was utilized to its limit and covered him in a fiery golden armor. He had a halberd capable of splitting the sky. The flames from the armor were extremely sharp with lacerating pulses. Hu Ben became tall enough to force everyone to look up to see him. The celestials circled around his head as if he was the only true god in the world. His power under the boost of the battle art started to ravage the area. Die. He swung his halberd downward and severed laws along the way. Due to his massive size, this strike seemed capable of splitting Minor Sacred Mountain itself, not just Li Qie. More spectators started running away, not expecting the scale of destruction. However, Li Qie casually picked another fruit and tossed it again. Boom! Something far more overwhelming manifested, capable of breaking everything like dried branches. The horrified crowd saw a supreme existence coming into being. His Vajra easily stopped Hu Ben's halberd. Vajra Dao Lord. They became dumbstruck right away. Some felt their legs giving in and dropped to the ground. Ancestor. Yes, this figure turned out to be Vajra Dao Lord. Of course, not the real person. The fruit Li Qie picked earlier had the form of Vajra Dao Lord. It immediately turned into this avatar afterward. Among the 4 Dao Lords of Buddha Holy Ground, Vajra Dao Lord was known to be the one most versed in battle. His Vajra could sweep through the myriad worlds, slaying gods and devils in the process. Numerous members of the Holy Ground began to prostrate to his image. Pop! Meanwhile, the light from the tree flickered and sent someone flying. Phantom's sacred child. Everyone saw the failed attack. So it turned out that Phantom stealthily appeared behind Li Qie for a fatal blow. Unfortunately, the Buddhist light automatically struck him. Phantom instantly flashed and disappeared once more. Trying to run? Li Qie smiled and picked the third fruit. Amitba. A chant echoed across the realms. A boundless radiance engulfed the area with the intensity of 1,000,000 suns. Everyone was bathed in this magnificent light. Buddha Dao Lord. One expert managed to see through the dazzling light. He saw Buddha Dao Lord sitting in the meditative pose, looking unrestrained and supreme. Progenitor. More and more prostrated on the ground. Even the most powerful ancestors became slack-jawed since this exceeded their imagination. Li Qie simply tossed out 2 fruits to summon Vajra and Buddha Dao Lord. Though they were only avatars, this was already terrifying enough. The ancestors kept on trying to figure out whether they were mere illusions, but this didn't seem to be the case. A natural Grand Dao, the Scion himself, was shaken to see this. Chapter 3797, 3 Dao Fruits. One turned into a treasure pagoda, another into Vajra Dao Lord, and the final one, Buddha Dao Lord. The most capable members of the crowd used their heavenly gaze to peruse the scene to no avail. They found that this was no illusion. What kind of technique is this? An ancestor asked in awe. Though these were only avatars, they had the presence of the actual Dao Lords, or at least their marks and powers. This was similar to a Tao Lord's intent or clone, but neither was the correct assessment. Li Qia's Buddhist ability was the thing creating them, not that they came from something left behind by the Tao Lords. Ordinary experts had no idea what was going on. Even the ancestors only saw the bare surface, unable to make any solid conjecture. This might be far superior to Buddhamization, Su Tsueme said with uncertainty. She hasn't cultivated this chapter before, only Evil Devourer 7 chapters. However, since these had the same sources, she had access to the mysteries of this particular heavenly scripture. This allowed her to see further than others. The appearance of Vajra and Buddha Tao Lord horrified the trio. They still knew that these avatars weren't the real Tao Lords. Nonetheless, the aura emanating from them was still too much. These were supreme existences. In the deepest crevices of the mind, virtually all cultivators feared them. It's my turn now. Li Qia smiled and casually raised his hand. Boom! The pagoda stopping the murderous beam grew dramatically in size and started flying towards the poisonous dragon. The dragon's beam instantly disintegrated. Everything turned dark for the dragon because the pagoda hovered on top of it, ready to come crashing down. Activate! The prince roared and channeled his vitality. He became resplendent as he added more power to the whip. The dragon flew upward with its claws ready. Its single horn had lightning currents materializing at the tip. Boom! The lightning bolts could tear out the sky vault, intending to penetrate the pagoda. Meanwhile, Vajra Tao Lord pushed Hu Ben's halberd away to deliver a direct slash. This Vajra of his was considered to be one of the strongest Tao Lord weapons. Some even listed among the top 10. It played a large role in him being able to assault a forbidden zone. Though this wasn't the real Vajra, the resulting power was still cataclysmic. The ancestors turned pale from astonishment. They knew that this move could heavily injure or even cripple them. Hu Ben's expression darkened. He resorted to his battle art again, activating its full potential. After loud clunks, his golden armor gained several more layers of Tao barriers. Boom! This Tao power swept horizontally for 300 miles to build a wall. It then grew vertically for 1,000,000 miles. The wall consisted of Tao laws intertwining together and was extremely thick, looking like a world wall. This was indeed an impressive line of defense. So this turned out to be Hu Ben's real power while he only used 80% or so against the Scion. Amateurish. The Scion smiled and shook his head after seeing this. At this time, more and more started thinking that Hu Ben was wrong for not going all out. His legion was killed by the Scion while he chose to hide his true ability. Of course, the Scion didn't think so. Even if Hu Ben had tried his best, that legion still would have died. On another front, Buddha Tao Lord stretched one hand forward after receiving Li Qia's command. It lacked palpable divinity and destruction. Nonetheless, it instantly covered the entire sky. Phantom was caught underneath. He moved with incredible speed, each flash took him 10,000 miles away, wanting to escape the palm. It didn't take long before he was 10 million miles away, extremely close to the border of the holy ground. So damn fast, that's Phantom Sky Shift for you. The ancestors could keep up while the young spectators lost sight of him long ago. The former felt that they wouldn't be able to keep up with this speed. The heavenly sovereigns in the crowd were obviously stronger than Phantom, just not when it came to speed. Unfortunately, his impressive agility wasn't enough to escape the palm hovering above. Fleeing seemed rather futile. Not even going to the edge of the world was enough. He eventually realized this and suddenly stopped, then turned around. Phantom's sacred child wants to take the palm strike directly? The capable spectators became startled. In the next moment, his body vibrated at an alarming rate. Even heavenly gazes couldn't keep count of this speed. Once reaching the limit, the space around him suddenly melted. What is he doing? Many experts became confused. This is speed developed to the limit. One ancestor said, it's not crossing through the current space alone but rather, various dimensions. Others took a deep breath after hearing this. They couldn't quite reach this level yet. Pop! Phantom took one step forward and disappeared from sight, seemingly no longer existing in this realm. Chapter 3798. 3 moves occurred with one lift of the hand. The pagoda suppression, Vajra Dao Lord's incredible offense, and the Buddhist palm chasing for millions of miles virtually occurred at the same time, too fast compared to the speed of pen and ink. Boom! The poisonous dragon let out a miserable shriek. Though it tried its best, it still couldn't stop the suppressive pagoda. It crushed the horn first, then the rest of the dragon, reducing it to ashes. Finally, it pushed the third prince against the ground and continued grinding down, breaking bones and spilling blood. Ah! The prince screamed in pain. People had no idea whether he would survive or not while hearing his agonizing screams. At the same time, Vajra Dao Lord's weapon cut through Hu Ben's halberd and didn't slow down in the slightest, smashing onto the Great Wall. Dao pieces crumbled first, then the rest of the wall. Crack! Though the brunt of the attack had been absorbed by the wall, the remaining force was still terrifying. It sent Hu Ben flying while vomiting blood. His body pierced through numerous peaks as his blood painted the sky in an astonishing manner. Meanwhile, Phantom was in another dimension and everyone thought that he had managed to escape this disaster. Unfortunately, that was merely wishful thinking. Buddha Dao Lord's palm also traveled through space and reached into a deeper dimension. It then pulled out something looking like a crystal sphere with Phantom inside. Crack! He closed his fingers and crushed the spatial sphere. Though there was no physical contact yet, Phantom couldn't endure the crushing force. Nonetheless, he mustered everything he had during the split second of the sphere destruction. He leaped up, wanting to escape the palm. He utilized his movement technique beyond the extreme. His astonishing speed became unimaginable. Alas, Buddha Dao Lord flipped his palm backward and smashed the ground, leaving a gigantic palm prints. It destroyed all of Phantom's defenses, so he free fell down and created a gigantic pit. The dirt nearby was covered in blood. Who knows if he was alive or not down there? Silence took over while people stopped breathing for a moment. This happened too quickly, from Li Qia's hand gesture to the defeat of the trio. They shuddered in astonishment. The young ones, in particular, trembled with fear. Prior to this, the consensus was that the 4 great geniuses were the top dogs of the young generation. Hu Ben proved this after fighting against the Scion. Everyone thought that he deserved his reputation. Now, both he and Phantom couldn't withstand one attack. Li Qia simply tossed 3 Buddhist fruits and gave a command. He never actually participated in the fight. People turned their focus back to the Buddhist tree. There were still more fruits on the tree. Would he be able to fight the entire world by using them? How many could actually withstand the onslaught? This is how it ends? One genius stammered while looking at the broken battlefield. The crowd exchanged glances of bewilderment, including the powerful ancestors. They confirmed that it wasn't an illusion because that wouldn't be enough to injure the trio. How the hell did he do it? The tree and its fruits instilled fear upon the spectators. Unfortunately, no one could answer this question regardless of their power and knowledge. They could use their best calculation method and it would be of no use. It would have been simpler if Li Qia had used a top merit law or weapon to defeat the trio with one move. But now, Li Qia simply pinned one branch on the ground and created a Buddhist tree. The fruits from it had incredible effects. This particular technique was beyond their comprehension limit. A lifetime wasn't enough to learn something like it. Alas, Li Qia didn't look like he was interested in revealing his process. What a supreme ability. Righteous Scion became emotional after seeing it. Perhaps this is an unknown Buddhist law left behind by Dhyana Dao Lord? One ancestor thought about Li Qia's comment prior. Li Qia had said that he noticed a Buddhist art while moving the statue down the peak. This could have been left behind by Dhyana Dao Lord. Dhyana Dao Lord created another top technique outside of world crossing? one that's comparable to it? Another high elder agreed with this speculation. That's definitely possible. Others felt the same way and nodded. This was the only plausible explanation for what had transpired. This wasn't Li Qia's actual power. He borrowed the power of the holy ground, similar to what Golden Cicada did with World Crossing. An ancient big shot built on this premise. People started thinking. Golden Cicada nearly won against the Scion by borrowing the Buddhist power of the holy ground. They thought that Li Qia might have done something similar. No wonder why the Scion made a remark about World Crossing at the start. How did Li Qia obtain this supreme Buddhist art? The big shots became envious afterward. Chapter 3799. By this point, the majority believed that Li Qia had learned a technique created by Diana Dao Lord that's on the same level as World Crossing. Li Qia always had such good luck, as if he was blessed by heaven. Everyone naturally became jealous of him. Bam! Debris scattered everywhere as two figures flew upward, looking quite embarrassed. They were none other than Hu Ben and Phantom. Numerous youths cheered after seeing this, feeling way better. Good, they're still alive. One expert heaved a sigh of relief. These two renowned geniuses could compete against some cultivators of the last generation and win. If they were to be killed by one hand raised from Li Qia, the rest of the holy ground would feel immense pressure. How could they ever look straight at Li Qia again? He would completely overshadow everyone else. Though the two survived, they didn't look great at all. Both were bloodied, especially Hu Ben. His body was twisted with numerous broken bones. Anyone else would be bedridden right now, becoming a cripple. This was indicative of their power, capable of standing straight despite the grievous injuries. They began using a great number of ointments and medicines to stabilize their wounds. Ah! The third prince was still screaming while being under the pagoda. Struggling was useless unless he had some assistance. Brother Hu Ben, save me. He had no choice but to ask his allies for help. Due to their friendship, Hu Ben immediately wanted to rush over. However, Phantom appeared in front of him and raised his arm to stop. What are you doing? Hu Ben frowned. No rush, Brother Hu Ben, we can do it after we defeat Li Qia. Phantom said seriously. Hu Ben wasn't an idiot and understood right away. The third prince was the weakest among them. He was of no use in battle and would actually drag them down. They could save him once, but a second time? They had no time to divert their attention during this crucial battle. It was better to leave the guy suppressed because his life wasn't in any danger. In the end, Hu Ben gave up and agreed with Phantom's assessment. Brother. The prince shuddered and shouted again. This time, Hu Ben didn't say anything. The prince realized that these two wouldn't come to save him. The spectators watched in silence. Some understood the duo's choice. The prince was mangled beneath that pagoda. He would only be a hindrance in battle. Li Qia seemed amused as he stretched and said, "One more chance, do your best now because there won't be another." His nonchalant tone made it sound as if he wasn't on a battlefield. However, everyone became frozen, including his foes. They really believed that he could easily take down these geniuses at this point. The tree still had plenty of fruits left. He could take down a few more and instantly kill Hu Ben and Phantom. The duo contemplated. They still had some ace cards left, but if these were to fail, that would spell the end for them. Nonetheless, it was indeed their last chance. They needed to kill Li Qia in order to stay alive. Taking a risk was absolutely essential now. As for the powerful spectators, they didn't think highly of the two's chances any longer. Nothing they do should be able to stop those Buddhist fruits. Idiot. An authoritative voice suddenly came from somewhere in the capital. It was dignified and oppressive, akin to the voice of a god. His power is from the resources of the holy ground. The voice continued to guide Hu Ben. Your treasure can change everything. Sever the foundation. An answer dawned on Hu Ben. He clapped his hands and said, I see, Thank you, royal uncle. He bowed towards that direction before discussing with Phantom. The crowd was shaken to hear this voice. Is that the guardian of Vidra? One speculated. One of the 4 grandmasters? A youth was startled to hear this due to the power of the 4. Very few have met the guardian of Vidra. This person's identity has been a mystery. Rumor has it that Hu Ben was a disciple of the guardian. No, that's not the guardian. An ancestor revealed, that's the Supreme Brother. Supreme Brother? A youth has never heard of this title before. As for the older cultivators, most have heard of this title. One said, Supreme Brother Jianhao, one of the top students from duality back then from the same class as 5-colored Sacred Sovereign, right? Yes, the same class as Archaic Sun King too, but the king left way earlier compared to them. One ancestor said. Chapter 3800, Supreme Brother was an unfamiliar title to the young generation. However, the older experts were moved after hearing it, especially the alumni from Duality Academy. Supreme Brother? Is this an official title or role? One youth murmured. He's the younger blood brother of Archaic Sun King. A senior nearby answered. Wouldn't that just make him a prince then? What's the difference? The junior quietly responded. Supreme as in he's on the same level as the king. The senior elaborated, Vidra's royal family is thriving and the king has plenty of brothers. He's the only one who has this as an official title. Ah, so his status is higher than the other princes. The junior understood and murmured. Another title of his is Sword Hero of Vidra. A different expert chimed in. I see, the junior replied. Even a fool could tell the grandeur of this second title. Sword Hero was so high-spirited and domineering back then. An alumnus who was now a big shot became sentimental. One ancestor from that generation said, do you remember how people used to say that his talents are above the Sacred Sovereign? What, if he's so amazing, then why did Archaic Sun King win? A youth became curious. The older characters exchanged glances without answering. Few in the Holy Ground could answer. This could be considered a current mystery of Vidra. No need to dwell on Archaic Sun King's incompetence. To put it frankly, some would call him an incapable and unworthy ruler. Nonetheless, Vidra showed no sign of decline under him. This could be attributed to its strong foundation and a robust number of new talents. Alas, ultimately, it was Archaic Sun King who seized the throne, not Sword Hero. In the past, Sword Hero was ambitious and certainly wanted to become the next king of Vidra in order to lead it to a golden age. He formed alliances just like the third prince, earning the support of the nobles. He somehow still lost to Archaic Sun King and faded into obscurity. After the formal coronation, Archaic Sun King bestowed him with an official title of Supreme Brother. Why did he lose? No one could really answer this question. Back then, at least 3 divisions at the plateau supported him. There were several speculations. First, Archaic Sun King was the crown prince. The ancestors at the temple didn't want to change the hereditary tradition, so they ignored his inability. This belief was widely accepted because the temple had this power. Another one stated that Sword Hero was listed as the best candidate for the throne to Sacred Mountain. However, Sacred Mountain disapproved, so Archaic Sun King was chosen instead. This rumor was popular as well. Those who believed in this one had the notion that Sacred Mountain wanted to change the leading power in the Holy Ground. Letting someone like Sword Hero take charge would only strengthen Vidra, making it harder for Sacred Mountain to change this spot. Thus, Archaic Sun King was the perfect candidate. Because of this second speculation, numerous powers in the Holy Ground started losing patience. If Sacred Mountain truly wanted to change the leader, others would have an opportunity to take Vidra's spot. The third stated that in spite of Archaic Sun King's deficiencies, he had trustworthy brothers such as the Guardian of Vidra, National Teacher Yi Mingshi, and Attendant Hong. These 3 gave him ample power and guaranteed his position on the throne. Even Sword Hero couldn't do a thing to change this. This one had plenty of supporters as well. After all, the Guardian was a grandmaster, while some thought that Yi Mingshi and Attendant Hong weren't far off. This rendered it virtually impossible for Sword Hero to keep up. One could say that archaic Sun King's camp had the fighting power of at least 2 grandmasters. So can this Sword Hero be the current Guardian of Vajra? A young man lacking information wondered. This was immediately refuted by a big shot who used to study at Duality. No chance, they're 2 different people. His tone contained absolute certainty. Though no one had a clue who the Guardian was, this being was still classified as a Grandmaster. Why? One explanation told the tale of the Guardian challenging the other 3 masters in secrecy. In the end, the battles were relatively even, so the Guardian won the recognition of the trio, earning a spot at the top. The other pertained to a belief that the 4 Grandmasters were appointed by Buddha Supreme himself. This alone made the Guardian qualified to be in this group. I haven't heard anything about Sword Hero in a long time. We're so old now. An old expert became sentimental. In the past, they were mere juniors. After archaic Sun King took over, Sword Hero rarely showed up in public. Now, all of them were at the ancestor classification. After receiving additional advice from Sword Hero, Hu Ben and Phantom came up with a new strategy. Li Qie. Only one of us will leave this place today. Hu Ben took a deep breath and shouted. Yes, I'll be leaving this place just fine. Li Qie smirked. It's too early to gloat now, save it for when the battle is over. Phantom coldly uttered. Both of them were actually afraid of Li Qie but didn't want to show it and lose morale. Yes, show me what you can do instead of telling me. Li Qie lazily stretched. The 2 nodded at each other before Hu Ben roared, activate. A treasure flew out of his bright fate palaces. It looked to be a set of 3 iron gates. They immediately rotated around him. This was still their dormant state, yet they gave him a perfect defense. Nothing could ever get through. They had ancient runes carved on the surface along with mystical star formations. When the 3 came together, they could seal heaven and earth. Their aged appearance didn't diminish their majestic and overwhelming aura, seemingly blessed by a peerless king. Archaic Sun Temporal Diagram. One expert from the last generation shouted. The strongest weapon left behind by Vajra's temporal ancient king, a peak heavenly sovereign. One ancestor found this astonishing. 1. A continuation from the previous note, this is why Imperial Brother is inferior to Supreme Brother. Imperial Brother makes it too clear. Chapter 3801. The circling temporal diagram emitted a peerless regal aura, providing a defense consisting of the past, present, and future. Those who knew of this treasure were astounded. From what I've heard, Hu Ben came to the ancestral temple to ask for help after losing to righteous Sion. This seems right, they actually gave him the temporal diagram. How surprising. A court official quietly revealed. Hu Ben found confidence with this treasure and the advice from Sword Hero. Buzz. Phantom also summoned his own treasure. People felt space trembling as a result. This treasure seemed to be coming from another deep dimension. After the vibration, they saw him wielding a great spear with the aura of a grand emperor. Its radiance bathed and made him look holy, instantly curing the rest of his wounds. Within the holy radiance were lightning crackles, capable of piercing through space and all foes. This turned Phantom into an emperor of lightning. Just one thrust would be enough to inflict a massacre on both heaven and hell. The imperial aura was especially majestic and suppressive. It seemed to be from an emperor of an ancient age. What is this weapon? The majority of the spectators had no idea, only that it was from an emperor due to its aura. Lightning Fiend. An ancestor's expression changed after seeing it. Myriad Blood sect only has a few, it's so strong. The crowd became startled after hearing this. Myriad Blood sect consisted primarily of blood fiends and ghost members. Rumor has it that during its early days, several ancestors came from an imperial lineage of the ghosts. This lineage was among the top 2 of this race but eventually succumbed to the Great Calamity. Nonetheless, it still passed down some of its legacies and treasures. Myriad Blood's sect became the new owner. This sect hasn't produced a Dao Lord yet but absolutely didn't lack resources. Some thought that it was even greater than Vajra in this regard. Thus, some expected to see an imperial weapon after hearing about Phantom asking for a treasure to deal with righteous Scion. However, seeing Lightning Fiend still caught them by surprise. People didn't know how to feel when this was going to be used against a member of the Holy Ground instead of righteous Scion. "Let's do this, Li Chia." Hu Ben's furious roar echoed across the area. His newfound confidence wasn't only because of his treasure or the advice from Sword Hero. Most importantly, Sword Hero has shown his support. Li Chia could be powerful but there was no way he could match Sword Hero. Thus, Hu Ben believed that even in the case of defeat, Sword Hero would still save them. "Stop shouting, just go." Li Chia glanced dismissively at him. "Perish." Hu Ben turned red and swung both hands forward, activating the diagram. However, the 3 gates flew downward instead, pinning into the ground not far from Li Chia. It formed a formation to block his path. What is he doing? The spectators assumed that Hu Ben would be trying to seal Li Chia. This seemed like a low-level mistake. Temporal Heavenly Seal. Hu Ben roared and channeled his vitality into the 3 gates. Buzz, the 3 gates immediately lit up, the star formations were activated. Stars appeared beneath Li Chia and shot up beams, illuminating the surroundings. The arrays severed the ground and the power beneath. "I see, a containment." One ancestor realized Hu Ben's intention. The temporal diagram's sealing power is peerless, it's trying to block Li Chia from connecting with the holy ground. Another big shot elaborated. Sword Hero told him that Li Chia's power originated from the holy ground, culminating in the Buddhist tree. It wasn't his own power. Therefore, once Hu Ben cut off this source, Li Chia would no longer be able to borrow external power. Boom! 3 massive planets eventually emerged from the formations carved on the gates. Now, they finally aimed for Li Chia, not leaving any room for him to escape while intending on reducing him to a bloody mist. As they drew closer and exerted their pressure on him, they became blindingly bright. The crowd couldn't keep their eyes open. Die! Phantom immediately joined the fray. Loud crackles could be heard as his Lightning Fiend released numerous terrifying bolts. Rumble. The tsunami of lightning seemed disastrous for the area. He then threw the spear towards Li Chia along with its lightning affinity. The bolts gathered together to form a single beam with enough destructive potential to kill a god. The young spectators gasped while the older ones took a deep breath for composure. With one loud blast, the formations and the spear struck Li Chia at the same time. Starry lights and the lightning beam detonated. No one could see the result clearly due to the blinding explosion. Chapter 3802. Nothing else should result from this attack outside of certain demise. The ground cracked and exploded from the impact. Li Chia's spot was replaced by a crater with debris showering to all sides. Once vision returned, they saw the crater being filled with rocks and dirt. Li Chia and the tree were nowhere to be found. He might be buried beneath the mess or was blown into bloody mist scattering to the wind. The spectators remained dazed while looking at the crater and thinking about the sure kill move earlier. The top ancestors thought that they would have died to it as well. What an attack, it's definitely fatal. One high elder became emotional. Right, it blocked the Grand Dao so the opponent became helpless. Another big shot added. The seal created by Hu Ben's treasure was nothing short of impressive. The ancestors didn't have a solution for it. Anyone would become helpless and die to Phantom's spear afterward. He gotta be dead, right? A youth murmured. Others exchanged glances, thinking that this should be the case. They saw how Li Chia's power was primarily from the holy ground. Thus, once this source was severed, he had no chance of surviving the fatal attack. Yes. One ancestor agreed with a touch of reluctance. The lack of confidence was due to Li Qiye, who had performed numerous miracles before. There was a chance that he could be completely unscathed. Why? Because he was Li Qiye. Phantom and Hu Ben remained nervous. They obviously wanted Li Qiye to be dead. But what if the guy managed to survive? They didn't dare to think about this possibility. A mighty move indeed. The scion nodded approvingly. To earn his praise showed the might of the combination attack earlier. However, he thought that Li Qiye was still alive. As for Sutsueme, she chuckled and wasn't too interested. The result was obvious to her. In her eyes, these two unwisely overestimated themselves and were suicidal. The two sides weren't on the same level in the slightest. The strongest weapons and merit laws couldn't make up this gap. Even for someone as powerful as her, she thought that she wouldn't be able to block half a technique if he truly wanted to slay her. We got him. After a long wait, Hu Ben and Phantom heaved a sigh of relief. The other spectators thought the same since there was no commotion around the crater. The youths who were fans of Phantom and Hu Ben became excited. One shouted, "The temporal diagram and lightning fiend are invincible weapons. No one in this world can stop them." Damn right, Phantom's sacred child and Hu Ben of Vajra's combination attack is unstoppable. Li Qiye stood no chance in the first place. Another fan chimed in. "I can stop it." A domineering voice interjected. It was none other than Righteous Scion. The youths turned red and didn't dare to respond. He had earned the right to be haughty. Nonetheless, they felt as if he had just slapped them, a truly frustrating feeling. Suddenly, a loud blast sent the debris flying and interrupted the tense atmosphere. Buddhist light pulsed once more, resulting in earthquakes. Next, a figure soared to the sky. Li Qiye. Everyone recognized him right away. He floated in the air with the Buddhist tree next to him. Beneath the tree was an undamaged landmass. He then landed on the landmass, looking calm and indifferent. The Buddhist light emanating from the tree remained comforting. Most importantly, he was undoubtedly uninjured. Impossible. Both Hu Ben and Phantom staggered backward in astonishment. Killing Li Qiye might be pushing it, but they were still confident in inflicting some damage. This didn't seem to be the case at all. What the hell? I thought the diagram severed Li Qiye's connection with the holy ground. One spectator was perplexed. Due to the severing, Li Qiye shouldn't have been able to withstand the attack. Now, not even one strand of hair looked to be missing. Having fun? Li Qiye patted the dirt off his shoulders with a smile before the speechless crowd. Buzz. The tree's roots then connected with the land again, just like tentacles. This scene was quite bizarre. Rumble. The dirt and rocks outside suddenly returned to the crater as if time was reversing. Li Qiye was no longer in the air. He stood in the same spot as before with the tree next to him. People looked down at the ground and couldn't find a single crack. They felt as if this was nothing more than a dream. The suppression and fatal blow along with the crater might as well didn't happen, or that they were just part of a dream. But now, everyone has woken up. How did he do it? One youth felt his legs trembling. A high monk placed his palms together and chanted, Amitba, Amitba. This is the reconstruction power of Buddhism. Benefactor, you have obtained the Samadhi. I am in the presence of a wise monk. He became quite confused because Li Qiye wasn't a Buddhist. How could he turn himself into a venerable user of Buddhism in no time at all? The whole thing didn't make sense. Chapter 3803, People had no words to describe the scene ahead. The High Monk of Heavenly Dragon Temple was the only commenter. However, it was hard to look at Li Qiye and think that he was an enlightened monk. Nonetheless, all evidence pointed at him being able to use Buddhist arts originating from the holy ground. This made them think that he had obtained an art left behind by Diana Dao Lord. Is Buddhism this easy to learn? One can switch halfway and still have this result? One cultivator wondered. Some thought about potential shortcuts existing for Buddhism. Could it be easier to learn versus cultivating the Grand Tao? I don't think so. One big shot disagreed with Li Qie changing into a great monk versed in the Samadhi in such a short time. He mused for a bit before continuing, this still has to be the power of holy ground. I think the severing process earlier was incomplete, so Li Qie managed to borrow some power. Many agreed with his assessment. They also saw how the roots of the tree drilled into the ground like tentacles. This resembled a connecting process. Ultimately, it should be impossible for Li Qie to learn Buddhism in such a short time. Many monks spent their whole life trying to understand their religion, yet this might not be enough to reach Li Qie's height. That wasn't a bad attempt. Unfortunately, it is insignificant before me, doesn't even tickle. Li Qie smiled. The domineering statement made people smile wryly. That move earlier was nothing short of terrifying, yet Li Qie thought nothing of it. Alas, the crowd knew to keep their mouths shut at this point lest they want further embarrassment. As for Hu Ben and Phantom, they had an ugly expression due to a total failure of their prize techniques. His lack of injury dealt a heavy blow to their confidence. It's a shame that you're not as strong as the rumors. Li Qie continued, there are no more chances, the next move will end you. Some became frozen after hearing this. An invisible hand seemed to be grasping their throat and causing everything to go black. This casual declaration was a death sentence for both Hu Ben and Phantom. They thought that the moment Li Qie uttered these words, the two became dead men walking. This oppressive pressure caused them to shudder in fear. I'm about to start. Get ready to accept your fate. Li Qie smiled and continued. The two frightened opponents retreated several steps backward, intimidated. In this blink of an eye, they felt the god of death approaching closer and closer. They now stood before the gate of hell while Li Qie was raising his scythe with a twisted grimace. They have experienced plenty of battles in their life, some brought them close to death. Alas, this was an unprecedented dread, their first time fearing death since it was so close. Activate. Hu Ben shouted and used his temporal diagram again. The three gates returned to him and inserted themselves into the ground, creating a starry formation. Rumble. They created a fortress the size of a mountain, looking like a pyramid reaching the clouds. It seemed to be cast from precious metal with immense toughness. Under the empowerment of the formation, runes and halos materialized to create the perfect blockade. Eternity Bulwark. An ancestor took a deep breath and explained, a famous defense of Vajra dynasty. A forefather there relied on it to protect his citizens for 3 months from a relentless assault. The enemies eventually gave up. Hu Ben was inside the fortress with 3,800 halos rotating outside. This should be enough to stop the most terrifying attack. He refused to accept death, thus he channeled his vitality to use this ultimate defensive technique. As for Phantom, he could get extremely far away with his Phantom Sky Shift. However, he didn't think he would be able to get away from Li Qie. Plus, he would rather fight to the death instead of running away. He channeled his vitality as well. Boom! A violet aura manifested around him with loud crackles. The sky turned dark and an oceanic maelstrom appeared above. Countless lightning bolts swam with the currents. They looked like gigantic dragons assaulting the sky. The spectators shuddered in fear. These bolts raised their claws, seemingly launching an offense. However, they swam towards Lighting Fiend instead of Li Qie. Rumble. With that, Phantom lit up and became connected to the lightning maelstrom. Lightning currents flowed around him. The remnant bolts and beams destroyed everything nearby as he transformed into a true god of lighting. Lightning God Possession. One spectator shouted, the invincible move from an ancient emperor. When one isn't in the proper cultivation realm, forcefully using it will result in being crippled. This technique was left behind by a great emperor of myriad blood sect and required lighting fiends to set up. However, the consequences were grave for weaker cultivators. Alas, Phantom had no other choice. He would rather try and take Wuxia down along with him. A bit interesting, but it won't end in mutual destruction. Wuxia was amused by their effort. He continued, "Get ready to witness the original Buddhist art of the holy ground." Having said that, he formed a mudra and started chanting. This caused him to be engulfed in a bright radiance, achieving the Tao and becoming a holy Buddha. Chapter 3804. A plethora of Buddhist runes appeared on the ground to resonate with Wuxia's radiance. They then floated around him, bathing him in a world of runes. A grand Tao became activated next, turning Wuxia's location into the ruler of a Buddhist kingdom that was created solely for his sake. The runes flowed continuously, each individual rune seemingly contained a supreme scripture of Buddhism, ready to manifest into reality at any moment. Everyone heard echoing chants as if there were 30 million Buddhas blessing Wuxia. From the chants came a surging Buddhist power instantly drowning everyone. Numerous felt an innate urge to worship, so they got on their knees. He's really an enlightened monk? Both the young and old found this astonishing. The ordinary Wuxia was nowhere to be found. He looked like a great monk wearing a treasure kasaya and holding a holy bowl, a Buddhist lord above the 9 firmaments. They began to believe the comment from the monk earlier, that Wuxia had mastered the samadhi. This should be impossible because Wuxia wasn't a monk in the first place with no knowledge of Buddhism. He possessed a mortal shell without an inborn religious connection. Thus, the metamorphosis from a mortal to a Buddhist lord shook the crowd to the core. "Buddhist Tao, heed my call," Wuxia chanted, causing the affinity to intensify. Ra! A dragon roar shook the area. Boom! The ground cracked open and a golden dragon flew out and showed the world its majestic claws and unstoppable aura. Numerous cultivators were sent flying. Some ancestors turned pale from fear and screamed, "What is this dragon?" An ancient character focused his gaze and noticed something peculiar about this dragon. This is an 8-tribulation Buddha dragon, born with the Buddha of the Western Paradise and capable of sending down 8 mythical tribulations. The high monk from Heavenly Dragon Temple became startled. Only the old ancestors have heard of this type. One took a deep breath and said, "I heard Buddha Tao Lord underwent 8 tribulations too during his Tao search. He nearly died in this process." Yes, this isn't the real thing, but it does have the power of Buddhist calamities. It's not something we can handle, the monk responded. Thus, those not in the know became frightened all the same, aware of this dragon's power. It possessed the power of the calamities that nearly killed Buddha Tao Lord in the past. Ra! The dragon lunged downward with both claws at the ready. Clouds and winds disappeared along with space. The 2 claws instantly appeared before Hu Ben and Phantom. There was no technique and merit law at work here, merely an ultimate suppression stemming from the power of a calamity. "Go!" Phantom roared and became one with his spear. He leaped upward while being surrounded by an incredible lighting current, wanting to take the dragon head-on. The ancestors were amazed to see this. Phantom's attack far exceeded his cultivation and limit. Meanwhile, Hu Ben poured the rest of his energy and vitality into the temporal diagram. The halos circled around him like 3,000 planets. The spectators felt as if he could withstand any attack under this condition. "They should be fine taking one move," one said. Rumble. The heavens seemed to be falling due to the emergence of a terrible storm. It sent most of the spectators flying. Boom! The Eternity Bulwark's halos shattered beneath the dragon's claws. Next came the entire fortress. Hu Ben was forced to the ground, his bones shattered and blood splashed everywhere. As for Phantom, his spear couldn't penetrate the claws. The weapon was pushed away and the ocean of lighting exploded in this blink of an eye. Alas, the explosion couldn't reach Wuxia. Phantom dropped to the ground, suffering the same fate as Hu Ben. The battle ended with just one move from Wuxia, thoroughly defeating the duo. As he had said from the start, they didn't manage to withstand one attack from him. The spectators trembled in fear. These were top geniuses possessing peerless weapons. This should have been enough to fight against anyone from the young generation. Who is stronger, Wuxia or righteous Scion? Someone eventually calmed down and became curious about this topic. Wuxia was on a different level compared to Hu Ben and Phantom. Thus, righteous Scion became the next point of reference. They all saw Wuxia's might just now but didn't dare to underestimate the Scion. Should be enough for a good battle. One ancestor didn't have a clear answer. Wuxia absolutely got this when the battlefield is here. The power he can borrow has a higher concentration on top of being pure compared to Golden Cicada Buddhist child. The Scion is strong but he can't compete against the entire holy ground. As for fighting outside? That's hard to say. An older ancestor revealed his analysis. Wuxia's cultivation was clearly inferior. Nonetheless, he should have some devilish methods outside of the holy ground. The answer for this scenario wasn't clear either. Time to go now, Wuxia said flatly. The crowd became frozen, realizing that some generational geniuses were about to die. Nonetheless, the winner takes all, so they didn't say anything. Wuxia wouldn't have been shown any mercy. Royal uncle, save me. Hu Ben dropped his pride and bellowed for help in this key moment. Chapter 3805. All eyes turned towards the direction of the Imperial Palace after hearing Hu Ben's cry for help. Supreme Brother or Sword Hero, many instantly thought of him. Others speculated about another person from the court getting involved. Hu Ben was a prized genius of martial hall and a general of war camp. He was both an important seed and an efficient pillar for the dynasty. It wasn't easy to groom another. Moreover, the third prince was a member of the royal clan. No matter how one looked at it, they wouldn't let Wuxia kill these two. There was a chance that the Guardian, one of the four grandmasters, would show up as well. It would truly be a shocking battle. Some turned their attention towards national teacher Yi Mingshi. Logically, he shouldn't sit idly by and watch this development. Strangely enough, that's precisely his choice. He showed no emotional fluctuation while watching this. Humph. A scowl swept through the area. Sword Hero. People knew who it was right away and had a hard time standing straight. Just this scowl alone showed his incredible power. Clank. A sword intent soared towards the firmaments and illuminated the entire capital. The individual rays were unbearable and seemed like real swords, more than enough to cut down the stars. The swords nearby started hymning as well. Their masters became afraid and hurriedly gripped the hilt in order to stop them from flying out of the sheath. This was a harmonization of swords. The weaker ones would be summoned to the strongest sword intent. Buzz. The pressure exerted by the intent caused everyone to feel pain from top to bottom as if they were being pierced by thousands of swords. So strong. Most immediately escaped the radius of the sword intent. Invincible with the sword. People thought of this phrase. Though Sword Hero has yet to show up, his sword intent alone intimidated the spectators. Next, the sword rays above gathered together to form a path connecting the palace and Minor Sacred Mountain. It looked like a rainbow, only one pulsing with sword flashes instead of the 7 colors. Loud footsteps could be heard, akin to the approach of a great giant. Accompanying sword energies emerged in a torrential manner. Someone began walking from the royal palace towards Minor Sacred Mountain using the Dao path. Sword Hero. Most were surprised to see this great master for the first time. Sword Hero was a spirited youth with an oppressive pressure. His eyes seemingly contained countless swords. Sharp glints emanated from his fluttering robe. He looked just like a divine sword, still sheathed for now. Once it left its sheath, it would shock the world. He didn't have a sword on him but still looked primed to fight and take down his enemies whenever. people were surprised because he looked way too young. Sword Hero was from several generations ago. Today, both archaic Sun King and five-colored Sacred Sovereign had gray hair, looking like a mortal elder. Yi Mingshi was from the same generation and looked like a middle-aged man now. On the other hand, Sword Hero looked as if he was in the same generation as Righteous Scion. Of course, powerful cultivators could change back to their youthful appearance. Nonetheless, some signs of aging would still be there. This was absent for Sword Hero since he looked vigorous and brimming with energy. So that's Sword Hero. Everyone found this title to be suitable for him. We're old while he's still young. An expert from the same generation became sentimental. Vajra dynasty isn't your playground, arrogant one. Sword Hero shouted and raised one finger, shooting out numerous sword rays. Just this sword technique alone was superior to Hu Ben and Phantom's ultimate attack. Many thought that this would be enough to stop the Calamity Dragon and save the duo. Boom! However, it was stopped before making contact with the dragon. The spectators were astounded by this development. The national teacher. The big shots gasped as well. Why is the national teacher stopping Sword Hero? One person regained his wits and asked. No one could come up with an answer. It was one thing for Yi Mingshi to ignore the event, but to actually interfere? Political struggles are hard to understand. One important ancestor calmly stated. Yi Mingshi. Sword Hero's eyes turned fierce. Long time no see, Sword Hero, still enjoying your spring, I see. Yi Mingshi responded. You must stand in my way. I suppose our fight back then didn't have a conclusion. Sword Hero's sword intent intensified. Terrible sword energies manifested and made the crowd shudder. The top masters realized that he was very close to being as strong as a grandmaster. If you wish to fight, you can pick a time and place, just not today. Yi Mingshi remained unmoved by the pressure. Many exchanged glances, thinking that Yi Mingshi was quite fierce as well, not relenting in the slightest. Of course, both of them were students of duality in the same class. The stronger of the two remained unknown. Moreover, they also had similar status in Vajra dynasty. Chapter 3806. The spectators would certainly love a battle between Yi Mingshi and Sword Hero. It would absolutely be brilliant, a top-ranked match in the holy ground. After all, both of them were extremely close to being at the level of a grandmaster. Yi Mingshi showed no reaction to Sword Hero's aggressiveness. They used to be top students at duality, this wouldn't be their first fight. And if I pick today? Sword Hero remained arrogant like before, always ready to fight after a slight argument. He resembled a tempestuous youth rather than someone who has lived for thousands of years. This created a stark contrast between him and the calm Yi Mingshi. Can't be today. Pick another date and place, Sword Hero. Yi Mingshi refused again. What if I insist on it being today? Sword Hero's murderous aura intensified. His Majesty has issued a decree. Yi Mingshi said stoically, taking out and raising a badge into the air. Sword Hero, His Majesty commands you to see him first after leaving your isolated cultivation. Go now. This badge had a golden dragon carved on top, pulsing with a regal aura. It brimmed with power and authority, causing others to want to prostrate. Vajra Draka badge. The officials in the court got on their knees. The other experts in Vajra who weren't officials lowered their head to show respect. This was a badge representing the highest authority in the dynasty. Yi Mingshi wasn't faking the king's intent if he had access to this. What a king! Sword Hero's expression darkened as he sneered. Sword Hero, leave now. The matter here has nothing to do with you. Yi Mingshi repeated. Yi Mingshi, must you oppose me? Sword Hero glared at his opponent. If you have a problem with this, please go talk to His Majesty instead of wasting breath on me. Yi Mingshi shook his head. Sword Hero scowled in response. The crowd exchanged glances and felt animosity between Sword Hero and Archaic Sun King. These two brothers didn't seem to get along, to say the least. Of course, this was rather expected. The two were competitors for the throne in the past. The conflict could have reached a life or death level. The strangest part was that archaic Sun King seemed to have Li Qia's back regardless of the issue. Now, the question became whether Sword Hero would obey or otherwise. Fine, I'll deal with you another day. Sword Hero uttered coldly, but didn't garner a response from Yi Mingshi, who simply put the badge away. In the end, Sword Hero acquiesced and obeyed an official order. Ultimately, he was still a member of the royal clan regardless of his power. He had to obey the rules of Vajra and the badge of authority. To do otherwise meant challenging Vajra's sovereignty itself. At that point, not to mention the king, even the ancestors would pursue his insolence. He then turned towards Li Qia and threatened, "Brat, I don't care who you are, but only Vajra can deal with our descendants. If you dare to harm them Li Qia added more power before Sword Hero could finish. One claw came down and turned Hu Ben into a bloody pulp. No. The third prince also felt death coming for him and bellowed. It was too late. Li Qia waved his hand and the pagoda annihilated him. Did you say something? I missed it. He then picked his ear with his pinky and nonchalantly asked. The crowd gasped after seeing this. Li Qia still killed the duo despite Sword Hero's warning. This was akin to slapping him twice in public, treating him as nothing more than trash. Remember, Sword Hero was awfully close to being as strong as a grandmaster. Prideful geniuses from the young generation needed to show respect and kept their mouths shut. Li Qia didn't follow this tradition. Is he courting death? A youth was astounded, the same with his peers. True to his fierce style. One expert murmured with an awkward smile. Li Qia's haughtiness never decreased despite the increasing stake each time. They then stole glances at Sword Hero. The guy must be livid right now after the blatant humiliation. Characters like him were always prideful. Sure enough, terrible sword rays emanated from his eyes. Each was capable of killing Li Qia 1,000 times over. The crowd already trembled before he made a move. Sword Hero, leave. Yi Mingshi said indifferently one more time. We'll see how long you can keep this up. Sword Hero glared at Li Qia before returning to the royal palace. He came without warning and left just as quickly. The biggest question for the crowd now became archaic Sun King's intent. Why did he keep on protecting Li Qia? I'm afraid no one will step up for you. Li Qia spoke to his last enemy, Phantom. The winner takes all, I don't care. Phantom had an ashen complexion and knew that he wouldn't be able to escape. He kept a strong showing to not disgrace Myriad Blood's sect instead of begging. How unyielding. As you wish. Li Qia smiled. Why not keep him alive, let him help with the external enum - one spectator shouted. Ah! Alas, the claw came down and sent Phantom on his way before the guy could finish speaking. The result of this battle wasn't easy for the crowd to digest. Putting the third prince aside, Hu Ben and Phantom were two of the four great geniuses. This was a serious loss for the holy ground. Chapter 3807, Various emotions surfaced in the spectator's mind. Numerous geniuses were fans of Phantom and Hu Ben while looking down on Li Qia, thinking that the guy relied on a non-traditional path. Now, their stars and pride have been killed by Li Qia. Those who hated Li Qia before felt their hatred extinguished like a candle in the wind out of necessity. Hell, two top geniuses stood no chance against Li Qia, let alone them. It was better to swallow their indignation and grievances instead of courting death. Of course, some also celebrated. For example, the Crown Prince. Who benefited the most from this battle outcome? The Crown Prince, not Li Qia. His strongest rival, the third prince, was now dead, the same for his supporters. It couldn't have gone any better for the Crown Prince. One could say that it was only a matter of time before his coronation at this point. An old servant behind him became excited since they could ride his coattails as well. "Congratulations, Your Highness." The servant celebrated. "Watch yourself," the prince shouted. Even though this was a joyous matter, expressing joy was improper. "My mistake, Your Highness." The servant realized it and slapped himself twice. The prince watched quietly, not expecting this day to actually come. The third prince has been truly successful, so he felt great pressure. Now, Li Qie alone changed the entire direction of Vajra dynasty. The crown prince was glad that he had made the right choice. Just one misstep could have resulted in unimaginable consequences. Meanwhile, the crowd had no criticism regarding the trio's death. Li Qie beat them fair and square. Anyone else wants to rid Vajra of evil or stand on the side of justice? Li Qie laughed heartily and asked the crowd. No one responded since they preferred to keep on living. Most only wanted to watch since this was the court's internal affair. There was no need for outsiders to worry themselves, not to mention the risk in doing so. In fact, some of the larger sects actually wanted an escalation so that Vajra would weaken as a result. They have been coveting Vajra's position for so long now. If no one wants to play, I'll get going then. Li Qie smiled. With that, he handed the statue of Diana Dao Lord over to Wei Qianqing. The crowd didn't expect this because he thought that Li Qie and Su Tsueme were accomplices, wanting to betray the holy ground. Now, he gave the statue to Wei Qianqing, one of the 5 geniuses of duality, but most importantly, the commander of Blackwood Cliff. They didn't know why, but it looked better for Li Qie now. "Thank you, young master." Qianqing bowed deeply to show her gratitude before leaving with the statue. Li Qie was no longer interested in staying at Minor Sacred Mountain and planned to leave. "Young master, why not spar with righteous Scion?" Someone in the audience suddenly suggested. Everyone else became interested and agreed right away. All eyes were on Li Qie. "Yes, spar against righteous Scion and show him the might of the holy ground," another said. Prior to this, most thought that he wasn't qualified to fight the Scion due to his non-traditional path. Now, it became abundantly clear that he might be the only one among the young generation that has a chance of winning. Thus, the disdain and prejudice of the past disappeared into smoke. They hoped that he would be able to beat the Scion and regain some face for the holy ground. Otherwise, it would be too vexing for the younger generation. "You'll win for sure, young master." In fact, some shameless souls began to flatter Li Qie despite having made fun of him not long ago. He suddenly became useful to them, so a change of attitude was necessary. Unfortunately, Li Qie didn't bite. He looked back and flatly responded, "Not interested," before going on his way. Some were annoyed at his departure but didn't dare to say anything to him. After he was long gone, one youth finally spoke. "Humph, he has to be conspiring with righteous, shut up." A senior immediately reprimanded. The older ones could see that something was going on. Li Qie had killed 3 important youths and yet, Sword Hero was still called back. Thus, this matter wasn't simple. It must have something to do with a broader picture, perhaps political conflict within Vajra dynasty. This might spread to all the 5 divisions soon since Phantom was from Divine Ghost Division. If that's the case, they needed to stay away from this quagmire, waiting for the right moment to take advantage of the chaos. Buddha Holy Ground is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Righteous Scion finally spoke, not holding back his rampant aura at all. Everyone felt the pressure once more. He looked at them and said, "Unfortunately, no dragons and tigers here, only a bunch of fools." They angrily glared at him but were powerless to retaliate. The truth was that some of the ancestors present might not be able to beat him. What a shame, no pointers from the young master. The Scion murmured to himself before walking towards the stone steps. The experts of the holy ground could only watch him do whatever he wanted. Whatever battle comes next can't compare to the previous, a worthless sequel to a masterpiece. Nonetheless, all beginnings must have an end, so time to finish this. The Scion spoke while walking up the steps. His haughtiness didn't change despite being on sacred ground. Anyone else wishes to fight? After getting up high, he turned back to look at the crowd. His momentum and aura didn't diminish despite facing the mass. He had no intention of relenting. To challenge the holy ground while standing on top of Minor's sacred mountain seemed like a blatant insult. This was truly humiliating for the young generation. Alas, no one stepped up to face him. Chapter 3808. The atmosphere became suffocating after the challenge. The holy ground's reputation was at stake. If no one dared to take on the scion here, the young generation of the holy ground would never be able to keep their head up high when seeing a member of righteous sect. I have already accepted your challenge and will not miss it for anything. A pleasant voice replied. The youths from the holy ground became excited right away after hearing this voice. Fairy Dugu. Some couldn't help shouting. Dugulan walked over while embracing her sword, looking like an ethereal fairy. In reality, she was indeed a fairy in the youth's eyes now, coming to save them from this mess. The tense atmosphere was alleviated and people could breathe again. At the very least and regardless of the outcome, at least there was someone willing to fight the scion at Minor's sacred mountain. The entire world wouldn't laugh at them for being cowards now. Dugulan captivated all the male spectators due to her beauty and unique temperament. She walked up the steps and faced the scion. He looked respectfully at her and remarked, "You are worthy of the character, fairy, a woman yet inferior to no man. There are only one or two people who can compare to you in the entire holy ground." Some felt proud to hear such a high evaluation from the scion, especially the students from duality. After all, she was the prized gem of their academy. Nonetheless, others became embarrassed with a hint of bitterness within. The holy ground had plenty of male geniuses, yet ultimately, they had to let a girl face the scion alone. They felt ashamed to let her bear the responsibility all alone. Was there no one else who could fight the scion? They thought of another, Li Chia. This was the only male in the young generation who could take on the scion. However, there were mixed views on him. Some admired his unfathomable mysteriousness. Others looked down on him for being non-traditional. More had no favorable impression or even hated him due to his lack of background, unlike other geniuses. Moreover, he chose against helping the holy ground. This was the biggest reason for their distaste. Dugulan showed no sign of complacency despite the praise. She nodded and said, "You're too kind, scion. Your eastward journey has been unstoppable. We have plenty of talents, yet none are your opponents. Your power is unbeatable." Unbeatable? That's an overestimation. The scion laughed and said, "I'm nothing more than a famous brat. The holy ground has numerous capable cultivators. The existence of the young master alone shows how inadequate I am." The scion clearly accepted his inferiority compared to Li Chia. This made people exchange glances. On one hand, they should be happy to hear this, but most remained silent. So what if he's strong? It's useless because he refuses to stand up for the holy ground. One youth quietly complained. If that guy is so capable, he should be helping Fairy Dugu instead of letting her fight all alone. What a disgrace. Another genius mumbled. Some started cursing and chastising Li Chia due to his refusal to fight the scion. They thought that he chose disgrace instead of glory with his choice. The young master is a true dragon flying on the horizon, we can't reach him. Dugulan smiled. People were surprised to see her saying nice things about Li Chia after he abandoned her. Fairy Dugu, you're the real pillar of the holy ground, powerful and benevolent. Others can't compare to you. One youth said, putting down Li Chia in the process. However, the scion and Dugulan ignored them. There was a clear difference in level at work here. This will be the final day of my trip. The scion said, being able to fight you will make it worthwhile, so please, let's start our duel. I'm sure I'm not a match because you have learned 4 chapters out of the 7. My merit laws can't compete. She calmly said. Her surrendering before the start of the battle took the crowd off guard and frustrated them. Alas, this was understandable and they needed to accept reality. The scion was simply too strong. Nonetheless, Fairy Dugu spoke in a direct manner without finding it humiliating. It's all thanks to the wise sages. The scion shook his head. It doesn't mean that I'm powerful. If you had access to similar merit laws, you wouldn't be weaker than me. Thanks. Though I know that I'm not a match, I will wish to see your peerless merit laws. Plus, a student of duality still needs to fight before yielding. She smiled. Good, I have heard great things regarding your sword Dao. I believe it is a peerless art passed down by an immortal emperor from the ancient era. I would love to see it. The scion happily responded. I'm afraid to say that my comprehension of this peerless sword Dao is at an elementary level, not enough to show its true might. Plus, the great immortal emperor said that there is no strongest merit law, only strongest cultivators. Wonderfully put. That's an immortal emperor for you. The scion agreed. Dugu Lan admitted that she had learned a legendary sword art during this conversation. The scion was powerful and his 7 chapters were magnificent. However, he still called her sword Dao peerless. What kind of sword art is it? The experts nearby became curious. Can it be stronger than the 7 chapters? Another wondered. Chapter 3809. All eyes were on Dugu Lan and Righteous Scion. Let's begin, please give me pointers. Dugu Lan wielded her sword and spoke with composure. The scion's eyes became resplendent. The rays from there swept forward like divine swords, causing people to shudder uncontrollably. He was powerful enough to intimidate members of the previous generation. My grand Dao is the way of the spear. I hope it won't let you down. The scion said. I have heard of it before. Make your move. Dugu Lan nodded. Good. Well then, ready your sword, fairy. The scion didn't waste time and channeled his power. However, Dugu Lan still embraced her sword in her bosom without activating her vitality and energy, truly a gorgeous spectacle. Others couldn't help but become swooned by her wondrous appearance and courageous style, unable to forget for the rest of their life. My sword is ready, she said despite still holding the sword in the same defenseless manner. The spectators were confused. The stronger cultivators regained their wits first and realized something while noticing her aura. The weaker ones weren't at the right level and couldn't see anything, akin to a monk trying to find some hair on top of his head. In their eyes, she seemed to be giving up already. As for the big shots, they considered her to be the sword right now, so the actual stance didn't matter. As a sword, she was without a scabbard. That's why there was no need to unsheath. She stood there as part of the sword Dao. As long as she was around, so would the way of the sword. Thus, she has already made her move despite being passive and stationary. The weaker cultivators thought that she was trying to be mysterious since they didn't understand this Dao phenomenon. This was not her intention. Her goal was to defeat his technique by using none. The problem for them was, how would she attack without a basic technique? There was no murderous intent nor battle spirit. Strangely enough, her attack was invisible and has started inside the scion. A sword seemed to be growing inside his heart right now, a feeling impossible to describe adequately. The scion retaliated right away. There seemed to be numerous suns exploding in his eyes. A terrible power immediately assaulted the actual world, sending numerous spectators flying. The rest took a deep breath and hurriedly retreated, aware that this fight would be destructive. So strong. Those who felt his rampaging power again still felt the same dread. Clank. 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 The lights from his eyes transformed to Dao laws in the shape of golden spears. These materializations of energy contained immense murderous potential, capable of piercing through anything. Their glint instilled fear into the spectators. His eyes turned into an eternal and endless source of golden spears, culminating into an ocean of weapons. Thousands and thousands of spears were ready to fly forward at any moment. Though the spears weren't aimed at them, numerous spectators screamed since they felt as if they were being stabbed all over their body. These spears seemed eager for crucifixion. This was only the activation of his power. Once he released it, the destructive potential would be far worse. Thus, the crowd smartly retreated another time. The spears began to rotate in an intimidating manner. Nonetheless, de Gaulle stood still in a calm manner. As his power grew stronger, she seemed to become more and more distant from the actual battlefield. She wasn't the only one flowing through time. The area around her seemed to be affected as well. Not all could sense the temporal changes taking place. Even the older experts had a hard time noticing. De Gaulle and her sword have traveled 1,000,000 years away, changing the momentum of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, righteous Sion's golden spears tore apart time itself, aiming to make up this gap. The fight has already started, unbeknown to the weaker spectators. They still thought that the Sion was building up his move and power for an ultimate release. As for the fairy, she was brave enough to give him time. As for the powerful ancestors, they watched this temporal contest with a solemn expression. One side was pursuing while the other side chose to evade. They thought that once the Sion caught up, de Gaulle wouldn't be able to stop the golden ocean. Suddenly, the golden spears dissipated along with the rays coming out of his eyes. His power was nowhere to be found. The spectators exchanged glances, bewildered at the lack of action. "I've lost." Righteous Sion shook his head, seemingly disappointed. "What?" A clamor erupted among the crowd. "Is this happening? First Sister won?" Even students from duality found this astonishing. Chapter 38:10. No one expected the Sion to suddenly surrender. Most thought that they still hadn't fought. Furthermore, the Sion was winning in terms of aura and momentum, hence the illogical development. Of course, they would want nothing more than a win for de Gaulle. It just didn't seem right for him to give up under these circumstances. "We won?" A spectator remained skeptical. Only the older experts were able to see the details of the exchange earlier. "That depends on your definition of victory," one powerful ancestor remarked while still thinking about the fight. He didn't directly state a clear winner. "You're being humble." De Gaulle disagreed as well. "If this is considered a win, then I'll be embarrassed. I can't catch up to your sword Dao when it's millions of years away. In that case, how can I even think about winning?" The Sion laughed. The ancestors then realized that the Sion didn't have a way to reach her with his spear. Thus, his power became useless on the temporal scale, hence his swift admission of defeat. So it is a win. Most only had a vague concept of what had transpired, but this was still a victory confirmation. That's why First Sister is number 1 in our academy. The students from duality started celebrating. Other young experts raised their fist and shouted, "No, she's the number 1 genius in all of the holy ground." Her victory earned crucial points for the holy ground, hence the celebration. "I wouldn't call it winning, just using a trick for the upper hand." De Gaulle said, "If this is a win, it will be an honorless one. I would rather have a direct fight to see your cultivation. Your mindset is commendable, Fairy Dugu." The Sion was in good spirits as he replied, "If you wish to continue, then I'll be more than happy to entertain you. It'll give me a chance to see the rest of the sword art from the ancient emperor." The cheers abruptly stopped as the crowd exchanged glances. Since de Gaulle herself said that it wasn't a clean victory, it would be silly for them to continue cheering. They felt rather awkward as a result. Of course, de Gaulle didn't care about this trivial matter. She continued, "I need to rely on the wise ones of the past in order to make up for my current inadequacies. I can say the same because my cultivation is thanks to the help of the sages and ancestors." The Sion solemnly responded. "Either way, let us continue to see the actual victor." De Gaulle smiled. "So be it." The Sion's eyes became fierce and bright again. He summoned his weapon, a resplendent spear. The individual rays could pierce through eyes like needles. It had 7 engraved orbs, looking like 7 planets. The orbs then started floating around the spear, releasing a domineering aura just like a primal beast. This terrible aura came from the spear itself. The scion has yet to empower it with his own energy. I named this spear Heaven Seas. The scion elaborated, it is made from the Tao bone of a resplendent god crow infused with gold star metal ingots. If I ever get to prove my Tao in the future, I shall make it my patrimony weapon. The Tao bone of a resplendent god crow? A few ancestors were surprised to hear this. This Tao bone, is that amazing? One youth became curious. It's a high-level heaven Tao bone of a king beast, extremely precious and valuable. One ancestor nodded. The listeners took a deep breath after hearing this. This material grade was often only used by Tao lords. No wonder why the scion said that he would keep it as his signature weapon. Moreover, the gold star metal ingots were precious as well. Thus, the result was nothing short of extraordinary. It's a fine weapon. De Gulan praised before releasing her vitality and fate palaces. Rumble. One palace emerged after another. They poured down eternal Tao laws. To 12 fate palaces. Everyone was stunned, including the students from Duality. She really has 12 palaces. Some needed to do a recount. Prior to this, they were sure that she was at the very peak of the Grand Tao sacred level with 11 palaces. Now, with 12 palaces, it meant that she was an heir, ready for the next step. Will she pick the path of the Tao Lord or Sovereign? This became the next question. First sister is the best. The students from Duality became excited again. Since Righteous Scion was an heir, people assumed that she was at a disadvantage. This was an immense gap that couldn't be made up. Now, hopelessness was replaced by excitement. It didn't matter which path she would pick. At the very least, the two was on a level playing field now. Chapter 38:11. De Gulan's current power pleasantly surprised the members of the Holy Ground. They thought that she had no chance of winning in the past. Just putting up a good fight would have been more than enough. Now, she could actually beat him in a direct battle after revealing her 12 palaces. You can do it, first sister. Students from Duality cheered loudly while being overwhelmed with excitement. Some even jumped up and down, wanting to tell the world about their amazing first sister. 12 palaces, how impressive. Will always be surpassed eventually. One ancestor became sentimental. She might not be equal to the scion right now, but her potential is bright. Another big shot commented. She already had 12 palaces at her age. Once her Grand Tao is fortified, her height would be incredible. There was a chance for her to compete for the Tao Lord position. When I got here, I thought that you were at the peak of the sacred physique realm at best. It seems like I have underestimated you. The scion said. You're too kind. I've only broken through recently, my Grand Tao is still unstable while you have been an heir for a long time now. De Gulan replied, not finding pride in her achievement. Nonetheless, the crowd still thought that it was very impressive. She was definitely among the top of her generation now. Only the scion can match up with her. Another genius said with admiration. This is perfect, I can finally go all out. The scion glowed with vigor and excitement, especially his pulsing eyes. His battle spirit surged after finding a capable foe. Rumble. He released his vitality and 12 palaces as well. His true fate was in the center, looking as imposing as can be. Chaos energy engulfed the area. He resembled an unbeatable king in charge of all things, all others must heed his commands. It became apparent that he was above De Gulan in terms of raw power and cultivation. Thus, her claim made perfect sense. One was an heir for a long time while the other had only broken through in the last several days. De Gulan had a serious expression, not daring to underestimate her opponent. Clank. She slowly unsheathed her sword. As the blade ground against the scabbard, everyone felt as if time was slowing down. It lacked a blinding radiance and a sharp murderous intent. People saw the material of the sword. It looked like wood, stone, and metal, yet was neither of these three. The unknown material consisted of two colors, one side was black and the other white. The degree of intensity also changed from the bottom to the top for both colors. The spectators felt as if she had the yin and yang firmly under her grasp. Righteous Scion was obviously stronger, but the moment this sword came out, the tide seemed to be turned. She became the ruler of the cosmos instead, the ultimate existence. This feeling was due to the sword alone. The rather conspicuous sword startled the crowd. The only unique characteristic was its duochromatic appearance, yet it felt invincible. A paragon of swords. The Scion had a serious expression. As the successor of Righteous, he has seen plenty of weapons before. His sect also had 3 Tao Lords, so he certainly saw Tao Lord weapons as well. Nonetheless, he still praised this sword. This was an indication of its unequaled nature. Its name is Trinity. De Galan revealed. Trinity? Some found this astonishing because in terms of auras, it was even above the Scion spear. However, the spear's name was Grand, Heaven Sees. This made Trinity seem normal in comparison. For the smaller sects, the elementary weapons of new disciples usually had these names: Taiji Sword, Trinity Sword, Four-Form Saber. It is to be used with Trinity Sword art, please give me pointers. De Galan added. Heaven, earth, and man, I see. The Scions solemnly replied. He didn't have this expression when dealing with Golden Cicada Buddhist Child's World Crossing. Trinity Sword art, the one from the legends? An old ancestor with one foot in the grave suddenly recalled something. So it's a famous art? A junior immediately asked. Rumor has it that it is from the secret realm. The ancestor replied. Secret realm? The junior had no idea about this realm or the sword art. Others shared the same confusion. The ancestor ignored them and asked de Galan, Fairy, is this sword art from the secret realm? Yes. When our progenitor created the academy, a messenger from Void Zone personally came with gifts. De Galan had no intention of hiding. The young ones didn't think much of it, but those from the previous generation became frightened. It's really from Void Zone. One big shot gasped. Chapter 38:12. People shuddered once this so-called Void Zone was brought up. Even the veteran ancestor's mind trembled after hearing the name. Void Zone was an unreachable area for all cultivators. Even Tao Lords looked up towards this place. Most tried for their whole life just to earn one visit there. Unfortunately, fewer than few were qualified. In fact, not even Tao Lords could earn an invitation. For example, the brilliant blessed Tao Lord both admired and feared Void Zone. According to the rumors, this Tao Lord never got an invitation to go there. Outside of a few special ancient emperors, Pure Sun Tao Lord and the Duck Egg Buyer have entered there before. Too many legends existed for this profound and mysterious place. Some even considered it to be an immortal realm. Alas, the fortunate visitors remain taciturn on what they've seen. Because of this, 8 Desolaces had a pitiful level of knowledge regarding this area. This gave birth to some ridiculous speculations and rumors. The only absolute consensus was that it was not a place to be trifled with. Even the top existences seemed fearful and always trod carefully regarding this topic. Duality Master has quite a reputation. One ancestor remarked, even true immortal sect didn't enjoy the privilege of being visited by someone from Void Zone. There were plenty of emperors in the ancient era and Tao Lords. However, when these beings got to the top and proved their Tao, they might not receive a congratulatory visit from an official messenger of the secret realm. Perhaps Void Zone paid no mind to them, only viewing them as nothing more than a strong cultivator. On the other hand, Duality Master was unique. Void Zone brought weapons and manuals to the founding of his academy. Is Void Zone really strong? One junior knew nothing outside of the name. He was curious to see the solemn expression of the ancestors and high elders. More than that, it's a taboo existence. An ancestor replied. Taboo existence? What do you mean? The junior continued to ask. The ancestor stopped, not wanting to dwell on this topic. An expert nearby answered instead, taboo as in, just one command can result in total destruction for countless sections. The young ones were astounded to hear this ridiculous answer. Really? How can it be so strong? The junior remained skeptical. Alas, the seniors no longer wanted to talk about it. It was best not to talk about this entity due to the potential disaster entailed. The young ones were calves, still unafraid of a tiger. But as for them, they knew just how frightening Void Zone was. Their meager power was nothing in comparison. Meanwhile, the scion stared carefully at the unsheathed trinity. Normally, he always had a proud and lively expression. Some would call this arrogance and contempt for others. This was no longer the case. My spear is not a match for your sword. He eventually sighed and concluded. The user matters more than the merit law and weapon. I might not be able to beat you even while using Trinity. De Galan replied. She paused for a bit and humbly added, I was fortunate enough to earn the grace of the seniors and have the opportunity to learn Trinity sword art and wield this sword. The experts exchanged glances. They realized that by doing so, the academy was clearly grooming her to be a pivotal pillar there. Today is my lucky day, to be able to witness Trinity sword art. Please give me pointers, fairy. The scion happily said. The same to you. De Galan replied in a straightforward manner. She then slowly raised the sword. During this process, everyone felt as if their fate was in her hand despite a lack of flashiness and fanfare, that the blade was next to their neck and primed for decapitation. This sense of helplessness was overwhelming even though all she did was raise the sword. Go. The scion was as serious as can be while holding his spears with both hands. He immediately summoned a Dao path beneath and thrust his spear forward, severing the reincarnation cycle along with the yin and yang. Boom! The apocalyptic attack horrified the spectators. It was absolutely capable of instantly flattening a kingdom. They knew that they had no chance of surviving this attack. On the other hand, De Galan didn't panic and observed the incoming thrust. Clank! Trinity's white side unleashed a supreme and merciless slash. A blossoming lotus flower only appeared for a split second before being replaced by a sword thrust. Merciless heaven, the thrust looked like the onslaught of heaven itself. The scion switched his stance to a defensive one. His spear sealed and severed everything, even the gods couldn't get through. Alas, the severing couldn't stop the sword thrust. Trinity made it through the defense while the scion reacted quickly by leaping backward. The entire thing happened too fast for the spectators to see. Blood splashed along with a hushed groan from the scion. People then saw him stopping with a wound on his shoulder, staining his robe. Albeit, this was only a flesh wound. Nonetheless, people were still shaken. It was exceedingly difficult to injure someone at his power since his body was as tough as steel. 1. I changed Void Realm to Void Zone since this matches the older translation. Chapter 38:13. Once the spectators calmed down, applause immediately erupted. Golden Cicada Buddhist child managed to send the scion flying during their fight. However, that was more of a warm-up and no real injuries occurred. Furthermore, the scion seemed rather serious this time. He might not be going all out but was still using 80% of his power. Thus, De Galan's success was special. Incredible. Some shouted with uncontainable excitement. First Sister's sword art is unbeatable. The students from Duality turned red with elation. Right, that move can't be stopped by the young generation. One genius had nothing but admiration. That's Trinity sword art. An ancestor emotionally murmured, Void Zone lives up to its reputation. The powerful ancestors shuddered and shared the same thought, that their experience and power wouldn't be enough to escape unscathed. I couldn't block this move. The sword art is truly unbeatable. The scion's expression changed. He didn't bother to look at the wound on his shoulder and was still in high spirits despite losing this exchange. First sister, defeat him. Duality students yelled again. Other youths chimed in and showed their support. Fairy Dugu. Do it for the holy ground. Fairy Dugu. Cheers could be heard from all members of the holy ground in the audience. Dugulan was actually in a state of zen, not affected by external sounds. You're still not going all out, Scion. This isn't over. Dugulan said. I've rarely been injured in a direct fight ever since the completion of my Tao. I suppose I have to try harder since it would be a shame to not see all of Trinity sword art. The Scion smiled. Having said that, his mighty aura swept through the area like a tsunami. This seemed to be an awakened state. He finally revealed his true power to the astonishment of the crowd. Many spectators were blown 1,000 miles away. The older ancestors wouldn't claim to be stronger than him either. Boom! As he continued to gather strength, his energy manifested into a terrible maelstrom. His battle spirit seemingly tore the sky vault apart. Each of his movements brimmed with unstoppable destruction. Good. Dugulan knew that letting him power up like this was unwise, so she immediately unleashed her second technique. The dark side of the sword was on top as she roared, Lifeblood Earth. The sky turned dark first before the rest of the world. The end comes from heaven while the earth gives life. This was the second technique of Trinity sword art. A taifa tree emerged from the darkness. This was an evil tree only existing in the legends. Experts activated their heavenly gaze but still saw only darkness. My eyes? Numerous became frightened right away after losing their sight. Normally, even in total darkness, a cultivator's heavenly gaze would let them see. Lights no longer mattered as much. But now, even the ancestors couldn't see a thing. Some thought that they were blind. Why doesn't the heavenly gaze work? Some started shouting. Calm down, your eyes are fine. This is a Tao of concealment. A mighty ancestor loudly declared and managed to calm the crowd. They stopped panicking and focused up. From this, they sensed a dreadful darkness permeating the realm. This darkness seemed to be a life force and created more living beings. This was akin to mud and soil giving life to vegetation. Something's emerging. Many shuddered right away. As time passed, numerous new existences could be detected within the darkness. In the next second, they fused and became one. Boom! A terrible power erupted, akin to the birth of the god of darkness. The spectators dropped to the ground after sensing this terrible being. So this is Lifeblood Earth. It creates life from darkness. A powerful ancestor had heard of a legend pertaining to this technique. Another ancestor wanted to use their weapon to light up the area. Unfortunately, lights were crushed by this absolute darkness. No rays would come out. Damn! The ancestor murmured. The crowd had no choice but to yield and accept this dark power. There was no other choice. That's Trinity sword art for you. Another high elder remarked. The move was only aimed towards the scion, but everyone else was affected as well. Boom! Suddenly, the light returned after a deafening explosion. The spectators could see again, the scion floating in the air while raising his glowing heaven seas. The 7 orbs exuded endless flames, wanting to forcefully push the darkness away. Chapter 38:14. The golden light tore apart the darkness and blinded the spectators. Righteous Scion. People couldn't help blurting out his title. In fact, some found him to be quite cute right now despite prior distaste or even animosity towards him. After all, when they were lost in the darkness, his light returned their vision. This gave them a better impression of him, at least momentarily. Meanwhile, the darkness didn't give up. An invisible hand seemed to be gathering everything beneath heaven. A massive tree could finally be seen after being illuminated by the golden light. The area around it was darker than black, and the tree itself was even darker. Thus, due to its extreme hue, its faint outline could be seen. If there was a god of darkness, this tree would be it. It immediately devoured the power of darkness to gather more energy. However, people thought that this might not be the right interpretation since it seemed like the source of darkness. It was only recalling what belonged to it in the first place. Boom! It stretched one of its branches and a dreadful dark power came crashing down, enough to smash everything into pieces. This devastating power pushed the scion several steps backward. The golden light from his spear dimmed immensely. So strong. Someone commented because the scion was still at a disadvantage despite his oceanic level of vitality stemming from his 12 palaces. His body would be crushed if this continued. The crowd's amazement of the sword art grew more and more. The scion's power was no joke. He had proven his supremacy time and time again. Now, he was using his supreme grand Tao and channeled all of his power, yet Dugu Lan's sword art still had the upper hand. Because her cultivation was inferior, the sword art was doing the majority of the work. A technique from Void Zone isn't only for show. An imperial ancestor remarked. By this point, most got a good taste of how frightening the legendary Void Zone was. So what is this tree? A youth stared at the dark tree and trembled with fear. It looked just like the source of darkness. Many knowledgeable ancestors couldn't answer. An ancient being from the dynasty finally broke the silence. It's a devil Taifa from the legends. This is just a derivation though, not a real one. The few that have heard of the tree before knew that this thing could kill gods. Activate. The scion actually became more excited to see this powerful attack. He formed a mudra to derive his grand Tao further. Celestial brilliance emanated from his 7 orbs, forming a separate domain to withstand the dark onslaught. Boom! His fate palaces empowered his spear and a god fiend emerged from this domain. His grand Tao instantly engulfed this new entity, making a path for his true fate. In the next second, he became one with the god fiend. A resplendent crow god. A sacred ancestor from a prestigious clan shouted. Whoosh! The great god immediately unleashed 2 slashes. The slashes created 2 gorges along the way, capable of breaking through all defenses. There was no technique nor variation, only pure murder. Bam! The tree was cut and fell to the ground. The resulting sparks swept the darkness away. People then saw Dugu Lan staggering backward. Everything turned back to normal with the exception of the massive crow god. We can see again. People heaved a sigh of relief and found the sun rays to be wonderful. Righteous Scion didn't let Dugu Lan have time to rest and immediately attacked again. He and the spear were nowhere to be found. The only thing left was the supreme god. 7 celestial decapitation. His roar echoed across the realms. The figure suddenly split into 7 duplicates, 1 for each resplendent orb. Just 1 was already mighty enough, let alone 7. Clank. 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 The crow gods used 7 different saber techniques. Nonetheless, they worked together flawlessly and aimed for a different fatal spot. One looked like a hurricane, another looked like the sun. The only thing similar was their destructive nature. This combination move could decapitate all living beings, as easy as a farmer harvesting crops. Heads and bodies would pile up like mountains, blood would flow like rivers. Watch it. One big shot shouted to warn Dugu Lan. No one from the young generation should be able to stop this. All they could do was watch while screaming. Dugu Lan herself simply raised Trinity forward. It instantly split into 3 swords. To the left was a black sword, the right was white, and the middle was a fusion of both. Chapter 38:15. The division of the sword felt like a division of the world. This magical feeling permeated the land. The white sword represented God, the black represented devil, and their fusion represented the overarching momentum of all things. The middle sword contained majestic life force and other living beings. Some eventually proved their Tao and became gods, others chose the path of the devils. This momentum of life continued in an endless manner. This flow had nothing to do with judgment nor murderous intention. The flow would always continue regardless of one's wishes. Living beings had zero control over this flow across the river of time. As more eras passed, they became a part of the greater momentum. Meanwhile, there were plenty of elite and talented cultivators being born. Each era had its own supreme, each race gave birth to wondrous existences. Myriad Men was the name of the third technique in Trinity. The three swords derived incredible existences, invincible Tao lords and emperors of the ancient eras, the great primordial beasts. Ultimately, this form contained the momentum and power of an epoch, the essences of the living beings and the culmination of their enlightenment before death. Thus, the sword was the embodiment of perfection. Even god-fiends were part of this continuous flow. Thus, the 7 crow gods were nothing more than several drops of water in a boundless ocean. Their slashes made contact with the momentum and were immediately drowned out. This was akin to 7 swimmers being caught by a tsunami. They could only wave their hands helplessly several times before losing. Everyone gasped as they watched the slashes being nullified by Dugu Lan's momentum. The combination attack was immaculate. The ancestors here thought that they wouldn't be able to stop it. That's why the crowd worried for Dugu Lan. No one expected the third technique of Trinity sword art to be so effective. Meanwhile, the momentum continued to flow without a specific goal. It was nothing more than a non-sentient current, always existing within heaven and earth. Epochs started changing, worlds were destroyed. This didn't hinder the flow of this momentum, it eventually engulfed righteous Sion in his god form as well. All living beings seemed insignificant before this unstoppable phenomenon. They lived within the momentum and wouldn't be harmed by it. Nonetheless, certain things would happen during this process. For example, sickness, destitution, violent death. No one noticed the flow, and even if they did, changes would occur anyway. Thus, the inevitable nature of this technique horrified the spectators. Can righteous Sion handle this? One expert murmured. I don't know, if he can't beat this, he'll be reduced to specks of dust. An ancestor responded. Well, all of us will become specks of dust eventually. A mighty sacred ancestor became emotional. That's why we need to prove our Tao and become a Tao Lord. Otherwise, back to the earth. The previous ancestor answered. Trinity sword art is insane, one genius calmed down and commented. The Scion had the advantage in terms of cultivation, yet Trinity sword art still dominated him. The fact that he could last to the third technique was impressive enough. Others would have been dead after the first exchange. This is a supreme sword art left behind by the most dreadful emperor, it has to be this strong. An elderly ancestor said solemnly. Which immortal emperor? One expert thought that since this emperor was able to create such a powerful technique, some records should be left behind. I can't say. It's a forbidden subject. The ancestor really wanted to speak on this interesting topic but ultimately refrained. The listeners exchanged glances after hearing this. Boom! A loud explosion caused violent quakes and interrupted their conversation. A light suddenly flashed within the great momentum, akin to the explosion of 3,000 worlds. The rays tried to stop the flow, but this was futile. Next, 12 palaces flew out and created a path for the Scion's true fate to leap upward. With this, he was able to escape the physical restraints of world borders and the 5 elements. So risky. Many ancestors gasped after seeing this. In order to leave the momentum, the Scion utilized and separated his true fate from the body. This was dangerous because, in the case of failure, he would lose both. This gamble was worth it because once he got out of the momentum, he summoned heaven seas. His grand Tao manifested again and empowered him. Boom! The true fate exuded the brightest radiance, allowing the spear to use its strongest attack. The scion gave everything he had for this ultimate blow. The myriad Dao along the trajectory crumbled with haste. Unfortunately for the spectators, the sheer shockwaves made them vomit blood. Dugulan faced the brunt of the attack with her 3 swords. All 3 were sent flying, so the momentum suddenly dispersed. The world regained its initial form. Bam! She slammed into the ground and struggled to get up. Once she made it up, she vomited a mouthful of blood. Fairy Dugu. The crowd was shocked. Those who admired her screamed loudly while being stricken with anxiety. Meanwhile, righteous Sion's true fate returned to his body. He floated in the air while wielding heaven seas. A hush fell over the battlefield. The spectators couldn't regain their composure. Chapter 38:16. The result was obvious. Though they had expected this from the very beginning, they still had a hard time accepting it. I've lost. Your cultivation is above my reach. I wholeheartedly recognize this defeat. Dugulan sighed but maintained a calm expression. The members of the Holy Ground felt awful, especially the young ones. Some of them lowered their head. Her defeat was akin to the entire young generation of the Holy Ground conceding to righteous Sion. The Holy Ground was vast with plenty of cultivators and talents. In the south, only righteous sect could compete with it. Today, the Sion came with a challenge, but no one could defeat him. This was a tough pill for the youths to swallow. If they were allies, then this would have been more bearable. The battles would be considered exhibition matches to build camaraderie. Unfortunately, this wasn't the case. Righteous sect and Buddha Holy Ground always had animosity towards each other even during periods of peace. Most recently, Buddha Supreme and Righteous Supreme started an alliance between the two powers. Nonetheless, the rivalry was bone deep for the members. The young generation represented the future. Thus, it meant that the Holy Ground would be inferior for years to come. Alas, what else could they do? Their great geniuses have lost, including Dugulan. The latter has proven herself to be the #1 genius of the Holy Ground. Alas, she still couldn't take on the Sion. His supremacy over the young generation was now confirmed to the chagrin of the Holy Ground. Nonetheless, no one could criticize Dugulan for losing. They thought that she had done a great job and gained glory in the process. Her power was obviously above anyone else in the Holy Ground, especially the famous sword art. Even those from the last generation were frightened. Righteous Sion himself didn't gloat. He smiled and said, "You're too kind, Fairy Dugu. The Trinity sword art alone is beyond my reach. The only issue is your cultivation, or I would have lost. I owe it all to the distinguished predecessors. Though I've lost, I have no grievances or regrets." She replied. "Your peerless sword Dao makes my trip to the Holy Ground worth it. Seeing Trinity in person is also a dream come true." The Sion said. That was something everyone agreed upon, the might of the marvelous Trinity sword art. How does Trinity compare to the 9 paths of finality? Someone boldly asked. The crowd started speculating right away. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that finality sword art was the pinnacle of this Dao. How far off was Trinity in comparison? Of course, no one could answer this. In the present South, only a selected few were lucky enough to witness finality on top of surviving to the present. I hope the rest of your trip will be delightful. Dugulan cupped her fist towards the Sion. He returned the gesture and said, "Thank you, Fairy. I think it'll end soon." Dugulan didn't say anything else and left while embracing her sword, leaving the Sion behind. Anyone else wishes to fight? The Sion turned his attention towards the crowd. Though his tone wasn't provocative and arrogant, everyone became frozen. Some looked down in order to avoid his gaze. The majority of the geniuses in the Holy Ground were present, but it would be foolish to try and fight him. In fact, just having the courage to give it a shot would be quite commendable. His power level became abundantly clear at this point. Most ancestors would lose to him since he was quite close to being at the Grandmaster level. There's only one person left. Someone said what was on everyone's mind. Wuxia. All the ancestors thought so too. He's the only one who can defeat Righteous Scion. Despite Wuxia's meager cultivation, he has never tasted defeat since his Dao debut. Unfortunately, he wasn't interested in this matter. All of his abilities are for nothing. One youth snorted, he won't contribute to the holy ground and even murdered capable geniuses. He's nothing more than the black horse of the herd. The young members naturally disliked Wuxia for killing Phantom and Hu Ben, then refusing to fight the Scion. I see, I won't force the issue. What a shame, the holy ground has plenty of dragons and tigers. Unfortunately, so few actually want to fight. The Scion looked around and didn't see anyone. The crowd grew increasingly annoyed even though he wasn't mocking the holy ground. Junior, that's enough out of you. A thunderous roar detonated in the air. Clank. Grand Dao of the sword type emerged in the form of a rainbow, allowing one person to walk across the sky. Sword hero again. Everyone knew who he was since he was sent away earlier. It looked like the meeting with the king was finally concluded. He seemed to be in a bad mood. Sword hero of Vajra. I have heard of your sword Dao before. Though I wish to contend against the young generation of the holy ground, I don't mind if you wish to teach me a lesson. The Scion wasn't afraid in the slightest. Chapter 38:17, Righteous Scion's answer piqued the crowd's interest. He was certainly mighty, but Sword Hero was no slouch either. Moreover, the latter has been in isolated cultivation for so long. Rumor has it that he was comparable to the Grandmasters now. What would be the outcome of a battle between these two? Righteous Scion wants to fight Sword Hero? One member of the Holy Ground said, does he have any chance of winning? Others would have been laughed out the door for talking about fighting Sword Hero. It was nothing short of suicidal for overestimating oneself. Of course, this wasn't the case for Righteous Scion. Nonetheless, people still found it unsuitable. Well, I believe there are accounts of Righteous Sect Master losing to him. I think the Scion is actually confident in winning. An insightful big shot stated. This comment evoked rumination. Yes, this rumor was a thing. However, who here actually saw it in person? Therefore, skepticisms and doubts remained of this story. Some believed that the sect master only spread this rumor in order to pave the way for the Scion's future since he was the next successor anyway. Prince, you're unbeatable, teach him a lesson. One aggressive youth shouted, show him the holy ground's power so that others can't look down on us. Some youths have been frustrated ever since the Scion set foot on the holy ground. He overshadowed everyone else by being untouchable. Thus, they hoped that Sword Hero would be able to take him down a notch, allowing them to vent. Meanwhile, the ancestors didn't say anything. They found it improper for Sword Hero to fight against a junior. In fact, the Holy Ground actually had a fair number of older cultivators capable of beating the Scion. These ancient ancestors simply found fighting him distasteful, no glory in the victory either. Sword Hero was a supreme genius of the last generation. Even if their age was relatively close, the lack of propriety remained. Nonetheless, the youths were just too vexed to care about these issues. Sword Hero furrowed his brows after hearing the challenge. His eyes narrowed as he spoke, fine, let's see the top genius of Righteous Sect then. Having said that, he raised his hand and summoned countless energy swords in the air, forming an ocean of blades. The swords blotted out the sun. As he waved his hand, they formed a maelstrom with rays leaking out, ravaging the area. The crowd's robes and sleeves were being cut by loose energy waves, so they immediately retreated. Take this, Junior. Sword Hero roared in an intimidating fashion, akin to hearing thunder out of nowhere during spring. Clank. The maelstrom transformed into a heavenly sword of unimaginable size. It could definitely split the stars. The slash devastated the fabrics of space. The world turned dark right away as the crowd gasped in horror. The scion laughed after seeing this earth-splitting slash while being eager to fight. His heaven seas became resplendent again as he thrust it upward. It looked like a golden dragon using its claws to meet the slash directly. Boom! The scion's feet dug into the ground as he sank deeper. The power of the slash was too much, so the ground around him collapsed right away. The spectators were impressed with both combatants. The slash had incredible destructive potential, but the scion still managed to stop a direct attack from someone perhaps comparable to the 4 grandmasters. The best of the young generation. One ancestor gave him a thumbs up. The young ones didn't say anything. It was too hard to find negative words regarding the scion. Not bad. Sword Hero swung his hand downward and activated his sword intent. The heavenly sword became brighter, ready to kill the scion. Bring it. The scion was undeterred and had no intention of dodging. Clank. However, someone else successfully parried the energy sword before it could make its way to the scion. No one expected this development. They saw a woman standing next to the scion now, Tsutsuyame. They knew who she was since she was the messenger for the scion's challenge. We're leaving. Tsutsuyame immediately pulled his arm and ran, once again surprising the spectators. The great scion was actually running away. I can still fight. The unhappy scion told Tsutsuyame during their escape. You might not be strong enough to take him on. Tsutsuyame said while running towards Duality Academy with lightning speed. We don't know that yet, I'm not afraid either. He remained unconvinced. Forget about him, someone else from the holy ground will punish him. An ancestor fighting a junior is improper. She replied. The scion was still dissatisfied but still chose to follow Tsutsuyame. What just happened? This wasn't the result the crowd expected out of this fight. Chapter 38:18. A while ago, righteous scion appeared domineering and looked disdainfully at everyone out of the corner of his eye. Now, he actually fled from a battle. Due to his previous display of might, he might not actually lose to Sword Hero. The two have only exchanged one move and he wasn't at a great disadvantage. This choice didn't match his personality in the slightest. He wasn't one to run away from a battle in fear. If he was a coward, he wouldn't have chosen to challenge the holy ground by himself. Thus, this development could only be described as astonishing and illogical. What the hell? The fight has only just started. One spectator blurted. Is it a different scheme? Even the big shots had no clue why Tsutsuyame pulled him away. Fleeing? I'll still teach you a lesson even if you make it back to righteous. Sword Hero laughed boisterously. His aura was quite fierce right now, like an unsheathed sword, ready to inflict damages. He followed the scion in a leisure manner, akin to a relaxed fisherman. Wait, they're heading for Duality Academy. Eventually, people noticed the duo's destination. Why would he pick Duality Academy instead of Righteous Sect? Maybe they panicked and got lost? A confused soul guessed. Don't tell me they're seeking protection from 5-colored sacred sovereign? One youth speculated. This was rather plausible because a grandmaster should be able to stop Sword Hero. Why would the sovereign help them? A student from Duality questioned. I heard that the sovereign traveled the world and spent some time at Righteous Sect. He had a good relationship with the prodigies there. I'm sure these friendships still remain. A big shot said. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go watch. A spectator grew impatient and suggested. Right, let's see how this ends. Everyone else agreed. Thus, the crowd rushed from the capital to Duality Academy. A while later, the students at the academy were so confused to see the experts entering their turf. Tsutsuyame and the scion chose Myriad Cauldron Peak as their hiding place. Others caught wind of this and went there as well. As for Sword Hero, he didn't worry about his preys escaping, so he took his time. The scion could go to the edge of the world and still wouldn't be able to get away. Normally, Myriad Cauldron Peak would be filled with students trying to craft treasures and weapons. This wasn't the case today because the majority of the student body came to watch the fight between De Galan and the scion. Furthermore, there was something off about the peak. All the cauldrons were extinguished. Wait, what happened to the flames? Some became startled after noticing this. Clank. 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 They then heard metallic clunks from the pinnacle. The pinnacle never had flames because the cauldron there has been dormant for a long time. That's why the clanging surprised the listeners. Once they regained their wits, they started the climb. The peak was different from before, looking a lot shorter. It resembled the mouth of a volcano now. One could hear splashing and flowing noises akin to that of surging lava. Of course, this liquid consisted of various molten metals. The center had a cauldron with a powerful flame, the reason why these metals were melting. This was the true appearance of the peak. In the past, numerous masters came to create unreasonably mighty weapons and artifacts here. Because of this, the flame experienced wear and tear. Moreover, each creation left behind a large amount of smelted dregs. As they cooled, they became layers of rocks. The stacking process continued for eras and cut off the flame in the center. The students in that generation had no choice but to dig out new holes for new cauldrons by the cliff sides. One solution was to revert the process by removing the waste layers. However, remember that these metals were still top materials gathered by Dao lords and sovereigns. Therefore, these layers were extremely tough. Future descendants found removing them impossible, at least until today. Under Li Qia's order, the old servant mustered everything he got to break the top layers. This allowed Li Qia to activate the flame again to melt the rest of the dregs. They started to flow back into the cauldron's mouth, hence the current situation. Some teachers didn't bother going to watch the fight between De Galan and the scion. They preferred to stay and watch Li Qia's blacksmithing skill. Seeing the melted metals again left them speechless. The primary cauldron finally sees the sunlight again. An older one became sentimental. He had personally witnessed the amazing creations in the past and now, he got to see the famous cauldron once more. Why is he refining the liquid dregs? Another found this strange. Li Qia kept on pulling out the larger pieces that haven't fully melted and tempered them with the legendary forging hammer. He then threw them back into the cauldron again. Chapter 38:19, Clank. 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 Li Qia kept on hitting the larger remnant pieces. With each smash, more liquids flowed out and the pieces gradually became smaller. Moreover, the teachers saw lightning arcs and fiery sparks after each smack. This was when the hammer was activated. Its runes flashed brightly before dimming subsequently. Is there a point to using the waste materials? One teacher started a conversation. This cauldron is meant for creating supreme weapons. This extraordinary event was of utmost importance for the upper echelon. Not to mention the students, the teachers naturally wanted to refine weapons here as well. But now, it seemed that Li Qia was being wasteful by using this flame to refine the remnant pieces. Of course, these teachers didn't dare to say anything to him. In their eyes, the melted metals weren't valuable and useful any longer. Their essences had been removed. Most importantly, they also knew that Li Qia wasn't a poor student and didn't need to refine the waste materials into something usable. If he needed materials, he just needed to say one word and all of them would be more than happy to help him. Maybe they're not useful to us, but the miracle creator can change the ordinary to extraordinary. A different teacher replied. That's one possibility, there's no way he's doing this without a solid reason. Another agreed. Ever since Li Qia's arrival in the south, no group paid more attention to Li Qia than the teachers of duality. They kept a close eye on his movements and actions. Only the Dao lords and supreme sovereigns managed to lift the divine hammer back then. The older teacher said, I hope we'll be able to see its wondrous potential again now that the flame is back. What's special about it? A relatively new teacher became curious. It can summon worldly lightning and fire. The old teacher explained, extremely powerful. Not many can handle a fully activated attack. His eyes brimmed with anticipation after saying this. He once saw a Tao Lord activating the hammer in the past, truly a magnificent spectacle. However, since no one could use it in recent eras, people have forgotten about its magical power. It became nothing more than an ordinary hammer. As the teachers were busy with their observation, Tsutsui and Righteous Scion arrived on the scene. "Young master, please save us," Tsutsui implored. Li Qiye didn't stop swinging the hammer and merely glanced at her. "How many people here can actually kill you?" "Well, you can't put it that way. This is your territory and someone has just committed a grave offense in bullying us. Shouldn't you uphold justice?" "Justice isn't worth many coins." Li Qiye chuckled. "In my mind, your opinion and justice are priceless." She revealed a coquettish smile, wanting to be doted on. As for the Scion, he was brimming with curiosity while not caring about the pursuer in the slightest. He wasn't worried for his life and only paid attention to the molten waste in the cauldron. "As I said, Righteous Sect is lucky to have you." Li Qiye smiled at Tsutsui. "All of my good points can't amount to one finger of yours." She tried her best to win his favor, looking quite cute in the process. He only smiled. Smart people didn't need to say too many words. "Young master, what weapon are you refining?" The Scion asked. "These materials are a little strange. Don't try to flaunt your meager knowledge before the young master, you're only making a fool out of yourself. His actions are beyond your imagination." Tsutsui gently slapped the back of his head and scolded. Who was Righteous Scion? A top genius with a domineering temperament. No senior would dare to do this to him, let alone someone from the same generation. Nonetheless, he only smiled wryly and said, "I'm just curious about what's going on, not trying to flaunt." If spectators were to see this, they would find it shocking. How could a regular disciple dare to act in this manner towards the prestigious Scion? Moreover, the Scion didn't become angry at her. A while later, some finally made it to the pinnacle. The flame is back again after millions of years. One expert was astonished. "This is amazing." The students became excited since they could benefit from this as well. Perhaps they would have a chance of crafting their weapon here later. "It's Li Qiye." Everyone noticed Li Qiye and found it strange. "The Scion is here to ask Li Qiye for protection?" One junior became confused. "No way, why would the powerful genius need help from Li Qiye?" An expert disagreed. "Right, Li Qiye wouldn't help someone from Righteous Sect." Another added. "Today has been filled with strange events for them. First, the proud Scion suddenly fled instead of fighting. Now, he chose to run to Duality Academy to find Li Qiye instead of returning to Righteous Sect or another safe location. Whenever there's a mystery, Li Qiye is always at the center." One cultivator who has been paying attention to Li Qiye said. All in all, confusion permeated the crowd. They didn't know what the Scion was trying to do in this place. Chapter 38:20, Not Running Away Anymore? A cold voice sounded and interrupted the pondering crowd. Its murderous intent made others shudder in fear. They saw Sword Hero appearing on the horizon. Beneath his feet were floating swords spanning from Minor Sacred Mountain all the way to Duality Academy, allowing him to walk unhindered in the air. The sword path released continuous sharp energy waves. Meanwhile, other swords in the vicinity resonated as well. Cultivators all over the holy ground looked up and saw the sword path. The remnant sword intent resembled chaotic gales, truly discomforting the crowd. He strolled across the path akin to a supreme sword god capable of severing the firmaments and levels of hell. He didn't hold back on both his murderous intent and oppressive momentum. The crowd had a hard time being in his presence. So strong, no one could refute this right now. They thought that he was comparable to the four grandmasters. Though he wasn't in a rush, he still appeared on top of Myriad Cauldron Peak in no time at all. He scanned the area and instilled pain to those he gazed upon. It seemed that in his eyes, everyone else was mere ants. It doesn't matter where you go, I'll still teach you a lesson. Sword Hero glared at Righteous Scion. The Scion furrowed his brows before laughing, wanting to retort. However, Tsutsuyame stopped him. I can sympathize with you wanting to stand up for the young generation of Buddha holy ground, but we won't play along. She smiled and said. Sharp tongue, little lady. Who are you? Sword Hero replied. I am only a common disciple from Righteous Sect. However, don't waste your time on me, you should worry about whether the young master will allow you to mess with us. She showed no fear even when speaking to such a powerful existence. Others held their breath as their knees trembled due to his aura. On the other hand, Tsutsuyame was as calm as can be. This naturally surprised the spectators. Some big shots thought that there was more than meets the eye about her. Who is she, really? A big shot wondered. She couldn't possibly be an ordinary disciple from Righteous. I haven't heard of anyone like her in the actual sect. An ancestor who was a guest there more than once pondered. A top genius would be groomed by the ancestors and become renowned. This wasn't the case for Tsutsuyame. No one has heard of her before, not even the big shots who were familiar with Righteous Sect. Sword Hero's murderous intent surged as his gaze shifted towards Wuxia. Since when does a member of the Holy Ground protect the enemies? His voice echoed in everyone's ears. The older characters started thinking. As members of the previous generation, they knew that although Sword Hero was relatively close in age with the Scion, he was still part of the previous generation, an ancestor-level character similar to the four Grandmasters. Moreover, he was from the royal family as well. It wasn't suitable for him to try and teach the Scion a lesson regardless of the latter's arrogance. Furthermore, the Scion didn't actually insult the holy ground during the journey. He maintained a certain level of propriety and merely challenged the young generation. All in all, it was strange for Sword Hero to be hellbent on this matter. He must be annoyed, it has to be from the trip to the palace earlier. An important character who knew Sword Hero quietly said. His peers nodded in agreement. Not long ago, Sword Hero wanted to deal with Wuxia, but Yi Mingshi stopped him with an imperial summon. It seemed like Archaic Sun King must have frustrated him during the meeting. From an outside perspective, Archaic Sun King was inferior. Nonetheless, he had authority as the king and could control Sword Hero. Some assumed that this was due to jealousy. It wasn't easy having such an excellent little brother. Because of this, the vexed Sword Hero came out of the palace just in time to see the Scion acting haughty. Thus, he wanted to show the youth the might of the holy ground. Meanwhile, the youths didn't think about this at all. They had been suppressed by the Scion and actually supported Sword Hero. Plus, they viewed Wuxia as a traitor who conspired with Righteous Sect. This guy has never done anything for the holy ground. Oh wait, he murdered our geniuses and helped the enemies, what a scum. One genius snorted with disdain. All traitors should be put to death, kill him. A youth who hated Wuxia shouted. Your Highness, this dog bites the hand that feeds him. He deserves death. Many started chiming in. Your Highness, please personally rid the holy ground of this vermin. They wanted to see Sword Hero slay Wuxia. Of course, some youths actually wanted to support Wuxia. Alas, they didn't want to go against the mass. To speak up for Wuxia now could be risky since others might accuse them of supporting a traitor. So unreasonable, can't beat them so they want to use a borrowed knife. A genius whispered. Everyone could tell that the Scion was virtually unbeatable, standing at the top of the young generation. Wuxia's devilishness was well documented too. Everyone was afraid of him in Vajra. He became the thorn in the eyes of the geniuses as well. Thus, it became apparent that these furious geniuses also wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to get rid of some powerful foes. With Wuxia and the Scion gone, there was more room for them to grow and become famous. Looks like you have a bad reputation. Sword Hero frowned while speaking at Wuxia. Chapter 38-21. By this point, certain justifications existed for killing Wuxia. It was tough to defend him when he worked with Tsutsuyame in taking down the statue. Normally, he was untouchable by virtue of being the saber messenger of Vajra. Nonetheless, Sword Hero had both status and power. If he actually wanted to kill Wuxia, the latter being the saber messenger didn't matter as much. None of your goddamn business. Wuxia glanced at him and said dismissively. The vulgarity surprised the crowd. No one would speak in this manner when talking to such an important character like Sword Hero. Sword Hero naturally didn't accept the disrespect from Wuxia. His murderous intent was as thick as can be, not bothering to hide it in the slightest. Brat, do you think your status can save you? You can't do as you please just because you have him as a backer. The rays in Sword Hero's eyes could pierce the heart. People were curious to know who him was. As an outsider, Wuxia clearly had a backer in order to become the saber messenger. It had to be an ancestor from the temple, at the very least. This was rather important since it could decide how other powers would treat Wuxia in the future. Idiot, you're blinder than a junior. I don't need any backer to do as I please. Wuxia shook his head. How audacious. Well, let's see if you can back up your confidence. I will teach you a lesson and let you know that a member of Vajra can't. I'm not a member of Vajra, don't flatter yourselves. Wuxia interrupted him and said, plus, how are you going to teach anyone a lesson when you have no skill to speak of? Where is your confidence coming from? The crowd took a deep breath after hearing this. Some smiled wryly in response. Wuxia was this arrogant when dealing with Phantom and Hu Ben. Now, he was even more aggressive when speaking to Sword Hero, someone far above those two juniors. Some who had been watching him got so used to it that they didn't think twice. Ignorant brat, this isn't the same as before. Sword Hero is a grandmaster. One youth scowled. He'll regret it soon enough. Another added. He can't take on His Highness even if he's on the same level as Righteous Scion. His tongue will be the death of him. One more assessed. The more Sword Hero listened, the stronger his murderous intent became, virtually enough to freeze the area around him. The crowd's experience worsened by the second due to the unbearable nature of his aura. This murderous intent is unreal. One ancestor commented, thinking about backing off. It became apparent that Sword Hero would kill Wuxia at all costs today. No one will be able to save him. Someone from the same generation as Sword Hero commented. He knew Sword Hero too well, this was a guy who would keep his words. Sword Hero has been holding back before archaic Sun King. Now, he had a venting target who kept on fanning the fire. He stared at Wuxia as if the guy was a dead man and uttered coldly, brat, give it everything you got. Let's see how many moves you can survive. This date next year will be your death anniversary. You're taking the words out of my mouth. Wuxia wiped both of his hands clean and said, I think you'll last 1 or 2 moves at best. What? Some audience members blurted. Is he serious? One guy thought that this was unreasonable even for Wuxia. This is Sword Hero he's facing here. One youth added. How is he so confident? An ancestor shook his head. Sword Hero wasn't Phantom or Hu Ben. Wuxia's devilishness shouldn't be enough to make this claim. Can anyone in the world defeat Sword Hero that quickly? An older expert asked. Most thought that only an invincible Tao Lord would be able to do so. A Supreme might not be able to do that either. A clan ancestor replied. The crowd thought of 2 candidates right away, Buddha Supreme and Righteous Supreme. However, even powerful cultivators like them might not be able to defeat Sword Hero so quickly. Humph, anyone can boast. A youth sneered. Your Highness, show him the immensity of heaven and earth, teach him a lesson. A genius shouted. That's not enough, just kill him. Someone else had a bone-deep hatred towards Wuxia for some unknown reason. At this point, Sword Hero's eyes exuded a terrible beam, capable of piercing through the earth. Chapter 38-22. The rays from Sword Hero's eyes served as divine swords and ravaged the 10 directions, seemingly turning the world into a sieve. I want to see how you'll defeat me with just 1 or 2 moves. Sword Hero laughed. His expression seemed neutral, but rage was swelling inside. This was his first time being treated in this manner. Moreover, it was a junior doing it. During his youth, his talents were incredible. Even Yi Mingshi and 5-colored Sacred Sovereign were inferior in this regard. Later on, he lost the competition for the throne. Nonetheless, he was still one of the most pivotal characters in the dynasty. No one would dare to question his current cultivation. That's why he simply couldn't fathom someone being able to defeat him in 1 move, especially Wuxia. He truly believed that no one could do so in all of the Southern West King, not even someone like Buddha Supreme. Furthermore, he was an experienced ancestor, no longer a naive genius. Thus, his battle experience and circumstantial adaptability were excellent. He tried his best to stay calm despite being furious at Wuxia. Anyone else would grit their teeth and bellow about wanting to tear Wuxia to pieces. Get ready then. Don't hold back. Wuxia wiped his hands clean and smiled. The ancestors exchanged glances. None of them thought that a quick victory was possible. Can he do it? I'm sure he has some insane ace cards up his sleeve. One murmured. None of them should be enough. A sacred ancestor from the dynasty disagreed. They racked their brains and couldn't come up with any method capable of defeating a top master in just 1 move. As for the youths, they cheered for Sword Hero, wanting Wuxia to be punished for his arrogance. Sword Hero didn't relent to Wuxia's domineering comment. He laughed while his aura surged. Do whatever you want, I can handle anything. By this point, killing Wuxia alone wasn't enough to quell his anger. He needed to make it a horrific death. Wuxia casually picked up the blacksmith hammer again and waved it around for a bit before pointing it at Sword Hero. I'll let you go first or you won't have a chance to do anything. Sword Hero was going crazy because of Wuxia's attitude. He took a deep breath to calm his mental state. His eyes pulsed with a terrible light. Very well, let's have it your way. He agreed. This was an exception indeed, going first against a junior. Clank. Sword rays emanated from his body, tearing apart the 9 firmaments and 10 earths. They could definitely cut down the stars above. He raised his hand and caused continuous explosions. The world seemed to be toppling over. Cracks appeared on the ground and murderous intent oozed out. The strands stuck below seemed to have been accumulated for a long time. They were eager to come out and devastate the world. What are these things? The sharp intents terrified the crowd, prompting them to run to a safe distance before being split into 2 halves. Sinister Hero Sword Art, the technique that made him famous. He created this Tao himself, merciless and destructive. One ancestor from the same generation explained. A sacred ancestor who used to be his friend had a serious expression. Back at the academy, this technique allowed him to tie against 5-colored Sacred Sovereign. Tie. The crowd took a deep breath. So if they tied in the past and Sword Hero is more gifted, doesn't that mean he's stronger than the 4 grandmasters now? One genius deduced. Not necessarily. Cultivation doesn't rely on talents alone. A high elder shook his head. How is Wuxia going to survive now? Some youths started laughing, ready to gloat. Clank. The individual sword rays gathered into a massive sword, the embodiment of violence and murder. It had devoured all the devils and ghosts underground. Now, 3,000 worlds and their inhabitants became the next targets. One could hear the wails of tormented spirits within the murderous energy. Junior, ready to die? Sword Hero grabbed the sword, his eyes gleamed brightly. He became the reaper from the depth of hell itself, on the verge of reaping billions of lives. Chapter 38-23. The spectators felt themselves being refined by the terrible murderous strands emanating from the sword tyrant, not the best feeling to have. They thought that this technique would do more than just kill Wuxia. The remnant waves would inflict untold damage on the land. Nonetheless, they still watched with bated breath, wanting to see how Wuxia would deal with this technique. Most youths weren't so optimistic. Only the big shots from the last generations were eager to see Wuxia's heaven-defying methods against a top cultivator. Perhaps he would summon a peerless treasure. Come. Wuxia taunted the swordsman with his hammer. Just one move is all I need. Sword Hero's complexion turned red as he trembled with rage. He has been holding back all this time, but every man had a limit. The crowd exchanged glances, thinking that no one could stay calm after the repeated insults in a public setting. Junior, I will let you experience a fate worse than death. Sword Hero uttered each word in a menacing manner, a testament to his hatred for Wuxia. Clank. The massive sword became resplendent with a unique glow. It had a yellow hue as if it was the reflection from the water of the Yellow River. Die. He roared and unleashed the accumulated intents with the force of a tsunami. The energies with their earth origin began to corrode space itself to the horror of the crowd. Thousands and thousands of evil swords appeared in the slash, eventually culminating into an inescapable net. The technique broke the chaos, severed the yin and yang, annihilated space, and obliterated the stars. Muddleness took over as death and darkness descended on the world. Incredible. Both the young and old shouted after seeing the power of this move. They thought that no one should be able to survive it. Ashes would be the only thing left of Wuxia. Watch out. Experts on Wuxia's side roared. The actual combatant simply smiled and raised his hammer. Crackle. A lightning beam suddenly manifested and struck the hammer. It didn't harm Wuxia in the slightest. More crackles ensued before the astounded crowd. An ocean of lightning instantly appeared above the incoming sword slash. Each bolt was as thick as a mountain range and illuminated the realm. The target was still Wuxia's hammer. As the bolts converged on the hammer, they eventually formed a pulse bright enough to temporarily blind the spectators. Break. Wuxia leaped in the air and smashed the hammer down without holding back. The ocean of lighting above was pulled downward. The individual bolts looked like an apocalyptic tsunami. The power of lightning made Sword Hero's sword technique look trivial in comparison. The murderous and evil sword strands were instantly overwhelmed by the lightning waves. The bolts gathered into more pulses and soared forward. Sword Hero assumed a defensive stance with his sinister sword art, sealing the area around him. Unfortunately, this was of no use. Boom! Wuxia's hammer smashed the barrier, breaking it in an effortless manner. The lightning pulses struck the Sword Hero repeatedly, sending him flying for 10 million miles. Rumble. He smashed through numerous mountains along the way. Eventually, the last peak managed to hold him back due to a lack of momentum. He became buried in debris, his fate unknown. The spectators couldn't close their mouth while watching the exchange. Even righteous Sion had the same embarrassing expression. Tsutsuyame was mentally prepared but her lips still parted. Everyone stood there in a daze due to the unexpected result. They were so impressed with the sinister sword art, thinking that it would be the end of Wuxia. Alas, this mighty move and its unbeatable master were swiftly beaten by one hammer smash from Wuxia. Chapter 38-24. Sword Hero has yet to come out of the rubble while the crowd remained frozen and shocked. Some didn't feel like thinking at all. Anyone else would be thinking about the merit law and power utilized by Wuxia earlier. Which treasure or borrowing method was it? However, what was the point because all of this felt so right when it was Wuxia doing it? Shock shouldn't be the reaction at this point, no need to call it a miracle either. On the other hand, a top genius with talent greater than the 4 grandmasters had just lost to one smash. It became nearly unanimous that he was comparable to these 4 now. That nemesis sword art had an unparalleled might, yet it couldn't resist the hammer slash in the slightest. One move, just one move, an ancestor found this astonishing. Everyone else thought that they were dreaming. Of course, this was obviously happening. Li Qie didn't lie about needing just one move. An expert who has been paying attention to Li Qie murmured. As people regained their wits, they thought that even dreams wouldn't have such a shocking development. Righteous Scion and Su Tsueme had a wry smile, unable to express their current emotion. The 2 of them were extremely powerful, enough to dominate any region. Alas, their achievements were nothing compared to Li Qie, akin to 2 fireflies competing with the luminous moon. Everything is possible in this vast world. The Scion commented after being enlightened today. How is Sword Hero? One spectator asked. Sword Hero was buried beneath debris so far away. If he were to survive, he would still be with grievous injuries. Members of Vajra went to help already. A cultivator said. Those who loudly supported him earlier kept their mouths shut. None bothered to go there and assist him. In the end, people from the dynasty had to go themselves. At the very least, they needed to bring back his corpse in the worst-case scenario. A royal member of the clan couldn't be left in the wilderness. Are we done here, gentlemen? Li Qie then glanced at the crowd. They exchanged glances and no one dared to answer out of fear. Nothing made sense when it came to Li Qie. It was best to not provoke this devilish existence in the future. We're leaving. An ancestor told his juniors and left. Others didn't dare to linger around either, not wanting to annoy Li Qie. Only a minority stuck around. Most kept a safe distance from the peak in order to watch. You want me to carry you down the peak too? Li Qie looked at Su Tsueme and Righteous Scion. The Scion had an awkward expression with his mouth slightly open. He was at a loss for words, looking more like an obedient child than an unstoppable genius. Of course not, young master. Su Tsueme felt more at ease since she was more familiar with Li Qie. She smiled and continued, we do want to invite you to Righteous Sect though. Leave it up to fate. Li Qie nonchalantly replied. We'll await your arrival, young master. She smiled charmingly. He then stared at the 2 with a focus on the Scion. Though I haven't seen Righteous Sect Master, it shouldn't be that easy for you to defeat him. The senior was just being kind. The Scion no longer had an air of arrogance when speaking to Li Qie. You do know everything, young master. Su Tsueme interjected. No need to flatter me, I know what you're doing, but out of appreciation for your intelligence, I won't make it hard for you too. Li Qie waved his sleeve. Thank you, young master. Su Tsueme bowed. It was hard being mad at someone cute and smart like her. There's nothing else to do at the holy ground, return from whence you came. Li Qie ordered. The duo understood that he wanted them to leave. The Scion stepped forward and bowed. It is the fortune of a lifetime to meet you on this trip, young master. This is the greatest reward. Su Tsueme wasn't as serious as the Scion but still put on a solemn expression. Though our time together was brief, I've truly benefited from your guidance, young master. If you ever need me in the future, just say the words and I'll do my best regardless of the danger. She rarely acted this serious before since it wasn't a part of her carefree personality. This new aura of her looked rather imperious, akin to a god ready to ascend at any moment. Of course, this aura only lasted long enough for her to finish speaking. She returned to being the spirited and cute lady once more. Li Qie didn't find this surprising and accepted their showing of respect. Go now. The 2 bowed once more before leaving the area quietly. Chapter 38-25. Li Qie didn't stick around for long after the 2 were gone. He tossed the hammer back onto the anvil and descended. That's it? Both the students and teachers nearby were surprised, especially the latter who had been watching the entire time. The teachers thought that Li Qia was on the verge of doing something incredible after refining the remnant dregs. Perhaps a great treasure would be the result. The molten liquid in the cauldron was still surging and splashing. The flame was powerful as well, not allowing the liquid to cool. Some teachers landed on top of the peak with students behind them. Let's see here. A powerful teacher wanted to scoop up the molten metal but pulled his band back due to the scorching temperature. They had no idea why Li Qia left midway during the process. Maybe he was just playing around out of boredom? A different teacher murmured. One older teacher shook his head. No, Li Qia is not that type of person. He does everything for a reason. Is it possible to refine these dregs into a weapon? A teacher asked. Sure, the dregs left behind by Tao Lord level refinements are probably valuable but not in the eyes of someone like him. This is too much effort. He was right. Ordinary cultivators could find the molten metals to be valuable. On the other hand, the true masters wouldn't waste their time refining these waste materials. He's too eccentric, we can't understand his intent. The old intent shook his head and concluded. His peers agreed with him and smiled wryly. Well, that doesn't matter. The return of the flame is still great news for our academy. One teacher became excited. Since the cauldron was back, the academy had more chances in the future to craft an amazing artifact. True, it'll be way easier to craft something strong now. Others nodded in agreement. Ultimately, they didn't dare to interfere with Li Qia's business. They ignored the perpetual interaction between the flame and the remnant metals. The students that tagged along were curious as well. However, they focused on the hammer instead. Everyone knew about its legendary tales with the Tao Lords and top sovereigns. Alas, no one was able to pick it up after the main flame extinguished until Li Qia. He summoned an ocean of lightning with it and took down Sword Hero. By this point, even a blind fool could see how wondrous this hammer was. It was right in front of them too. Should we try lifting it again? A student asked. Even if you can lift it, are you going to take our academy's treasure away? A peer glared at him. Right, but there's no rule about taking it away. The first student remained interested. The crowd agreed too. The hammer was left here for millions of years and there was no rule about bringing it away. The academy seemed content with just leaving it alone. Anyone could take it if they were capable enough. Thus, they stared at the teachers who were still talking about the remnant metals. The latter didn't seem to care about this issue. Well, if the academy doesn't stop us, it'll belong to whoever can take it away. The first student asserted. This logic was simple enough. The listeners felt their heart beating faster. A while ago, students attempted to lift the hammer out of curiosity. Now, after seeing it in action, temptation and greed overwhelmed them. I'll give it a shot. A hot-headed student stepped forward. Up you go. He gripped the hilt with both hands and mustered all of his strength. He activated his merit laws and different methods to no avail. Others gave it a shot again despite the first failure. In fact, some even teamed up and tried to lift it together. No one managed to move the hammer, not even by an inch. Why can't we move it? They eventually gave up, albeit begrudgingly because Li Qia did so without putting in any effort at all. The hammer seemed like paper when he lifted it earlier. They had no idea why. Just give up. Your current selves have no chance. The oldest teacher walked over and smiled at the group. Teacher, why Li Qia and not us? A student inquired. This is a heaven-defying hammer. Only powerful characters like Tao Lords and Supremes can lift it. Others will just be wasting their time. The teacher replied. This still doesn't answer how Li Qia did it. He's not a Tao Lord or Supreme. Another argued. Though Li Qia was devilish, his cultivation was still shallow. Because the hammer allows it. The teacher patiently explained. The students remained confused. The hammer finds Li Qia worthy, that's why he can lift it without exerting any strength. The teacher said. So this hammer basically can recognize its masters? Another asked. Sounds about right. The teacher nodded. This revelation caused the students to ponder. Chapter 38-26. Li Qie returned to the temple and told the old servant and Fan Bai, "We've been here long enough, time to move." "Where do you wish to go, young master?" Fan Bai became curious. "Blackwood Cliff." He replied. "Is your destination Black Tides, young master?" The old servant's eyes slightly shifted after hearing this. Fan Bai had no reaction due to her little knowledge. This wasn't the case for the old servant who had traveled the world. He knew that there was nothing for Li Qie to do at Blackwood Cliff. The only thing interesting there was Black Tides. Indeed. Li Qie responded. The old man took a deep breath. While Li Qie didn't make a big deal out of it, those in the know would find this a serious matter. Black Tides was one of the 7 forbidden zones. All were extremely dangerous, hence their classification. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even the powerful supremes would be wary when talking about these places, let alone actually going there. Only Li Qie could make this decision without thinking twice. The tides are receding. The old servant murmured. You've heard about it? Li Qie glanced at him. It's not like I don't care about external events. The girl from Blackwood told Vajra about the phenomena already. The old servant responded. Yes, it is receding. Li Qie nodded, but this didn't matter to him. He would take a trip there either way. The old servant became worried after the confirmation. Though this happened numerous times in history, they were not prepared for it this generation. The previous time happened during 8th Stallion Dao Lord's era, the most recent one. A new Dao Lord has yet to appear. It hasn't even been a full era since, so no one believed Wei Qianqing. Normally, it would be a dozen eras or so. Thus, the seniors of Vajra had a historical justification for doubting her report. This was the same for the old servant as well. Unfortunately, Li Qie had spoken and his words were absolute. The old servant thought that this was an ominous sign. Looks like you still care about the Southern West King. Li Qie chuckled while looking at the old servant's worried expression. I'm just a regular man who can't forget about the place where I was born, unable to escape the constraints of the 5 elements and emotions. The old servant smiled wryly. True, everyone feels the same way. Li Qie chuckled and agreed. The old servant sighed. Things were looking bad for the south. In fact, the Holy Ground might be facing an existential crisis. Previously, Buddha Supreme risked his life to protect Blackwood and still failed. Fortunately, Righteous Supreme and 8th Stallion Dao Lord came in the nick of time. The consequence would have been unimaginable if these two didn't come. The Holy Ground would be the first to go down. In the present, Buddha Supreme was nowhere to be found. Righteous Supreme would have a hard time coming out. As for the Dao Lord, he hasn't been around for a long time now. The stake was just as high this time. Blackwood needed defenders capable of holding back Black Tides. He glanced at Li Qie. Who else could it be but Li Qie? Young master, are you intending on going straight in? He asked. Not necessarily, I'm not a savior who cares about the well-being of others. Li Qie shook his head. But you still wish to go there? He said. Few in the world knew what awaited in the depths of Black Tides, only that intruders seldomly returned alive. Nonetheless, he believed that Li Qie could absolutely do so. But why did Li Qie want to go there? Just going there to finish a trivial matter. Li Qie glanced at the horizon and said. The old man thought that only Li Qie would be able to say this in a nonchalant manner. Even Dao Lords didn't dare to do so. That place is so bizarre. He recalled. You've been there before? Li Qie smiled. Not quite, making that claim would be an exaggeration. He became sentimental. I was arrogant back then despite achieving nothing. I thought I was invincible and couldn't help wanting to enter. He paused for a moment and memories resurfaced. He swept through 8 desolaces with his saber, completely dominating his peers. Because of this, he felt confident enough to enter black tides. He eventually found that it was endless and perilous. Fortunately, he knew when to quit and managed to stay alive. It's immensely vast. I was like a headless fly going everywhere. I didn't know how far I got at all. He said. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. Just the fact that you left that place alive is incredible enough. Li Qie replied. You're too kind. He forced a smile. Anyone entering that place would find themselves insignificant, akin to a drop of water in an ocean. Most would be lost right after. To reach the deepest area was exceedingly difficult. Only mighty Dao lords could do so. Of course, there was no guarantee of leaving it alive. So what is that thing? He asked a question that has been on his mind for a long time. What did you see? Li Qie replied. Is it a ghost? He boldly speculated. Of course, ghost for cultivators was different from ghost in the mind of mortals. The ghosts described by mortals were nothing more than remnant intents with grudges. That depends on your definition. Li Qie smirked and said, most would consider them ghosts. As for me, I disagree and believe that they are things that shouldn't exist. I see. He fell into rumination. In the past, he got far enough to see unprecedented things that left an indelible impression on him. Go get ready. Li Qie commanded, then returned to his room. 1. The character for stallion has too many meanings. This title can change. Chapter 38-27. Yang Ling visited before Li Qie's departure. I want to go to Blackwood Cliff with you, young master. Though she wasn't a genius, she still had admirable traits such as being very direct. She was the first to know about Li Qie's journey because Fan Bai came to say goodbye. Why? Li Qie stared at her. I want to broaden my horizon. The seniors told me about Blackwood and its fantastic tales, it's just that I never got the chance to visit it. She hurriedly responded. He only smiled. Young master, please bring me too, I can serve you or do whatever you need, I'll be very diligent. She grabbed his arm and begged. Others wouldn't dare to be so familiar with Li Qie. Yang Ling, on the other hand, got to know Li Qie better so she acted boldly. Go pack your stuff. Li Qie eventually granted her permission. She became excited and cheered before speaking. No need to go back, my family already prepared everything for me. Having said that, she patted her spatial pouch. This wasn't her idea alone. Her family, especially her father, wanted her to be around Li Qie. He was intelligent enough to understand Li Qie's limitless potential. There was a chance of him becoming a Dao Lord in the future. Thus, he didn't want to miss this opportunity and hoped that his daughter could stay with Li Qie. This would benefit both Yang Ling and the clan. They might reach an unprecedented height as a result. Fine. Li Qie waved his hand. Yang Ling happily left and went to look for Fan Bai. The latter played a big part in Li Qie's decision. Fan Bai didn't have friends, so it was good to have a cheerful girl like Yang Ling around. Of course, Yang Ling and her father weren't the only ones with this idea. As Li Qie was about to leave, the old man from Duality visited again with De Gulan behind him. She was always a sight to behold wherever she went, beautiful and elegant, always commanding attention. I heard about your departure, young master. The old man bowed and said, I'm sorry for the lack of hospitality during your stay at Duality, pleasantries are unnecessary. Li Qie interrupted. You're going to Blackwood, right? The old man smiled and asked. Li Qie nodded. So is the seawater really receding? His eyes shifted slightly. The big shots in the holy ground have received this information from Wei Qianqing. Nonetheless, virtually all of them dismissed it. He himself thought that it was extremely unlikely. However, Li Qia's trip there must be for a reason. You tell me. Li Qia replied. He became nervous because this was a dreadful matter. No one in the holy ground could escape this. In fact, all of the south might go down. Then we must prepare. He stared straight at Li Qia and answered. Better work together well. Li Qia said flatly. The old man had no response. The current holy ground wasn't the same as before. Prior to this, Buddha Supreme was in charge and solidarity was at an all-time high. One command from him would result in the holy ground working together. Now, people thought that he was dead. Thus, the various powers had selfish calculations. Despite being one of the most influential figures, he definitely couldn't unify the holy ground. I have neither enough power nor status to do this. Young master, the holy ground relies on your leadership. He said softly. A bunch of fools, when together, are still fools. There will only be more people and louder fanfare. Do you really think they'll wholeheartedly work together against the enemies? Li Qia chuckled. The old man had an awkward expression. Li Qia's comment, though unpleasant, was still truthful. Vajra was currently in charge, but numerous other powers wanted its position. In the past, Buddha Supreme and Sacred Mountain prevented them from acting on it. A few things were different in the present. First, Buddha Supreme was gone. Second, Archaic Sun King was considered to be a failed leader. Others no longer wanted to be under Vajra's supervision. As for Vajra, it certainly had the ambition of no longer being under the rule of Sacred Mountain. That's the only way for the dynasty to be eternal. All in all, even if these powers were to rally together for a common cause, internal strife would eventually take over. Young master, are you saying? He hesitated. Just let it be, it's not actually a big deal. No legacy lasts forever. When it is time to fall, it'll fall. Li Qia said. I can't be as open-minded as you. He smiled wryly. He didn't share the same freedom as Li Qia since he was responsible for Duality Academy. Though Duality was separate from the Holy Ground, it was still built on the latter's land. Thus, if the Holy Ground were to fall, so would the Academy. The problem was, even if he sincerely tried his best, Vajra and the other divisions wouldn't listen to him anyway. Only Buddha Supreme had this level of influence. He eventually sighed and gave up, wanting to focus on the Academy's survival instead. Young master, it is a long and arduous journey to Blackwood. He then spoke, let our little Lan follow you and take care of your daily needs. He then beckoned for Dugu Lan to walk forward. I hope to be of service, young master. It is my honor to follow you. Dugu Lan bowed her head. The old man wanted Dugu Lan to stick around not only because of Li Qia's status but also for her to learn more. Outsiders would consider this preposterous. Dugu Lan was the #1 genius of the Holy Ground. Now, she was about to be Li Qia's maid? Nothing's long and arduous about this, it's just a stroll. Li Qia refused. Young master, you must think that our little lady isn't clever enough. The old man smiled bitterly. No, she's a rare genius. The Academy is lucky to have someone like her. Li Qia glanced at her and praised. Chapter 38-28. The old man and Dugu Lan were disappointed due to Li Qia's refusal to bring her along. After all, she would have definitely learned many things along the way. Of course, most would view Dugu Lan as a supreme genius, the only youth capable of contending against righteous Sion. The ancestors thought that she had boundless potential as well, destined to stand at the apex. Thus, she was a jewel in their eyes. Someone like her being a maid would be unfathomable. The duo present disagreed. The old man, in particular, thought that it would be an honor for her to follow Li Qia, the opportunity of a lifetime. I have nothing to teach you, you're excellent enough already and have done an incredible job learning Trinity sword art. Reaching apogee is only a matter of time. Li Qie stared at the two and replied. Please steer me from mistakes, young master. De Galan smartly asked for guidance, knowing that a chance like this wouldn't present itself again. You're doing great, but if I must point a single thing out, refrain from distinguishing between the light and darkness. Li Qie smilingly said. This is indeed something I think about, please elaborate, young master. She said. Trinity was a unique sword art since it consisted of light and darkness. The first two variations were completely different from each other. Thus, the polar opposites made it difficult for her during training. Her talents and indomitable spirit eventually birthed success, allowing her to utilize this powerful technique effectively. Nonetheless, she still had questions and doubts regarding her usage of light and darkness. They have the same origin. Li Qie said, from darkness there is light and there is light in darkness. This duality creates a majestic momentum and 3,000 brilliant mortal realms. These realms are never separated from the two affinities, and that's the focus of the third technique. I see. De Galan's impeccable comprehension allowed her to absorb his guidance. The third move of Trinity, Myriad Men, summoned the power of the talented geniuses in the mortal realms. It was different from the previous two since it encompassed both affinities. As for the first two moves, the affinity would absorb or destroy the other. Their reason for being is predicated on their twins' existence. Li Qie concluded. She became immersed in internal training. She suddenly felt much better about the sword art. Thank you, young master. She bowed, having gained immense benefits from listening to a few lines from him. He accepted her gesture and added, Trinity sword art is certainly strong, but do not indulge excessively in it. You need to focus on your own grand Tao or you'll never be able to leave the shadow of its creator, not that this should be a goal. She became emotional because he touched the biggest issue in her mind. Trinity was extremely strong, but she knew that she had no chance of surpassing its creator. The emperor who created this sword art was known as Prime and considered to be the greatest of them all. In history, the brilliant emperors and invincible Tao lords couldn't compare to him. That's why she had no chance of surpassing him regardless of her talents. Your grand Tao is unique and effective, others would have a hard time reaching you. He then focused on her grand Tao. Though this was only a casual session, she considered each of his words to be as precious as gold and jade. She earnestly memorized the content in order to ponder them later. After he finished, she bowed and respectfully said, I won't forget your kindness, young master. If I can be of use in the future, just say the words and I will be your ox and horse. He only smiled in response. Young master, I believe the changes in black tides imply immense danger. I don't think you need to take this risk. The old man pondered before speaking. This was because of Li Qie's prestigious status. If anything were to happen to Li Qie, it would be an unthinkable loss to the holy ground and its people. Black tides can't stop me from leaving. If it could, it would have started crawling instead of just laying there. Li Qie smiled. De Galan found his comment astonishing. Black tides was the name of an ocean, but Li Qie was using verbs to describe it. De Galan eventually asked, Young master, isn't black tides an ocean? Is it alive? The erudite old man felt the same way, thinking that Li Qie's choice of words was rather strange. Alive? Sure, but barely like a lamp running out of oil. It can't amount to anything. Li Qie nonchalantly responded. Though these two expected this answer, they still became shocked. So black tides is a living entity, De Galan murmured. Most thought that this was only an ocean with black water. They would consider Li Qie a madman for making this claim. How could a creature be so large? Please be careful, young master. The old man repeated, hoping for Li Qie's well-being. Don't worry, I know what to do. Li Qie smiled. As the group was about to leave Duality Academy, Li Qie didn't tell anyone. Nonetheless, de Gulan and the old man insisted on sending him away. They knew that he didn't like rowdiness, so they came alone. "Can't follow me forever, go back now," Li Qie eventually commanded along the way. The two bowed deeply as they watched Li Qie disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 38-29. Blackwood Cliff was located next to Black Tides, spanning 2/3 of the coastline. In other words, Blackwood wasn't a singular cliff but rather, a broader name of a geographic region. As for Black Tides, it presided to the very south, far removed from the Holy Ground and Buddha Emperor Plateau. A mortal would never be able to make a trip from the capital to Blackwood Cliff. A powerful cultivator relying on flying would require a long period of time. Due to the long distance, the core of the Holy Ground didn't care about Blackwood. Whatever danger loomed at Blackwood was just too far away. Nonetheless, historically, there has always been a garrison for a mighty legion here. This applied to the present day as well. This particular legion belonged to Vajra. The reason for them being here was simple: to watch over Black Tides. Of course, a legion alone wouldn't do much against Black Tides. Nonetheless, this has been tradition. Black Tides was one of the 7 forbidden zones. The majority of intruders would never come back alive, not even powerful supremes. The south was closer, but even the leaders of the north always worried about this area. The reason why the south still existed was due to the effort of the wise sages and cultivators. Dao lords risked their lives in order to calm this ocean. This was the case for the other forbidden zones too. One famous expedition was led by Duck Egg Dao Lord, including battles in all 7 zones. More recently, during the chaotic era, Pure Sun Dao Lord also fought against the forbidden zones. There were few records about this era, not too many details remained. However, recent battles were quite famous. For example, Buddha Dao Lord, Diana Dao Lord, and Righteous Dao Lord have all fought Black Tides. Later on, Vajra Dao Lord and his wondrous weapon did quite a number on Black Tides. Because of this feat, his Vajra was considered to be one of the 10 greatest Dao Lord treasures. In history, there were most likely thousands of Dao Lord weapons and treasure. Thus, the high rank of his Vajra showed just how brilliant it was. Furthermore, all of them returned alive after the expeditions. Alas, tragedies happened as well. Leaving alone the older tales, the one that left the deepest impression recently was Scarlet Moon Dao Lord. This Dao Lord was brilliant, being a peerless genius with an unmatched grand Dao. He dominated and became a Dao Lord later on. Unfortunately, the tides suddenly came when he had just finished creating his golden avatar. Since he had just reached this realm, his Dao foundation was unstable. He eventually died to the tides. His vitality, blood, and grand Dao were taken by the receding tides. All of 8 Desolaces trembled in fear. Though some top masters tried to help, they could only watch the tides retreat back to the ocean. His death served as a warning to the entire world. They have grown complacent after the end of the chaotic era. During the era of the blessed, prosperity could be found everywhere. Very few Dao Lords died during their ascension, so people forgot about this risk. Scarlet Moon Dao Lord's fate became the prime example and reminded everyone of this tragic possibility. Afterward, other terrible events stemmed from Black Tides. For example, whenever the tides receded, terrible creatures would come forth. They were strong enough to overwhelm Buddha Supreme. If it weren't for Righteous Supreme and 8 Stallion Dao Lord, the south would have fallen. That's why the leading dynasties of Vajra always had a legion at Blackwood just to keep an eye out for any suspicious movement. Though Li Qie wasn't in a rush, they traveled swiftly while being in the carriage controlled by the old servant. It didn't take long before they arrived at a great city in Blackwood. People either called it Blackwood Cliff City or just Blackwood Cliff. It was the home of more than 10 million inhabitants. As the group approached, they saw a unique characteristic of the forests and vegetation here. Everything along the coastline was stained by a black shade. Because of this, the coastline was rather visible even from a distance, looking like a thick black line spanning for 10 million miles. As they got closer to the city, they met more passengers along the way. Since Blackwood Cliff was by the border of the holy ground, they didn't see many people along the way until now. Yang Ling and Fan Bai stared curiously at the travelers. There were a few mortals but mostly cultivators from various sects and races. This looked pretty similar to Buddha Emperor City. I haven't seen this type of clothes before. However, Yang Ling noticed a different group. It didn't look like the fashion of the holy ground or righteous sect. In fact, this seemed different from anything from 8 Desolaces. They seemed to be from an ancient era. An archaic aura just oozed from them. They're from Wild East 8 Kingdoms. The old servant said, Blackwood Cliff is close to the east, so they do come here. I thought the 8 Kingdoms don't mingle with the outside world. Yang Ling asked. That's in the past. The barbarians of the east certainly didn't come out during the chaotic era and didn't welcome outsiders either. This gradually changed but still very limited. They usually only visit Blackwood Cliff, very few go out farther. The old servant smiled. So who are they? Do they just want to maintain their lifestyle from the ancient era without dealing with the modern world? She continued. In the past, the Holy Ground had tried to conquer the 8 Kingdoms to extend its reach. The result was well known as well. This was during the golden age of both the Holy Ground and Righteous Sect. The two enemies decided to work together in order to conquer the 8 Kingdoms. This expedition was led by 8 saints and 9 sovereigns. The 8 Kingdoms couldn't stop the powerful legions from these two sects, losing one battle after another. What happened next took the legions by surprise. The ancient empress appeared and defeated their top masters along with the legions. From then on, Righteous Sect and the Holy Ground never tried to conquer the East again. Time is an unstoppable flood. Trying to separate from the world is futile. In the end, they'll be swept into the temporal flood as well, no exception. The old servant said. 1. Duck's Egg Buyer turns out to be a Dao Lord, shortened to Duck Egg for brevity reason. Chapter 38:30. Li Qie didn't immediately enter the city. Instead, the old servant led him to the coastline. A majestic platform floated in the sky above the water right outside of the city. Keep in mind that the entirety of Blackwood resembled a cliff right next to black tides. While standing on this platform, one could see the famous ocean ahead. Virtually everyone in 8 Desolaces has heard of its name before and its horrifying tales. Nonetheless, to see it in person was still astonishing. When people thought of oceans, they would imagine blue water and a clear sky. This wasn't the case for the boundless ocean ahead. True to its name, the water was completely black. Moreover, it felt quite thick as well. If it was only black like squid's ink, then people wouldn't mind adventuring there. However, the thickness was intimidating. They thought that once they took one step inside, they would be stuck there, unable to get out. Furthermore, due to this thickness, the water surface should be quite calm. In reality, this ocean was furious with high waves always ravaging the shore, ready to sweep the earth away. The sky wasn't blue either. It seemed that after millions and millions of years, the evaporated water resulted in an all-enveloping thick fog. In a sense, one would feel that they were standing before a great beast with its bloody jaws wide open. The first impression was usually fear and dread. Yang Ling and Fan Bai had heard of this place before, but this was their first visit. They felt the same way as everyone else. Why is the water black? Yang Ling brought this up. In fact, this might be the first question in everyone's mind after seeing the ocean. It must have been asked a million times. Li Qie smiled while the old servant answered, there are numerous legends regarding this. What are they? Fan Bai, who was in awe, became interested as well. One tells of a source stone of darkness residing in the deepest crevice of the ocean. It stained the entire thing with its dark affinity. If one were to fall in the water without being strong enough, they would rot right away. The old man answered while gazing at the ocean. This caused the two to stagger backward right away. Indeed, this black ocean seemed eager to swallow intruders. So is this one true? The reticent fanboy asked. I don't know. The old man stopped staring and shook his head, looking a bit emotional. Only those who can actually make it there know whether there's a stone like that or not. Can you do it? Yang Ling asked, aware that the old servant wasn't an ordinary cultivator. I would only embarrass myself due to my meager cultivation. The old man smiled wryly. The number of people that can make it there is pitiful, to say the least. Only characters like Diana or Vajra Dao Lord can do so. Others will only be courting death. I've heard of this before. Yang Ling became excited after hearing about the expeditions. They said that Vajra Dao Lord destroyed the sky vault here with his weapon. Ong Ling came from nobility and had memorized the tales of the 4 Dao Lords already. This was one reason why she was so excited to visit Black Tides. That's correct, it goes to show how fierce and competitive the battle was. The old man nodded. Yang Ling didn't think of it this way. Vajra Dao Lord was known to be unbeatable. Thus, if he were capable of suppressing Black Tides, the fight wouldn't have been so devastating. It would have ended rather quietly. What about Duality Master? Yang Ling brought up someone else. I heard the master came freely without being stopped. As a student of duality, she has also heard about the founder's exploits. Rumor has it that Black Tides didn't react to his presence at all. He strolled inside as if it was his own backyard. Many didn't believe this particular legend. Everyone knew that Duality Master was a mortal. How could a mortal tread freely in Black Tides? That's impossible. Even the Dao Lords of the Holy Ground needed to fight the entire way to get inside, then killed their way back out. Any existence, regardless of their power, would find traveling in this region exceedingly difficult. Nonetheless, Duality Master actually did it. Yes. According to the records, Duality Master is the only one who traveled freely in Black Tides without any resistance. The old man solemnly said. How did he do it? Yang Ling couldn't come up with a reason. This was indeed a mystery that has spanned for eras. I don't know. The old man said, maybe he's a unique existence, or perhaps he had already escaped the 5 elements and constraints of the world. Or, Black Tides was afraid, so he did whatever he wanted. Afraid of his power? How could a mortal be so strong? Yang Ling murmured. Her skepticism was warranted. One could say that no one in this world was stronger than the Holy Ground's Dao Lords during their respective era. How could a mortal be stronger than a Dao Lord? Cultivation doesn't determine everything in this world. Duality Master is an exception, the only exception. The old man said. Yang Ling nodded in agreement, agreeing that her academy's founder was special. There have been numerous Dao Lords in history, but only one Duality Master. Chapter 38-31. As the two girls chatted with the old servant, Li Chia had his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. The girls didn't dare to bother Li Chia despite being overwhelmed with curiosity. He eventually opened his eyes after a while. What were you doing, young master? Yang Ling asked. She naturally didn't think that he was sleeping while standing. I was listening. He smiled. Listen to what? The tides? Yang Ling stared at the black ocean. No, to the screams. He replied. She was creeped out by this response and took one step backward while staring at the ocean. Don't scare me, young master, I don't hear any screaming. Nonetheless, she started focusing but still didn't hear anything outside of the winds and waves. You're being serious? She regained her wits and asked. There was no reason for Li Chia to lie to her. You can't hear them. The old man said and stopped her from trying again. Your cultivation isn't enough, so don't bother. She took a deep breath after the confirmation. The old man gazed deeper into the ocean and elaborated, don't be surprised. Numerous experts have died there, including supremes and Tao lords. The powerful souls are still lingering, whispering and wailing. Both Fan Bai and Yang Ling became afraid. Well, what are you hearing right now, senior? Yang Ling inquired. My mind is calm, so I don't hear anything currently. But when I was in there, I heard something I shouldn't have. The old man revealed with a solemn expression. What do you mean? Fan Bai asked. The old man fell into rumination. He was a survivor of this ocean and never told people about his unforgettable experience. The voice of a Tao lord. He sighed and spoke after a while. A Tao lord? Which one? Yang Ling was surprised. Scarlet Moon Tao Lord. Li Chia answered instead. Yang Ling took a deep breath. This title had a special significance in the present day. Senior Sister Xiaoya's ancestor with a tragic end. Yang Ling murmured. There were rumors regarding the fate of this Tao Lord, but she didn't know about the little details. Right here in Black Tides. Losing and dying as a result. Li Chia said flatly. The nonchalant comment still took her like a storm. Just think about it, an invincible Tao Lord actually losing and dying? Those who witnessed it in person would certainly be traumatized for life. How did it go down? Yang Ling calmed down and asked. The old man shook his head and refrained from speaking. The future descendants didn't have a clear idea of this Tao Lord's untimely demise. Fortunes and creations were stolen. Li Chia said vaguely. Yang Ling was trembling as she stared at the ocean, the grave of a Tao Lord. Young master, you can hear the last words of the DOA Lord? She eventually asked. No, and I'm not trying to either. He shook his head. Then what are you listening to? She inquired. The sounds of black tides. He revealed. What do you mean? She only heard the winds and waves splashing onto the shore. The moanings of something on its last legs. He smirked. She had spent enough time with him to, more or less, understand what each smile implied. However, this one was indecipherable. Was he making fun of it? Or something else entirely? Nonetheless, she could feel a murderous intent from him. Black tides will die? I thought that it is very scary. Yang Ling found this hard to believe. The 7 forbidden zones were the most terrifying areas in 8 desolaces. One of them was about to go down. There are various reasons, but death is inevitable. He said. I can't believe this thing is alive. She said. What do you think this is? He nodded his head towards the waves below. Just ocean water. She responded, what else can it be? Blood. He answered succinctly. This time, even the old man became startled, let alone the 2 girls. This is blood? The old man took a deep breath. No way. Yang Ling stared at the massive tides in disbelief. Alas, she believed him, unlike her words. The old man didn't dare to think about this because the hidden answer behind this would be horrifying. What happened here? Whose blood was it? This exceeded the 2 girls' imagination. Something's blood made up this boundless ocean. It'll end soon. Li Chia smiled coldly. This expression of his signaled to the rest that something serious was about to happen. They stared quietly while standing on this floating platform meant for observation. It was large enough to accommodate 1,000 people or so. There were other cultivators watching as well. The first-timers felt the same astonishment. However, a group of soldiers came and drove them away. They had the same uniform made of expensive material. It was obvious that they were from a great clan. Gentlemen, sorry for the inconvenience, but this place is closing soon. The leader told the spectators. His polite words didn't mean that he was weak. The members of his troops all had a fierce aura. That's why the listeners knew that there was no room for negotiation. They needed to listen in spite of his polite tone. Chapter 38-32. Some spectators naturally became annoyed at the unexpected interruption. The outsiders were particularly vexed because they had traveled so far to get to Blackwood. Moreover, no one weak would be able to make this journey. Thus, these prideful cultivators didn't want to acquiesce without a fight. Nonetheless, the locals immediately saw the insignia on the soldiers and played nice. "What is the Biendu doing?" one of them asked. The leader explained, "Our clan isn't trying to be unreasonable here, it's just that our young lord wishes to watch the tides for his Dao session. In order to be absolutely safe, we have no choice but to do this. Please excuse us and we'll make it up to you in the future, fellow Taoists. Your young lord is out of his isolated cultivation." The locals were surprised. The leader nodded. Yes, he felt a resonance with black tides, so he wants to observe the water. With that, many started leaving for two reasons. 1. They were intimidated by the Biendu's power. 2. They respected this young lord. Plus, this clan's attitude wasn't bad either. Biendu was a prestigious clan in this region. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were at the top. From Blackwood City to the shores, the scattered villages to the mountains and forests, these places were under the Biendu's jurisdiction. Thus, the locals were rather apprehensive when dealing with this clan. As for the outsiders, one guy was bold enough to protest, "I don't see your name written on this platform, why are you kicking us out?" The leader didn't become angry, but his tone became colder. "Once again, our clan apologizes for this offense. Our young lord wants to watch the tides for the greater good, and here, we are also responsible for maintaining the peace. This is official business." He was stern enough to let the outsiders know that this decision was final. "Let's go." The outsiders were annoyed but have heard about this clan before. This wasn't their home court, so it was best to avoid a direct confrontation. The majority just complained and mumbled before leaving. The Biendu, the famous clan that has served the Dao lords for generations? Yang Ling was listening. Yes. The old man nodded, "The one and only Biendu in the holy ground. They're the lords of this region." "I see." She murmured, "They're quite prestigious then, being affiliated with the Dao lords." Though Blackwood Cliff was far removed from the core of the holy ground, the Biendu was still quite famous. Yang Ling, who has never visited Blackwood, still heard of them before. This clan was ancient, older than most clans and even Vajra dynasty. Rumor has it that their progenitor used to be a top general under Buddha Dao Lord. He had commendable services during battles across 8 desolaces. During the Dao Lord's expedition against black tides, this progenitor also showed his worth. Afterward, he and his followers occupied Blackwood Cliff to watch over the Black Ocean. From then on, the Biendu clan became the leader of the region. Serving the Dao lords for generations is a bit much to describe the circumstances. The old man smiled, but yes, whenever the Dao lords attacked black tides, the Biendu always served as the vanguard. They know black tides very well. Thus, due to their contribution, even Vajra had no jurisdiction over them despite being the current representative of Sacred Mountain. They could refuse any direct order from Vajra. Only Sacred Mountain in all of the holy ground could command them. By this point, the experts from this clan made it to Li Chia's group. The leader cupped his fist and sternly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please come back another day. Our young lord will be watching the tides for a Dao session." Those who refused the polite request have been forcefully removed. The Biendu was strong enough to do so because of their rich history and roots in the land. Yang Ling frowned slightly. She wasn't afraid because Li Chia was around. As long as he gave the command, she would oppose them too. "Let's go." Li Chia smiled and left. The group hurriedly followed him. "Thank you for your cooperation." The leader expressed his gratitude as the group was leaving. "I heard that senior sister Wei Qianqing's legion is right here. So who is actually in charge?" Yang Ling asked after they got far enough away. "Vajra's legion is only here to keep an eye out for black tides. It doesn't interfere with Blackwood Cliff," the old man said. Yang Ling understood right away since she was familiar with the court and politics. Vajra might have troops here, but the Biendu was still in charge of everything. Of course, Vajra coveted this position for several reasons. Unfortunately, the Biendu was just too prestigious and had an unshakable foundation at Blackwood Cliff. Most importantly, they focused on one mission, protecting the cliff. Thus, Vajra had no reason to oppose them. The group headed for the main city after leaving the observation platform. Blackwood City wasn't inferior to the great cities found in Buddha Emperor Plateau. The walls reached the clouds, one could feel a wondrous militaristic aura from a distance. Inside were countless pavilions and buildings along with large streets. The area was lively with a high population. At night time, the lamps brightly lit the street, creating a never-rest city. People and carriages packed the area. Its prosperity seemed out of place since this was located at the border. A visitor would start wondering if they had gotten lost somehow. One could see cultivators from all over the world too, even the rare barbarians from the east. These men rarely showed themselves in Buddha Emperor Plateau but came here quite often. Some came for business, others wanted to broaden their horizon. I can't believe how bustling it is. Yang Ling was amazed after entering. She assumed that it would just be a small town by the border. Blackwood Cliff City spans for 10 million miles, reaching the eastern kingdoms as well. The only problem here is black tides, but it doesn't come too often. That's why the citizens enjoy peace and prosperity. Biendu has done a commendable job governing the city. The old man explained. 1. Biendu means border crossing/ferrying. Chapter 38-33. The group picked an inn near the coastline as their temporary abode. Yang Ling and Fan Bai busily went to set up the rooms. Only the old man stayed behind with Li Chia. The latter sat by the window to stare at the ocean in silence. The old man did the same. You have something to say? A while later, Li Chia stopped looking and asked. Young master, you came specifically for black tides? The old man chose his words carefully. Ever since the beginning of his arrival in the south, Li Chia's goal had nothing to do with the holy ground or sacred mountain. Not something as insignificant as Vajra dynasty either. He had his focus set on black tides. Others simply didn't know and assumed that he had other plans. Correct. Li Chia looked out the window again, his eyes became quite profound. What existence would aim for black tides directly in this manner? The old man had a hard time gauging Li Chia's actual potential. You'll leave the holy ground soon too. He then glanced at the ring wrapped around Li Chia's finger. Regardless of Li Chia's status at the holy ground, he was still only a passerby. Nothing in 8 Desolaces or any other place or people would be able to hold him back. Can't stop worrying about the land? Li Chia chuckled. Yes, I mean, I can be considered as half a member of the holy ground. What about you, young master? Do you worry about anything? He smiled and asked. Li Chia didn't answer right away. He seemed to be focusing on understanding the recent eras. A while later, he quietly sighed and said, Worries? I can't remember. This nonchalant answer had special significance when coming from Li Chia. The experienced old man could speculate the information contained within. As Li Chia said these few words, each second seemed to be lasting an eternity. His eyes seemed to be looking at millions of years in the past or millions of years in the future. The long trek of time blurred everything. Time changes too many things. Li Chia eventually added. But it doesn't change your goal, which is why you're here. The old man said sincerely. That's the Tao heart. Li Chia replied. The old man nodded, aware that Li Chia's immovable Tao heart was special. What is it that you want to say? Li Chia said. The old man took a deep breath and mustered his courage to ask, I wish to follow you, young master. He became anxious after revealing his thoughts. He was a top master who had dominated before. The four grandmasters and supreme geniuses were nothing in his eyes. His title alone instilled fear into the listeners. Alas, the battle-hardened man became nervous, akin to a junior waiting for his senior's guidance. I can see why, since the Tao is so long. Li Qie said. Yes, the world is larger than my imagination. That's why I wish to be your follower and gain more knowledge. The old man nodded. That won't change anything. There are benefits, sure, when following me. But, you would lose your original pursuit. My original pursuit? The old man murmured. When you started your Tao journey, I'm sure your blood was boiling with excitement. Alas, the arduous path weathered and grind down everything you had. What did you want at the start? Li Qie elaborated. The old man seemed to be in a daze. It took a while before he solemnly answered, my heart goes where my saber points, always cutting a path forward. Indeed, that is your original pursuit. Would you still have it if you follow me? Li Qie asked. I'm afraid that when you truly reflect on this, you won't be sleeping well that night. A tempest emerged in the old man's mind as he fell into remembrance regarding his past. He used to be so confident, believing that he could do anything as long as he wielded his saber. This confidence allowed him to tread fearlessly forward, always keeping his head up without fear. Because of this, he became a renowned saber god. Unfortunately, time wore him down and he began forgetting many things. His heart became filled with callous, his hot blood turned cold. Nothing was new and exciting anymore. Li Qie's comment served as a reminder, breaking some of the calluses. The hot blood started flowing once more, allowing him to turn back time as if he was 18 again. I will go where my saber points. He emphasized, his eyes became bright and his aura surged once more. Thank you for correcting my mistake, young master. He took a deep breath and bowed towards Li Qie. Back in Myriad Beasts Mountain, Li Qie's guidance improved his cultivation. Now, he remembered his original pursuit again, no longer being lost in the river of time. Thus, his fate was changed because he found himself once more. Remember, living beings like us have emotions and desires. Li Qie sighed, but as time passes, we forget about these things, even ourselves. One day, we might become the things we hate the most. He paused for a bit, then stared at the old man to conclude. In history, numerous brilliant and invincible beings inadvertently lost sight of themselves. It starts with losing our humanity, then our pursuit. What we desire so much loses its meaning and color and we become mere husks. The old man understood enough to follow the train of thoughts. Because of this, some become angry at themselves, others stop moving forward, more fall into indulgence. He paused for a bit before finishing, and then there are those who fall into the darkness. Yes, let's try to avoid that now, shall we? Li Qie said. The old man sighed. Without this conversation today, perhaps he would eventually be lost on this eternal path and change completely. He would forget who he used to be. My Tao heart is unstable. He shuddered. It's hard to criticize anyone for this. The path towards the Grand Tao is just too long, not all can make it to the end. Li Qie put it simply yet described numerous historical events. Chapter 38-34. The bright city's excitement continued until midnight when silence began to rear its head. Darkness and dew took over the bustling streets. The ocean outside was even calmer, only the crashing of the waves could be heard. Alas, something had changed in secrecy. The sleeping Li Qie suddenly sat up and moved over to the window, looking out at the ocean. His omniscient eyes saw things others couldn't, his lips curled into a smile. In reality, no one understood black tides more than him, even though this was his first visit. Heightened vigilance, I see. Too bad it won't change anything. He murmured to himself. No one paid attention to the ocean at night since it has always been the same for eras. This wasn't the case tonight. The problem was, even invincible characters had a hard time seeing the end of this ocean due to the black water. The Tao Lords would see nothing but a dark expanse at the end of this ocean, unable to see 5 fingers in front of them. That place seemed to be the source of darkness. All lights were absorbed there, unable to escape. Outside of the Tao Lords who made it to this place, no one else had a clue regarding the truth of this place. Under the shroud of darkness tonight, a blood-red ray shot out from the depth of the ocean. Of course, this area was extremely far from Blackwood Cliff. Mortals and cultivators didn't notice at all. The only exception was Wuxia. After the first, more red rays came subsequently, slowly illuminating the ocean. They eventually spread to the surface and became visible to regular cultivators. Some chose to stroll the coastline during the night and noticed this phenomenon. They paid it no mind at first until it became increasingly conspicuous, shining through the fog. "Do you see that?" One spectator pointed at the ocean. Others looked over and their astonishment grew proportionally with the red hue. I've never heard of something like this happening before." A local cultivator became startled. Ever since they gained cognition, they found this ocean to always be black. This sudden change naturally surprised them. As the red became thicker, a quiet buzz was heard clearly by everyone. The first wave of rays finally pierced through the clouds and painted the sky red. There seemed to be a red sun rising from the ocean. Half of it could be seen now above the water. "Do you see that?" The spectators were horrified. "Something's off about black tides. We need to take a look now," one expert shouted. The juniors immediately left to wake their seniors up. The latter also did the same for their juniors. All in all, no one wanted to miss this spectacle. A few big shots from the Biendu woke up as well. Upon closer inspection, the sphere resembled a bloody round moon more than a sun, at least in terms of appearance. It's because a moon wouldn't have the scorching red rays. Thus, it should be considered a blood sun. Eventually, the water looked like blood from the red illumination. This made it creepier than before. The black back then was astonishing but not too frightening. This sanguine presence took it to the next level. People felt as if they could smell the stench of blood while looking at the thick liquid. By this point, the entire group has woken up. Yang Ling and Fan Bai were afraid while the old man had a solemn expression. "An ocean of blood?" Yang Ling gasped. All three thought about Li Qia's comment before. People thought that there was a dark stone in this ocean, turning the water black. But Li Qia talked about the water being blood instead. His claim seemed rather accurate at this point. What the hell is happening? The locals have never seen anything like this before. "Yes, I never saw this during my 6,000 years. An old cultivator murmured. "Is this a sign of the water receding?" The big shots in the Biendu clan became anxious. Their clan has been next to black tides for eras and knew more about this place than most. Alas, this phenomenon still scared them. "No, this isn't a sign." One old ancestor revealed, "I remember the previous tide recession. I was only 10 then, but it's as clear as if it was just yesterday. This didn't happen." "Yes, this isn't in the records either." A different ancestor agreed. The other experts exchanged glances after hearing this. "Then what is happening with black tides?" One of them took a deep breath. Even their clan couldn't come up with an explanation. As everyone was confused about the development, a loud blast came from the depth of the ocean. The floating sun instantly released a terrible power with a corrosive nature. Nothing could resist its might. Fortunately, Blackwood was far enough from the end of the ocean to not be affected. Nonetheless, a tsunami took form, revealing the ocean's seafloor. Numerous shadows started moving in the next second. Due to the great distance, the powerful ancestors at the cliff couldn't see them very well. Alas, these shadows released frightening auras, akin to imprisoned devil kings in hell being released, ready to enter the mortal world. Rumble. Their powers resulted in continuous detonations. Chapter 38-35, the coming of the Devil Kings horrified the spectators. Some of these beings were unreasonably mighty, superior to the gods above the 9 firmaments. All living beings were mere ants. This was the case for supreme-level characters as well. Their auras permeated across the massive ocean. Just a few remnant strands making it this far to the cliff were too much for people to take. Their legs trembled as they turned pale. The ancestors thought that they would be nothing more than insects. The horde of devils would instantly obliterate them. This was the case for the upper echelon of the Biendu as well. As guardians of the region for eras, there were times when the ocean gave them certain benefits such as treasures. However, this event was unprecedented. There was nothing similar in their historical scrolls. One ancestor thought that maybe they knew nothing about black tides besides the bare minimum. Is the world about to turn into hell? Another ancestor shuddered. If this horde were to reach the holy ground, the consequence would be unimaginable. Amitba. A chant suddenly came from the depth as well. It echoed and suppressed everything. Even those back in Blackwood could hear it. Boom! A massive Buddhist palm descended from the black sky and swept away the clouds. Its radiance illuminated the entire holy ground. A swastika was engraved in the palm. This seal was the source of the light and its targets were the Devil Kings. Buddha Tao Lord. Everyone thought of this Tao Lord right away after seeing the palm. Clank. An ebony sword slash quelled the chaos and severed the 6 Tao. The surging ocean was subdued by this slash since it contained an indomitable will. Righteousness will always prevail. This slash was the embodiment of this Tao Lord's intent. Righteous Tao Lord. A few big shots shouted. People still sensed the Tao Lord's intent despite being so far away. They started kneeling with haste. A finger appeared next, giving birth to a lotus flower. Another Buddhist chant sounded to bring peace to the ages. Its light could enlighten all living beings and chase the darkness away. It attempted to convert the Devil Kings at the bottom of the ocean. This process encompassed serenity and gentleness. The crowd was soothed as well, their mind became stronger. Diana Tao Lord. Everyone recognized the user of this technique. They didn't have time to calm down because a Vajra manifested for an onslaught. The ocean bed had cracks everywhere. Numerous devils were reduced to dust. All were insects before the devils. Well, they were worms before this wondrous Vajra. The destruction spanned across the entire southern West King. No one thought they had a chance of surviving when facing this Vajra. Vajra Tao Lord. They shouted. This was too obvious. The techniques of these Tao Lords began ravaging the ocean's depth to the crowd's astonishment. The blood sun seemed to be furious and gathered its power. The water of the ocean was lifted up and blotted out the sky, acting like a barrier. This concealed the scene and no one could see any more. Occasionally, certain beams and rays would shoot out of the barrier. The spectators could sense the apocalyptic attacks happening there. The Tao Lords are still with us in this world? One young cultivator asked. Of course not. A senior shook his head, these are only techniques left behind to suppress black tides. This might be the reason for the wise sage's expeditions. One ancestor said, they left behind these ace cards in the depths so that this ocean would be suppressed for eras. It's meant for our protection. The spectators became emotional. They could see the struggle and love from their ancestors. Prior to this, the goals of the expeditions weren't clear. Now, the Tao Lord simply wanted to protect the descendants. Rumble. Eventually, the surging water returned to the ocean floor. The surface rippled and splashed violently for quite a bit before calming down. Black tides looked the same as before. The waves and fog were there, the red sun was no longer in sight along with the Devil Kings and the Tao Lord's techniques. Of course, people knew that they weren't just seeing a mirage or an illusion. All of this really happened. Chapter 38-36, the phenomenon at black tides came and went without warning, forever leaving an impression on the crowd. Some were completely immersed in the experience while others were worried, especially the big shots from the last generation. The tidal recession is coming early? One expert wondered. In the past, most would dismiss this statement as being ridiculous. It hasn't been that long since the previous event. Alas, after tonight, everything seemed possible with this black ocean. This worried the older characters. Some had personally experienced these attacks before. Just one mistake or misstep would result in an unimaginable disaster. Who will be able to stop it this time? A big shot murmured. The first name that came up in their mind was Buddha Supreme. Unfortunately, the Supreme hasn't shown himself since the last event. Perhaps only a few had the privilege of seeing him in person. Is Buddha Supreme still around? One ancestor asked. Due to his disappearance, some thought that he had retired in Sacred Mountain. Others thought that he was dead due to his old age or injuries succumbed during the battles at black tides. Thus, it was difficult to find another capable of shouldering this responsibility. Nonetheless, some remained optimistic. One said, "This might not be bad because the recession gives plenty of opportunities. If we find a top fortune, our life will change forever." True, I'll go and take a look, there'll be good stuff there for sure. An expert agreed. The neutral parties had different views regarding this event. Alas, the Biendu had nothing but pessimism. Their ancestors convened for a conference lasting the entire night. Anyone has an opinion on this? One of them started. The others exchanged glances. No one had a definite conclusion. A tidal recession is absolutely coming, it's inevitable. An erudite historian among them replied. Remember, General Wei has brought this up as well. A different ancestor said. General Wei here was none other than Wei Qianqing. She had brought up this issue with them, but they didn't believe her due to their own knowledge of black tides. What should we do in preparation? Another asked. The group immediately thought about Buddha Supreme and Sacred Mountain. Though their clan has been in charge of Blackwood Cliff for millions of years, they were still under Sacred Mountain's jurisdiction. We need to report this to Sacred Mountain first. A high-ranking ancestor said. What about the Supreme? He hasn't appeared in public since the previous battle. One ancestor said. No one responded since this was a sensitive issue. The majority thought that he was no longer in this world. Alas, no one dared to say anything before an official announcement from Sacred Mountain. This was the case for the Vajra dynasty as well. Most officials believed that the Supreme had died. Nonetheless, the royal clan wasn't in a position to make this public. Well, in the case of a recession, it's not looking optimistic even if Buddha Supreme himself comes. He needs help. The historian said gravely. The atmosphere became heavy right away. Buddha Supreme couldn't stop the monsters back then until he had the help of Righteous Supreme and 8 Stallion Tao Lord. The trio then lasted long enough for the tides to return. The Tao Lord is definitely no longer here. The historian continued, I believe Righteous Supreme is available but without the Tao Lord, he alone, he sighed without finishing. Should we ask our ancient ancestor for guidance? One of them said. Their clan was strong with a deep history. They still had one living ancient ancestor. If the cliff goes down, so will our clan. All of them understood the existential nature of this crisis. As the Biendu was trying to come up with a plan, there was another sect at a different location in Blackwood, Seer Watch. A time-worn seer in this sect was observing the stars instead of the black ocean. His soul seemed to be taken by the dark night. After a while, he regained his wits and said, We shall commence the heaven observance ceremony tomorrow. This command shocked both the disciples and ancestors of this sect. Why so sudden? We haven't prepared anything for it. Another old seer became startled. This ceremony was of utmost importance to their sect. It required perfect preparation to avoid any mistakes. The Grand Seer is personally presiding over it. The messenger said. He and the ancestors nearby took a deep breath after hearing this. I see, a major event is unfolding. The old seer and the disciples hurriedly went to prepare. This seemed to be a special occasion because normally, the Grand Seer didn't show up to these ceremonies. Ancestor, may I ask why we are suddenly doing this? A follower of the Grand Seer couldn't help but ask. The Grand Seer paused for a bit before revealing, the Son of Heaven is coming. The Son of Heaven? Archaic Sun King from Vidra? The follower was surprised. In the Holy Ground, Archaic Sun King was the most suitable one to have this title. But no, this wasn't right because his ancestor wouldn't address the Archaic Sun King in this manner. Are you referring to a heavenly genius? The follower asked again. That's one way to put it. The Grand Seer glanced at him and said. The follower couldn't imagine a genius capable of capturing their Grand Seer's attention. After all, he was an amazing existence. Back at the inn, Yang Ling watched the entire thing and became worried. Will the monsters come out tomorrow? Sleep, the sky won't fall down. Li Qie replied and went to bed. She thought about it and agreed. The young master was here, so no need to waste her time thinking about these things. Chapter 38-37. On the second day, it became known that the Seer Watch would start a heaven observance ceremony. This caused quite a stir because no one expected this. This sect had a history as deep as the Biendu in Blackwood Cliff. In fact, some believe that it has been around for even longer than the Holy Ground. However, this sect didn't have as much authority and power as the Biendu. To a certain extent, it served as a religious symbol for the regional inhabitants. It only had a single peak and lacked properties. It survived with the help and offerings of its followers. Nonetheless, it was arguably more influential than the Biendu, especially when taking the Wild Kingdoms and the Holy Ground into account. Its main focus was astrology and divination, not cultivation. Rumor has it that its root could be traced back to a searing clan back in the ancient era. The majority of its members were heart ghosts. This particular race had a unique advantage when it came to divination. In this region and even the 8 kingdoms, everyone knew how important this ceremony was. It included reading the future and the overarching momentum of the world. Thus, many sects and experts would come to watch the ceremony. They wanted to learn more and prepare for the future. Due to the importance of the event, the sect would usually announce the date of a ceremony quite early, usually a year or so. Today, it chose to perform one without any warning. Both outsiders and the locals found this startling. Only those in the city received this information fast enough. The Holy Ground and the 8 kingdoms were too far away. Isn't this too sudden? Why today? Numerous small clans and sects became confused. The Grand Seer is directing it this time. The second piece of news shocked people more than the first. What? Even the Biendu couldn't believe it. What's the implication behind this? One ancestor asked. The Grand Seer has been reclusive for so many years, why is he taking charge now? All the big shots at the cliff found this astonishing. The Grand Seer was nothing short of a legendary character. Rumor has it that he had lived for a long time, possessing a peerless divination ability. He had predicted several important events correctly. For example, 8 Stallion Dao Lord had the pleasure of meeting him once during his youth. The seer then used his divination and claimed that he would become the next Dao Lord. Sure enough, the prophecy came true. Another example happened with a correct guess of the next tidal recession. Because of this, Buddha Supreme came early and built a defensive line at Blackwood Cliff ahead of time. Otherwise, the damages would have been far worse. As the seer grew older, he made fewer appearances and stopped presiding over the ceremony. The juniors took over afterward, hence everyone's astonishment today. A disaster is coming? One big shot murmured. They thought about what happened with black tides last night and felt something ominous coming. Fortunately, the third news pertained to the reason for this ceremony. the arrival of a heavenly genius. Many heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that this ceremony was meant to predict Black Tide's next move. This didn't seem to be the case. Nonetheless, this still took them by surprise. What kind of genius is worthy of the Grand Seer's time? An expert wondered. Most found this unbelievable after thinking about it. So the coming of this genius was even more significant than a potential tidal recession? Don't tell me, the Grand Seer is trying to predict the next Dao Lord just like he did for 8th Stallion Dao Lord. An ancestor boldly speculated. What else could be more significant than seeing the world's future or Black Tide's next move? Perhaps only the future Dao Lord. Which youth is it? Who will be considered the heaven's favorite? A big shot calmly said. Currently, the locals immediately thought of someone famous in their region, the young lord of the Biendu with the title of 3 Slashes. 3 Slashes Grand Dao is finished, he should be peerless even when compared to the ones in the holy ground. If we're strictly talking about Black Wood, it has to be him. An important character predicted. You're right if we're limiting it to our region. But the wild child of the East and the young lord of righteous sect are both brilliant. An ancestor shook his head. Because Blackwood was located at the border, it was always late in receiving the newest information from the mainland. The locals had no idea about recent events. Let's go take a look. Many came to the Seer Watch in order to witness the ceremony. What if I'm fortunate enough to be chosen as the heavenly genius? Doesn't that mean my potential is limitless? One talented youth started fantasizing. His peers also did the same. They all knew that their talents and background didn't matter. Whoever was chosen by the Grand Seer would become the jewel of their sect and clan. That's why the youths rushed over, as excited as can be. Young master, rumor has it that this ceremony is extremely magical. Let's go see what this Grand Seer will say. Yang Ling couldn't wait to see the mysterious event. The Grand Seer is extraordinary, he is gifted at astrology. Many big shots want to ask him for help only to be refused. The old servant nodded his head. A descendant of the heaven calculating clan? Li Qie smiled and said, sure, why not? He naturally knew about the Heart Ghost tribe along with the heaven calculating clan. The latter, in particular, had a special connection to Li Qie. Others believed that this clan was no longer around. Chapter 38:38, 2 peaks towered in this region, one to the east and one to the west. The entire city was built around these two, making them stand out even more. The eastern one belonged to Seer Watch, thus its name became Seer Peak. The westward one had a different owner back then until the Biendu took over and it became theirs. Normally, Seer Peak was open to the public. Thus, some came to offer their respect, light an incense, or just sightsee. Of course, this number was limited. This wasn't the case today since the peak was packed from top to bottom. The stone steps were facing immense pressure. This normally only happened during an official ceremony. Today was even worse because the Grand Seer himself was in charge. Regardless of their own schedule, people still came to see him. Both the sky and the ground were packed with cultivators, chariots, and mounts. Due to the density of the crowd, the weaker cultivators were dripping with sweat. Once Li Qie's group got there, there was almost nowhere to go. However, the old servant took charge and led the way. The crowd was somehow pushed away and made a path for the group. They themselves had no idea what happened. Thus, the group had a great position on top of the peak. Of course, his action wasn't that imperious. A few famous clans directly pushed people out of the way. Once they got to the top, they forced the early comers to give up the good spots. Alas, due to their power, the slighted victims didn't dare to do anything. Ahead, a young lord led a group forward. He had scorching flames around his body, making it uncomfortable for those near him. The experts from his clan in front also did the same, resulting in sizzling noises in the air. They even melted the rocks and stones beneath, intimidating the crowd in the process. Just like that, this group easily got a great position. The Tuhua. Others knew who they were right away. They were considered a powerful clan in Blackwood Cliff. Some believed that they were at the next tier below the Biendu. Does that young lord want to be the heavenly genius too? One expert murmured. It's not his turn. Another snorted, in our region, it has to be 3 slashes. Can't argue with that. His friends nodded. The reason why the young lord of the Biendu had the title of 3 slashes was due to a rumor: no one could withstand more than 3 moves of his. Don't forget about the wild child of the East. That's also a top genius who had fought 3 slashes before. Someone who has been to the 8 kingdoms said. Another from righteous sect interjected, there's also the supreme righteous scion too. He beat the sect master at such a young age, he has to be the heavenly genius. Our holy ground has plenty of geniuses too. Let's not bring up the mysterious sacred mountain. Duality Academy alone has numerous, especially their first sister, de Gulan. A youth from Buddha Emperor Plateau couldn't help butting in. After all, being chosen by the Grand Seer was a great honor. Everyone wanted a member of their sect to be appointed. Well, there's a new talent recently named Li Chia. He defeated Li Xiangxuan and others from the academy. His potential is immense. Another expert brought this up. All in all, people had a great time talking about this topic. Dang, they have no idea what's going on. Li Chia didn't care about these conversations, but Yang Ling listened to all of them. She thought that their information was limited to the period when Li Chia defeated Li Xiangxuan and Zhang Yunji. This place is too far from Buddha Emperor Plateau and even farther than Righteous Sect. It takes a long time for people to come here, hence the lack of on-time intelligence. The old servant replied. He personally drove the carriage, so the group traveled at an unbelievable speed, unlike other cultivators. Aren't there Dao portals here? Yang Ling asked. Traveling across territories required an immense amount of time. Dao portals served as a shortcut. Yes, Blackwood Cliff has 2 Dao portals. The old man nodded, one at the Biendu and the other at the military camp. The latter is reserved for Vidra's officials and soldiers. As for the Biendu, that portal is rarely activated. Why is that? Yang Ling asked. A lot of cultivators from all over the south want to visit Blackwood in order to see black tides, the same with merchants. Opening the portal all the time should be a good source of income for the Biendu. Sects in possession of portals would usually charge exorbitant fees for usage. For example, the Biendu could absolutely take advantage of this due to their monopoly. That's why most didn't understand why they refused to take advantage of this. The old man smiled and didn't answer. Separation from the king is an advantage. Li Chia casually responded instead. They want to keep their dominion over Blackwood. Yang Ling was smart enough to understand right away. The Biendu purposely kept a distance from the core of the holy ground. Other great powers at the plateau wouldn't be able to effectively travel here. The young lord of the Biendu is coming. People at the base shouted. Everyone looked down below after hearing this. Seems like he's out of his cultivation session. His grand Dao is probably finished. One spectator said. Is he picking the path of the Dao Lord? An expert became curious and stretched his neck to look down. The base was filled with people now, but they still made way. The Biendu was too influential here, perhaps to the point of having absolute authority. The locals might not know about Vidra dynasty or even Sacred Mountain. However, they knew of the Biendu. Back at the holy ground, some powers here didn't give a damn about Vidra. They only served as the representative. Here in Blackwood Cliff, everyone needed to give the Biendu face. To oppose them meant risking a sect massacre. The future ruler of Blackwood Cliff. One fan said with admiration while looking down. 1. Tuwa means fire spitter. 2. 3 slashes used to be Biendu Sandao. There's new context, so I'll translate this title. Chapter 38-39, 3 Slashes, the young lord of the Biendu. This was obviously not his given name. However, due to his incredible skill with the saber, no one could last more than 3 moves against him. That's why others kept on calling him 3 Slashes. They forgot his real name entirely. 3 Slashes appeared before the crowd, dressed in black from top to bottom with the exception of his golden belt. His silky black hair draped down his shoulders, looking beautiful like 2 waterfalls. Tall and handsome with a perfect posture, not overly muscular yet each of his lines and little details brimmed with power and vigor. They seemed to have been polished by a blade, looking sharp in a natural manner. His saber was still in its sheath yet people could easily imagine how sharp and fierce it was. The moment it came out, it would be able to slay anyone. The saber has become a part of him. Thus, its aggressive aura influenced his own. Because of this, people shuddered at his sight even though he didn't purposely release his aura for intimidation purposes. Just his presence alone froze others with fear and trepidation. There were experts from the clan accompanying him. Alas, they paled while standing next to him. The crowd didn't pay attention to them at all. Destined for greatness since his birth. Having his own grand Tao at such a young age, so peerless. One older master commented. Yes, a heaven's favorite. Another admitted, he had a perfect harmony with the saber Tao from the very start, seemingly born for the blade. A clan ancestor nodded, putting his excellent talents aside, he's also very diligent and unyielding, having trained in black tides before. That's not something other geniuses can handle. Most felt admiration towards 3 Slashes while a small minority wasn't convinced. After all, they thought that his achievements and success were due to his clan. He had all the advantages growing up in the Biendu. However, some geniuses took a deep breath after hearing about his training in black tides. This certainly changed the narrative. Even the big shots from the last generation didn't want to enter, let alone train there. Nonetheless, 3 Slashes actually did it and came back alive. His saber is obtained from black tides, he's definitely blessed by heaven. A knowledgeable spectator stared at the saber and praised. He got it from there? Those nearby became startled. Yes, rumor has it that he found it during his youth while just strolling by the shore. Another answered. Of course, this wasn't the first time the Biendu got something good from black tides. Due to their deep knowledge of this ocean, they found many great things and truly benefited from it. Others immediately came up to greet him in order to make a good impression. 3 Slashes could become the future leader of the Biendu. It would be great to have a good relationship with him. The Grand Seer himself, I wonder who this heavenly genius will be. 3 Slashes had the best position to stare at the well. Seer Watch was built on this peak. The actual main building was obviously aged and could only accommodate 100 people or so. In front of it was a well made from rocks piling on top of each other. Who knows if it's from too many people taking water from there across the generations or some other reason. The initially coarse rocks were now polished and bright. It served as the centerpiece for the divination ceremony. Who else but you, young lord, is worthy of being called a heavenly genius? Another youth smiled and flattered in a blatant manner. Nonetheless, it wasn't too outrageous because 3 Slashes was indeed a capable genius. 3 Slashes chuckled after hearing this but eventually shook his head. That's too much of an exaggeration, I don't dare to claim supremacy in the south, let alone the rest of the world. Both Righteous Scion and the Wild Child are not inferior and there are plenty of hidden experts in 8 Desolaces. I see, you're so insightful to see the broader picture. I'm nothing but a frog under the well. The youth earlier changed his approach right away. His comment won him some love from the audience, especially the cultivators from Righteous Sect and the 8 Kingdoms. Righteous Sect naturally thought that their scion was the strongest. The 8 Kingdoms thought the same for the Wild Child. Of course, some disagreed with him. For example, Yang Ling. She simply chose to hold her words. In her eyes, no one was a match for the young master. As people tried to please 3 Slashes, loud commotions came from the base of the peak again. The spectators made way once more for another newcomer. Who is it? People were surprised to see the special treatment that was previously enjoyed by 3/. A woman eventually made it up to the peak. She had followers as well. Her simple outfit didn't diminish her heroic presence. She wasn't a supreme beauty or anything but was still quite pleasing to the eyes in her own special way. General Wei. Someone shouted. The male cultivators naturally enjoyed this development. The newcomer was none other than Wei Qianqing. However, she wasn't in armor today. This allowed others to see her appearance. They were left in awe. Sure, she wasn't as pretty as de Gulan. Nonetheless, she had a bold aura that made her quite charming. The soldiers behind her were also in civilian attire. This wasn't enough to hide their fierceness. The commander of the Sentinel Legion. Even the big shots from the last generation came to greet her. This powerful legion from Vajra was garrisoned in Blackwood. Some believed that they were only second to the Biendu in terms of military potential. The main difference was that they never interfered with Blackwood's business. Their only mission was to watch over black tides. Chapter 3840. Yes, Vajra's reach didn't fully extend to Blackwood Cliff. Nonetheless, they were still the legitimate ruler of the Holy Ground after being granted permission by Sacred Mountain. Therefore, the cultivators here might not care about Vajra but still needed to give Sacred Mountain some face. Moreover, Wei Qianqing was a legion commander. Her power and influence in this region shouldn't be underestimated. Thus, these experts had no problem with building a good relationship with her. Miss Wei, we didn't know you were coming or we would have personally welcomed you. 3/ revealed a smile as bright as the sun and as pleasant as the spring breeze. His enthusiasm and happy expression made it apparent that he wished to court her. You're too kind, young lord. Wei Qianqing nodded and said. The peak is getting awfully crowded. Would you like to observe the ceremony with me? 3/ enthusiastically asked. The crowd exchanged glances. The older characters could see that this was political outside of his own interest in her. A marriage between the two would be quite favorable for the Biendu. Though Wei Qianqing wasn't a supreme genius, she was absolutely among the upper echelon of the young generation in terms of talent and power. Furthermore, she came from a prestigious clan with immense influence in Vajra and the plateau. This was before taking into account her current position as a legion commander. In the case of success, the Biendu would have an even stronger grasp on Blackwood Cliff. Plus, it would give the clan a chance to extend their influence into the central region. All of these above reasons contributed to 3/'s intent on courting Wei Qianqing without holding back. Unfortunately, this was bad news for her fans in the audience. She had no lack of suitors but now, they were smart enough to know the disparity between them and 3/. It would be idiotic competing against him for her love. They lacked the qualification to even try. Qianqing was about to respond but her eyes happened to fall on Li Qie not far from there. She was pleasantly surprised to see him and immediately came over. 3/ didn't expect her to just walk away from him like that, the same with the spectators. Most thought that they would make a perfect pair, a match made in heaven. Thus, her dismissiveness towards him caught everyone off guard. The next development would shock them even more. She got in front of Li Qie and bowed. Greetings, young master. Please apologize for the lack of reception since I didn't know you were coming. It is my mistake. The crowd was astounded, unable to close their mouth. Who was Wei Qianqing? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she has the same status as any princess from Vajra dynasty. Why would someone so prestigious bow down to this youth? With the exception of Sacred Mountain's important members, Archaic's Sun King would be the only person deserving of this treatment. Alas, they didn't recognize Li Qie and found him to be an average brat. He didn't look like a big shot from any angle. Once they calmed down, they began to speculate about his identity. Who is this kid? A youth asked. The locals didn't recognize Li Chia because Blackwood Cliff was far removed from the holy ground. His name is Li Chia. An expert from the plateau recognized Li Chia. He didn't expect to see the guy here. Is his background something impressive or is he really strong? Another spectator took another look at Li Chia and asked. Wei Qianqing didn't show the same respect to someone as mighty as 3 Slashes at all, so this was surprising. No prestigious background, just a woodchopper from Myriad Beasts Mountain. He became a student of duality later. The only thing notable is how he recently defeated Li Xiangxuan and Zhang Yunji, 2 members of the 5 heroes of duality. The expert said. Since he had left the plateau a while ago, his information was delayed. So what if he beats some students, still only a woodchopper? Someone else said. Confusion ran amok because Li Chia didn't look like a strong cultivator either. Li Chia waved his hand and said, Stand up, I'm just here to take a look and follow the flow, there's no plan. She naturally didn't buy it but still respectfully said, Just say the words if you ever need my service. He smiled and nodded. Fellow Taoist, how should I address you? Miss Wei, could you please introduce us? 3 Slashes came over with a smile as well. Qianqing glanced at Li Chia, not daring to take the initiative. Li Chia. Li Chia said flatly. Unfortunately, this was viewed as arrogance by the crowd. So haughty when the young lord is being polite. A young local complained. For the locals, especially the young ones, they believed that 3 Slashes might be one of the best geniuses in the holy ground, or even all of the Southern West King. Virtually everyone treated him with respect. This applied to the older cultivators too. After all, he had a chance of becoming a Tao Lord. Thus, Li Chia's casualness was misinterpreted as a deliberate insult. Zhang Yunji and Li Xiangxuan can't hold a candle to our young lord, he thinks too highly of himself after beating them. Another genius snorted. Chapter 38-41, 3 Slashes, unlike the furious crowd, showed no sign of anger. He smiled and cupped his fist towards Li Chia. I am a member of the Biandu. If you don't mind, please be a guest at our residence. His amiable nature and politeness despite being the future ruler of Blackwood Cliff earned him points from the crowd. I'm sure our region will prosper under his rule. Someone from the last generation nodded approvingly. If there's a chance. Li Chia curtly answered. The contrast between 3 Slashes' hospitality and Li Chia's bluntness only served to further annoy the crowd. Who does he think he is, the young lord of Buddha holy ground? Even righteous Scion or the wild child would only be on the same level as our young lord. How dare he? One youth unhappily said. Give him an inch and he wants a mile. Another expert said, Blackwood Cliff isn't the place for him to act in this haughty manner. Most locals considered the Biandu to be their leader, not Vajra dynasty. Thus, the young lord of this clan was highly respected as well. Now, an outsider dared to act pompous in front of him? This was truly an eyesore for the locals. Moreover, a regional boss on his home turf could outdo a king. It didn't matter who Li Chia was, he had no chance against the Biandu at Blackwood Cliff. Many big shots came to this place and acted just like Li Chia. In the end, they tucked their tail between their legs and showed humility. 3 Slashes became a bit awkward and forced himself to smile. Our door will always be open for you. By this point, even the people from Righteous Sect and the 8 Kingdoms appreciated his temperament and patience. Clank dash, a series of melodious clunking of jade pieces could be heard. Creak. The wooden gate of the watch opened and 2 lines of disciples walked out towards the platform. The ones in front held banners with their sect's insignia and indecipherable runes. They wore gray robes with the same engraved insignia. These were only ordinary disciples and didn't have the right to wear ceremonial robes. The banners fluttered to the wind. After a while, the seers finally walked out. They lacked oppressive aura but due to their solemn expression, others knew that it was time to be quiet and serious. Their ceremonial outfits consisted of rings and loops along with bird feathers. Their pointed hats had embedded golden lines and stars, looking like the sky above. Some robes had beast bone attached as well. The bones have turned yellow with time. Nonetheless, they still emitted a faint shimmer, looking quite magical. These robes looked just as old, especially the materials. Nonetheless, the threads stood the test of time despite having worn marks. This only made them more special. According to the rumors, these robes were passed down from generation to generation. It symbolized the seer's legacy. Thus, if a regular disciple wanted a ceremonial robe, they would need to have considerable achievements. Once they were given a robe, this would mean that they could call themselves a seer. Seer Watch took disciples from all over the world without discrimination. Thus, both the disciples and seers present consisted of all races, a tiger body and human head demon, flashing ghosts, heavenly devil with a halo above their head, regular humans. However, the majority consisted of heart ghosts. This particular race had a mirror in front of their chest. It used to be one of the strongest ghost races in the past. This was no longer the case. There were plenty of ghosts in the holy ground, just not heart ghosts. The easiest place to see one was here in Seer Watch. They were blessed from birth with a divination ability. Thus, it was easier for them to become seers. The seers surrounded the old well. Their dignified appearance made the atmosphere quite tense. The spectators held their breath in anticipation. To be able to watch a divination ceremony was an honor. Plus, they could get a glimpse into the future as well. The big shots and ancestors didn't want to miss a single detail. Looks to be rushed. One ancestor who had seen one before quietly told his peers. This ceremony was too simple this time. In the past, it would take more than a year just to prepare. The audience would have been notified ahead of time as well. Thus, the weaker cultivators wouldn't be qualified to go up the peak. This wasn't the case today, so many big shots were missing. Clank. An old seer hit a gong then announced, "Please grace us with your presence, the venerable Grand Seer." The crowd focused right away, not daring to show an ounce of disrespect. The Grand Seer wasn't an unbeatable character, but his fame far exceeded the 4 Grandmasters. An old man slowly walked out of the building and instantly became the center of attention. One could describe him as being short and small. His ceremonial robe was extremely old. It seemed that a gust of wind could blow pieces off of it. He also had a heart mirror in front of his chest. The main difference between him and other heart ghosts was the leopard spots on his skin. It showed that his bloodline wasn't pure. He was a hybrid between a demon and heart ghost. As his walking stick struck the ground with each step, people felt as if it was hitting their heart. Grand Seer. Everyone bowed to show their reverence, the ancestors included. He wasn't as strong as heavenly sovereigns, but in the past, even 8 Stallion Dao Lord addressed him as Senior. Buddha Supreme addressed him as Venerable Seer. Righteous Supreme used Old Friend. These were all signs of his prestige and reputation. That's why everyone present was at least one seniority lower than him. 1. People walking while wearing jade ornaments, hence the noise. Chapter 3842. All the experts bowed towards the Grand Seer, even those not from Blackwood Cliff. Everyone has heard of this famous cultivator before. He stood before the well and time came to a halt. People didn't want to breathe loudly and interrupt him. He opened his eyes and glanced at everyone. Due to his age, his eyes were muddled as if he was on the verge of death. The fire of life could extinguish whenever. Nonetheless, no one dared to be disrespectful towards him. I observed the stars last night. His eyes narrowed as he spoke in a feeble manner. Nonetheless, everyone heard him clearly. Anticipation and anxiety built up for the crowd. They thought about what happened last night with black tides. Some opened their mouth, wanting him to hurry up and spill. Alas, they were smart enough to be patient. The astrological signs aren't clear. It is best to prepare, gentlemen, for the changing black tides. He slowly continued. The crowd treated each word as if they were gold. The confirmation struck them hard. No one would question his words even without the fascinating event last night. Senior, may I ask what we should do? A powerful ancestor inquired. Everyone wanted to know the answer as well. The seer didn't answer directly. The stars are as different as can be, truly unusual. Is it an auspicious or ominous sign? The ancestor earlier asked again. That is yet to be determined. The only thing for certain is that the Son of Heaven has descended. The Grand Seer closed his eyes and revealed. The Son of Heaven? This stimulated the crowd. The rumored heavenly genius. A while ago, people claimed that Seer Watch had made a prediction about a heavenly genius. Now, the Grand Seer has confirmed it. What kind of genius? The future Tao Lord or someone who can stop this mess? Another speculated. What are the criteria? One can't be decided in this manner. A genius said. Of course, he wanted to be chosen as well. This would mean the easiest path and the brightest future possible. Who is it? And descended to which location? One big shot asked for elaboration. The Grand Seer coughed, a sign of a weak body. Strangely enough, the cough resonated in everyone's ears like thunder. The busily debating crowd immediately stopped talking. All eyes were on him again. The will of heaven is impossible to read. I do not know any more information, he said. Some became disappointed, especially the geniuses. They hoped to be appointed as this heavenly genius, but the Grand Seer didn't seem to know. This is precisely the reason why a divination ceremony is necessary, he added. The disappointed members of the crowd became excited again. The Heaven's Child might be right here or at the edge of the world. He continued, it is up to fate whether the well will tell us. No one else dared to speak and bother the Grand Seer after hearing this. He stretched out both hands, revealing how dry and aged they were, looking like bird claws. He spread his fingers and seemingly encompassed the entire well. No one wanted to miss a single detail. Most knew about the well rumored to be divine. However, it was useless in their hands. Only the seers would be able to use it, turning it into a tool to read the heavens' will and the future. They didn't know whether this well had this ability at the start or the seers simply used it as a base for their art. Thus, some visitors would come and take away a little bit of the water with them, hoping that this would bring them luck. Seer Watch didn't have a problem with this. Normally, the well would be decorated in a dignified manner for the ceremonies. This wasn't the case this time due to the event's rushed nature. Nonetheless, it shouldn't matter because the Grand Seer was the one doing it. He entered a state of zen while the other seers surrounding the well continuously chanted. As the rhythm sped up, the disciples started dancing, clapping, and chanting as well. The faster they went, the more chaotic and crazy it seemed. The spectators felt as if the world was spinning and they became stuck in freefall. This was a terrifying sensation for the first-timers. They couldn't help but scream. As for those who have participated in the past, they maintained a calm expression. Eventually, the chants abruptly stopped along with the clapping. The crowd was able to stabilize themselves once more. The entire thing felt like a dream. Open. Right as everything came to a halt, the Grand Seer opened his eyes and shouted. Dark clouds gathered beneath his palms and lightning bolts came out of his fingertips. The sky turned dark as well. The sun was clearly up there, but dark clouds and lightning gathered above. Rumble. The ground started shaking as if something was awakening. Many felt a frightening power emerging from beneath. Splash. The water in the well started rising upward. The thickness of this beam of water was the same as the mouth of the well. It seemed to be alive and gushed upward into the Grand Seer's palms. It resembled a puppy playing with its master as it rubbed against the Grand Seer's hands. He then chanted an unknown mantra. No one here understood this ancient language. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.